Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was the reincarnation of Merlin and pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the hat at age. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Remembered the Dream always started the same way. Harry stood in a great hall of stone and firelight, torches blazing in iron sconces along walls that stretched up into shadow. A round table dominated the center of the room, and around it sat men in armor and fine clothes, their faces blurred like reflections in disturbed water. All except one. The man at the head of the table had golden hair and a crown that seemed too heavy for any human head. He was laughing at something, his whole face alight with it, and Harry felt such a surge of affection that it made his chest ache. Arthur, his mind whispered, though he'd never learned that name. Then the dream shifted, as it always did. The hall melted away and Harry stood on a cliff top overlooking a churning sea. Wind whipped at his robes, not the oversized hand-me-downs he actually owned, and in his hand he held a staff of gnarled oak, thrumming with power. A woman stood before him. Dark hair streaming in the gale, beautiful in a way that hurt to look at, her eyes full of something between love and hatred. "You could have chosen me," she said, and her voice carried despite the storm. "You should have chosen me. You chose yourself," Harry heard himself reply, and his voice was deeper, older, weighted with centuries. "That was always your mistake, Morgan." Lightning split the sky. The woman smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever seen. "Then we both burn." Harry woke with a gasp, tangled in thin sheets that smelled of dust and cupboard. His scar ached dully, the way it sometimes did after these dreams, a throb behind his eyes that faded as reality reasserted itself. Cupboard under the stairs. Privet Drive. The Dursleys. Home, if you could call it that. He lay still for a moment, letting his heart rate settle, staring at the sliver of light that crept under the cupboard door. Dawn, probably. Aunt Petunia would be up soon, demanding he make breakfast for everyone before Dudley's birthday outing to the zoo. The dreams had been coming more frequently lately. Always fragments, the great hall, the golden king, the dark-haired woman, the cliff, the storm. And always that sense of remembering rather than imagining, as if his sleeping mind was accessing files that his waking self had somehow misplaced. Harry had learned long ago not to mention strange things to the Dursleys. Strange things got you locked in the cupboard without meals. Strange things got Uncle Vernon's face to go that particular shade of purple that meant a cuff around the ear was coming. So he kept the dreams to himself, filed away with all the other oddities of his existence, the way his hair grew back overnight when Aunt Petunia sheared it off, the way he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, the way animals sometimes seemed to understand him in a manner that went beyond normal pet behavior. Strange things happened around Harry Potter. He'd accepted that years ago. What he hadn't accepted, what he was only beginning to suspect, was that maybe the strangeness wasn't happening around him. Maybe it was happening because of him. The day of Dudley's birthday started like every other Dursley-centered event, with Harry being reminded exactly how little he mattered. "Get up. Now." Aunt Petunia's sharp knock rattled the cupboard door. Harry was already awake, already dressed in Dudley's old clothes that hung off his thin frame like a tent, already resigned to another day of being invisible unless someone needed a scapegoat. "Breakfast won't make itself," Petunia continued, her voice carrying that particular nasal quality that meant she was in a mood. "And don't you dare burn the bacon. It's Dudley's special day." Harry emerged from his cupboard, blinking in the morning light. The kitchen was already a disaster of wrapping paper and ribbon. Dudley's presents were piled on the table like a small mountain, at least 30 of them by Harry's quick count. 36. Dudley's voice bellowed from upstairs. "That's 2 less than last year. But sweetums, you haven't counted Auntie Marge's present. See, it's just under that big one from Mummy and Daddy." Harry tuned out the ensuing tantrum and focused on the bacon. Fat sizzled in the pan, and he moved on autopilot, cracking eggs, flipping rashers, trying not to think about the fact that his last birthday had passed without a single acknowledgement, let alone presents. Not that he wanted presents from the Dursleys. He'd learned what Dursley gifts meant: Dudley's broken toys, Vernon's old socks, Petunia's disapproving glare when he didn't perform sufficient gratitude for their generosity. No. What Harry wanted was something he couldn't name, a feeling more than a thing. The sense of belonging that he saw in other families, that easy warmth between parents and children that seemed as foreign to him as the surface of Mars. The dreams had started getting worse around his birthday. Almost as if some internal clock was counting down to something, though what, he couldn't imagine. "And we'll go to the zoo, won't we, Diddy darling? You've been wanting to see the snakes. Harry will stay here," Vernon announced, lumbering into the kitchen with his newspaper tucked under one meaty arm. "Can't have him scaring the animals." Harry didn't respond. Long experience had taught him that response only prolonged the torture. He served the bacon and eggs, accepted his single piece of dry toast, and retreated to his cupboard to wait out the storm of preparations for Dudley's special day. Except things didn't go according to plan. Mrs. Figg broke her leg. Aunt Marge was busy with her dogs. Every alternative caretaker Vernon and Petunia could think of was mysteriously unavailable, and they couldn't very well leave Harry alone in the house. He might do something. "You'll come with us," Vernon finally snarled, as if it were Harry's fault. "But one word, boy. One hint of your freakishness, and you'll wish you'd never been born." Harry seriously doubted he could wish that any more than he already did. The zoo was crowded with families, children screaming and laughing, parents looking exhausted but fond. Harry drifted at the edge of the Dursley group, maintaining the careful distance of someone who'd learned exactly how close was too close, watching Dudley and his friend Piers Polkiss gorge themselves on ice cream and complain about the animals being boring. He felt strange. Off balance. The dreams had left a residue behind, a film of otherness over everything, and he kept catching himself looking at things, shadows, reflections, the strange way light moved through the reptile house, as if expecting them to mean something. The reptile house was cool and dim, glass cases lining the walls, sleeping serpents curled on heated rocks. Dudley and Piers rushed ahead, pressing their faces to the glass, banging on the exhibits to try and make the animals move. Harry hung back. He always felt odd around snakes, not uncomfortable, exactly, but aware in a way he didn't feel with other animals. One tank caught his attention. It held a massive boa constrictor, coiled in lazy loops, its scales gleaming bronze and brown in the artificial light. The card beside the tank read boa constrictor, Brazil. "Move!" Dudley ordered, shoving Harry aside to press his nose against the glass. "Do something." The snake didn't move. "Move." "Nothing." "Boring." Dudley waddled off to torment other exhibits. Harry stayed where he was, something making him linger, and the snake opened one eye to look at him. That's what I deal with every day, Harry thought, not really thinking, just feeling a kind of kinship. People yelling at you to perform. Never getting a moment's peace. The snake's eye widened. And then it did something impossible. It nodded. Harry felt his heart skip. He glanced around, no one was watching. Dudley and Piers were across the hall, and looked back at the snake. Can you understand me?" The snake nodded again. It raised its head, and Harry could have sworn there was intelligence in its gaze, not just animal awareness but something knowing. "You're from Brazil?" Harry asked, feeling foolish but unable to stop himself. The snake jerked its head toward the card, and Harry read more carefully. This specimen was bred in captivity. "So you've never been to Brazil?" "That's... I'm sorry." The snake seemed to shrug, a ripple of muscle that traveled down its entire length. "I know how that feels," Harry said softly. "Being stuck somewhere you don't belong. Never being able to. What are you doing?" Dudley slammed into Harry, knocking him to the ground, pressing his face against the glass. "Are you talking to Argh?" The glass vanished. One moment it was there, solid and real, and the next it simply wasn't, and Dudley tumbled forward into the exhibit with a splash of water and a shriek of pure terror. The snake slithered out, pausing beside Harry for just a moment. "Thanks, amigo," it hissed, and Harry understood it perfectly, the words clear as spoken English. "Brazil, here I come." And then it was gone, winding through the screaming crowd toward the exit, and Harry was left staring at where the glass had been, his mind churning with questions he couldn't answer. The drive back to Privet Drive was silent in a way that promised violence. Vernon's hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. Petunia kept twisting in her seat to check on Dudley, who was wrapped in a zoo blanket and making the most of his shock with dramatic shivering. Harry sat very still, waiting for the explosion. It came when they got home. "Cupboard!" Vernon roared, his face the color of raw steak. "Now! No food. No water. I'll deal with you when I've calmed down, boy, and you'd better pray that happens soon." The cupboard door slammed. The lock clicked. Harry sat in the darkness, knees drawn to his chest, and tried to understand what had happened. The glass hadn't broken. It had simply ceased to exist, erased as cleanly as if it had never been there at all. And the snake had spoken to him, actually spoken, in words Harry understood as easily as breathing. Strange things happen around Harry Potter. But this was different. This wasn't hair growing back or ending up on roofs. This was deliberate, somehow. He'd wanted the glass gone, hadn't been consciously aware of it, but there'd been a flash of anger when Dudley shoved him, a hot bright wanting that surged up from somewhere deep in his chest. And then it happened. "You could have chosen me." The words came from nowhere, a whisper in his mind, and Harry flinched. It was the woman from his dreams, the dark-haired woman on the cliff, her voice carrying echoes of storms and ancient grudges. "You should have chosen me, my love. And now look at you. Locked in a cupboard like a common child. Is this really the life you wanted?" "I'm not your anything," Harry muttered, and he didn't know why he was responding, didn't know why he felt so certain that this wasn't just his imagination playing tricks. The voice laughed, soft and cruel. "Not yet. But you're starting to remember, aren't you? The dreams. The power. The weight of ages pressing against the inside of your skull. You can't hide from who you are, Merlin. Not forever. Not from me." Harry's blood went cold. Merlin. It was just a name. A legend. A story he'd read about in school, the wizard from King Arthur's court, the greatest sorcerer who ever lived. It wasn't real. Except the dreams. The golden king with the too heavy crown. The round table. The sense of remembering rather than imagining. "I sealed you away," Harry said, and the words came from somewhere else, somewhere ancient and iron-sure. 1,000 years ago. "You can't be here." Silence. Then the voice again, but different now. Surprised, almost delighted. "You do remember. More than I expected. How delightful. How useful. We'll speak again, my dear old friend. Very soon." And then it was gone, leaving Harry alone in the dark with a headache building behind his eyes and a terrible suspicion forming in his mind. He wasn't strange. He wasn't a freak. He wasn't broken or wrong or any of the other things the Dursleys had spent 10 years calling him. He was something else. And whatever that something was, it was waking up. The days that followed were a blur of cupboard darkness and hunger and dreams that grew sharper with each passing night. Harry saw more now. Not just fragments but sequences, whole scenes playing out behind his closed eyes like films from some impossibly distant past. A tower of crystal, rising from a mist-shrouded lake. A sword pulled from stone, the crowd's roar deafening. A battlefield slick with blood, and him walking through it untouched, power crackling from his fingertips. The Golden King, Arthur, always Arthur, laughing, fighting, dying. And always, always, the dark-haired woman. Morgan. Morgan Le Fay. His student, his failure, his greatest mistake. You loved her, his dreaming mind supplied, pulling up memories that shouldn't exist. Once, before she chose ambition over everything else. Before she decided that ruling was more important than serving. Before she tried to tear down everything you built. Harry woke in his cupboard, gasping, and knew with absolute certainty that these weren't dreams at all. They were memories. He was Merlin. Or had been. Or, some part of him was, buried deep, sealed away, now clawing its way toward consciousness like a drowning man toward air. It was impossible. It was insane. It was, a letter dropped through the mail slot with a soft thwick. Harry heard it distantly, still caught in the web of half-remembered lives. He heard Uncle Vernon's grunt, the rustle of paper, and then, Petunia. The roar shook the house. Harry heard heavy footsteps, his aunt's startled exclamation, and then furious whispering that lasted nearly an hour before his cupboard door was wrenched open. Out, Vernon said, his face purple. Now. They moved him upstairs that night. Dudley's second bedroom, the one stuffed with broken toys and discarded junk. It wasn't kindness, Harry could see that immediately from the look in Vernon's eyes, the way Petunia kept twisting her hands together. They were scared. Whatever had been in that letter had frightened them badly enough to give up their precious cupboard under the stairs storage, and Harry burned to know what it said. He found out soon enough. The letters kept coming. Different addresses, the cupboard under the stairs, then his new room, then names and locations so specific they could only mean one thing: someone was watching. Someone knew exactly where Harry was, exactly how he was treated, exactly when the Dursleys tried to burn or hide or escape the inexorable paper tide. Vernon grew increasingly unhinged. He boarded up the mail slot. He burned every letter that made it through. Finally, in a fit of paranoid desperation, he loaded the whole family into the car and drove. And drove. And drove. They ended up in a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea, waves crashing against the walls, wind howling like something alive. Vernon's eyes were wild with triumph, as if he'd outrun whatever forces were arrayed against them. No post on Sundays, he said, again and again, like a prayer. No post on Sundays. Harry lay on the floor of the shack, wrapped in Dudley's old blanket, watching his watch count down toward midnight. Toward his birthday. Toward something, he was increasingly certain, that was going to change everything. The dreams were constant now, even when he was awake. Flashes of crystal towers and round tables, of dragons and enchanted swords, of a woman's cruel smile and a king's golden laugh. His head throbbed with the weight of memories that weren't his, or that were, depending on how you looked at it. "You're almost ready," Morgan's voice whispered, and for once it wasn't mocking. It sounded almost anticipatory. "Almost there, my love. One more step. One more," boom. The door of the shack exploded inward. The giant who stood in the doorway was, quite simply, the largest human being Harry had ever seen. He had to duck to fit through the shattered frame, his wild black beard dripping with sea spray, his eyes small and dark and kind in a face like a weathered cliff. "Sorry 'bout that," he said, gesturing vaguely at the ruined door. "Been tryin' ter get to ya fair days, Harry. But here I am," and he stopped. His eyes had found Harry, lying on the floor with his blanket, and something in his face shifted. "Blimey," he breathed. "Ye've got her eyes. Lily's eyes." Harry sat up slowly. Behind him, he could hear the Dursleys scrambling in the other room, Vernon's spluttering outrage mixing with Petunia's shrill panic. "Who are you?" Harry asked, and his voice was steadier than he expected. "Rubeus Hagrid," the giant said, recovering himself. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. But ye know about Hogwarts, of course." "No." Hagrid's face went through a complicated journey of expressions. Confusion, then disbelief, then a mounting anger that wasn't directed at Harry at all. "They didn't, "Ye mean ter say ye don't know?" "Know what?" The anger solidified into something like grief. Hagrid looked at Harry, thin, small, dressed in rags, his eyes too old for his face, and his massive hands clenched at his sides. "Harry," he said, and his voice was rough. "You're a wizard." The words hung in the air. Behind them, Vernon came storming in, dressed in his nightshirt, brandishing a rifle that shook in his hands. "I demand you leave at once." "This is breaking and entering." Hagrid reached over, grabbed the rifle barrel, and bent it into a pretzel shape with about as much effort as Harry would need to tie his shoes. Vernon went white. "Shut up, Dursley." Hagrid's voice was cold in a way it hadn't been a moment before. "Ye great prune. Keepin' Harry locked in a cupboard, not tellin' him about his birthright, we swore we'd stamp it out of him." Petunia's voice came from the bedroom doorway, shrill with old fear. "We swore when we took him in we'd put a stop to all that, stamp it out." Hagrid looked genuinely bewildered. "Ye can't stamp magic out of a wizard. Any more than ye could stamp out his bones. It's part of him." "Magic," Harry said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. "Magic," he repeated. "That's what I am. That's what the strange things are. The glass at the zoo, my hair growing back, ending up on the roof, all perfectly normal for a young wizard," Hagrid said, nodding. "Accidental magic, we call it. But yeah, should have been told years ago. Should have been prepared." "Harry," he crossed to where Harry sat and crouched down, putting himself at eye level. "Your parents were some of the finest magical people I ever knew. James and Lily Potter. They didn't die in a car crash like these." He shot a disgusted look at the Dursleys. "Like these people told ya. They were killed. Murdered. By the darkest wizard of the age." The shack had gone very quiet. Even the storm outside seemed to be listening. "Who?" Harry asked. Hagrid shuddered. "We don't say his name. Most people don't, anyway. He was evil, Harry. Pure evil. Wanted to take over the wizarding world, make himself supreme. Killed anyone who stood in his way. And your parents, they stood in his way. They fought him. And they lost. They died protectin', yeah." Hagrid's voice was thick with emotion. "He came fair, yeah, Harry. Came to kill, yeah, after he'd done your parents. But something happened. Something no one's ever been able to explain. His killin' curse, the worst curse there is, it bounced off, yeah. Hit him instead. Left, yeah, with nothin' but that scar, and him, gone. Destroyed, most people say, though there's some that wonder." Harry's hand went to his forehead, to the lightning bolt scar he'd had as long as he could remember. The scar that ached after dreams, that throbbed when strange things happened. "Why?" he asked. "Why did his curse bounce off me?" Hagrid spread his massive hands. "No one knows. That's why you're famous, Harry. Everyone in the wizarding world knows your name. The boy who lived. The one who stopped you know who. Famous." Harry turned the word over in his mind, finding it strange and ill-fitting. He'd spent his whole life being invisible, being nothing, and now this stranger was telling him he was famous. But underneath the strangeness, something else was stirring. A kind of recognition. A sense that these revelations weren't new information but confirmation of things he'd always known on some level, buried beneath the surface of his conscious mind. Magic exists. Magic is real. Magic is me. And deeper still, in that place where the dreams came from, another thought, I've known this before. Done this before. Been something far greater than a boy who survived a curse. Hagrid, Harry said slowly. Has there ever been, do wizards believe in reincarnation? Hagrid blinked. That's a strange question for your first night knowin' about magic. Maybe. Harry met the giant's eyes, and something in his gaze made Hagrid's breath catch. "But I've been having dreams. Memories of things I never experienced. A great hall with a round table. A king with a golden crown. A woman with dark hair who I sealed away somewhere, a long time ago." The shack was very, very quiet. "Merlin's beard," Hagrid whispered, and then he laughed nervously. "Just an expression, that. We say it all the time, don't mean anything by it, Merlin," Harry said. "Tell me about him." "The greatest wizard who ever lived." Hagrid's voice had gone strange, almost reverent. "1,000 years ago, maybe more. They say he could do things no one's done since. Bend reality itself to his will. Some of the oldest magical families claim descent from him, though there's no proof of any of it." Harry nodded slowly. The pieces were falling into place, clicking together with the inevitability of a puzzle solving itself. "And Morgan Le Fay?" Hagrid went pale. "Where'd ye hear that name?" "In my dreams. She was his student, wasn't she? Before she turned against him. Before he sealed her away. Old stories." Hagrid's voice was barely above a whisper. "Dark stories. Not the kind of thing ye should be. What happened to her? No one knows fair sure. The histories say Merlin defeated her, trapped her somewhere, but the details got lost. Most people don't even believe she was real anymore. Just a story to scare children." Harry looked out the window at the storm-tossed sea, at the lightning dancing across the waves, and he thought about a cliff top and a woman's cruel smile and a curse that would outlast empires. "She's real," he said. "And she's coming back. I don't know how I know that, but I do." Hagrid stared at him. The Dursleys, forgotten in the corner, huddled together like sheep facing a wolf. "Harry," Hagrid said slowly, I think we'd better get ye to Hogwarts." The next morning dawned grey and cold, the storm spent but not forgotten. Hagrid conjured a boat from somewhere, Harry didn't see how, though he suspected magic was involved, and they set off across the water toward the mainland, leaving the Dursleys stranded in their shack. "They'll manage," Hagrid said when Harry asked. "Boat'll come fair, in a day or two. Meanwhile, ye've got shopping to do." "Shopping? Fair school, oh, course. Books, robes, wand, can't be a proper wizard without a wand, can ye?" Harry thought about the glass at the zoo, vanishing without him lifting a finger, and wondered if that was strictly true. But he kept the thought to himself. They took a train to London, Harry pressing his face to the window like the child he technically was, watching the countryside blur past. The dreams had receded for now, but he could feel them lurking at the edges of his consciousness, waiting for him to sleep again. London was overwhelming, noise and people and more cars than Harry had ever seen in his life. Hagrid led him through the crowds with the ease of long practice, finally stopping outside a dingy pub that most people seemed to be walking right past without noticing. "The Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid announced. "Gateway to Diagon Alley, this is." Inside, the pub was dim and smoky, filled with people in strange clothes who all turned to stare as Hagrid ducked through the doorway. The bartender looked up, started to nod, and then froze. "Bless my soul," he breathed. "Is that, Hagrid, is that Harry Potter?" The silence that fell was absolute. And then the pub erupted. Harry found himself surrounded, hands reaching to shake his, voices falling over each other in their eagerness to greet him, to touch him, as if some of his survival might rub off. "Mr. Potter, such an honor, Doris Crockford, so pleased, I've read all about you, of course, welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back," it was overwhelming. Harry felt his carefully constructed walls cracking under the onslaught of attention, of wanting, all these strangers desperate for something he didn't know how to give. Then Hagrid's massive hand landed on his shoulder, and the giant steered him toward the back of the pub with cheerful determination. All right, let the boy through. He's got shopping to do." They emerged into a small courtyard, empty except for a dustbin and a brick wall. Hagrid pulled out a pink umbrella, Harry decided not to ask, and tapped a sequence of bricks. The wall opened. Harry had known magic was real. He'd been told, and on some deep level he'd always known anyway. But watching that wall fold back on itself, revealing a street that shouldn't exist, couldn't exist, was impossibly and wonderfully there. "Welcome," Hagrid said, "to Diagon Alley." The next few hours passed in a haze of wonder. Gringotts, the wizard bank, run by goblins who counted gold and regarded Harry with knowing eyes that made him uncomfortable. His vault was piled with coins, more money than he'd ever imagined owning, the legacy of parents he'd never known. Madame Malkins, for robes that adjusted themselves to fit him perfectly, handled by a bustling witch who muttered about growth spurts and proper young wizard. Flourish and blots, for books that Harry had to restrain himself from buying in quantities that would have bankrupted him. The titles alone made his heart race: A History of Magic, Magical Theory, The Standard Book of Spells. And then, finally, Ollivanders. The shop was narrow and cramped, dust motes dancing in the single beam of light that filtered through a grimy window. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with long, thin boxes, and the air itself seemed to hum with potential. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, and Harry spun to find a pale man with silvery eyes watching him from the shadows. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. You have your mother's eyes." "Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "Because it's true." Ollivander moved closer, his gaze unsettlingly intense. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. Your mother's was 10¼ inches, willow, quite swishy. Good for charm work." He paused. "Your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." Another pause, longer this time. "The wand that gave you that scar, 13½ inches, you, Phoenix Feathercore. A powerful wand, in the wrong hands." His silver eyes met Harry's green ones. "I expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." The person who owned that wand did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry didn't respond. Something was building in his chest, a pressure that had nothing to do with Ollivander's words and everything to do with the thousands of wands surrounding them, the concentrated potential of all that magical wood and core. "Well, then." Ollivander pulled a tape measure from his pocket. "Let's find you a wand." "Which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed." The tape measure began moving on its own, measuring distances that seemed increasingly irrelevant, the span of Harry's nostrils, the circumference of his kneecap. Ollivander was pulling boxes from shelves with increasing speed, muttering under his breath. "Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible." Harry took it and waved. Nothing happened. "No, no, definitely not." Ollivander snatched it back. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." The window behind them cracked. Closer, perhaps, but no. More boxes, more wands. Harry lost count after 15. Each one felt wrong in his hand, too heavy, too light, too something. And the pressure in his chest kept building. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he didn't seem disappointed. If anything, he looked delighted. "Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match." Harry set down the latest failure, willow and unicorn hair, 10 inches, and the pressure reached a breaking point. "No," he said. Ollivander froze. "I'm sorry. None of these are right." Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears, deeper, older. "They can't be. You're looking for a wand to choose me. That is rather how it works, Mr. Potter." "Not this time." Harry held out his hand, palm up, and reached. "Not for the shelves. Not for any of the boxed wands waiting to be tested." He reached deeper. Past the physical space of the shop, past the ordinary rules of magic that governed wands and wizards, down into the bedrock of magical law itself. And something answered. The wand appeared in his palm with no fanfare, no flash of light. One moment his hand was empty and the next it held a length of pale wood, almost white, carved with symbols that seemed to shift when you looked at them directly. Ollivander made a sound like a wounded animal. That's... His voice cracked. That's not... I didn't make that. Harry examined the wand. It felt like holding a piece of himself, not a tool but an extension, as natural as his own fingers. The symbols along its length were familiar, though he couldn't have said how. Elder, he said softly. 13 inches. Thestral hair core, I think, or something like it. How do you know that? Harry looked up at the wand maker, and for a moment Ollivander saw something looking back at him that wasn't an 11-year-old boy at all. Something ancient and vast and terrifyingly aware. Because I made it, Harry said. A very long time ago. The silence stretched. Then Ollivander did something Harry didn't expect. He bowed, deeply, formally, the kind of bow you gave to royalty. Welcome back, he whispered. My lord. Hagrid noticed the change immediately. That wand, he said, staring at it as they emerged from the shop. Harry, where'd that come from? I've never seen anything like it. Neither has Mr. Ollivander. Harry slipped the wand into his sleeve, feeling it settle against his forearm like it belonged there. I'll tell you about it sometime. But not today. Harry, today, I need a trunk for my school things. And possibly an owl, if you think that's appropriate. Hagrid studied him for a long moment, then shook his massive head. You're a strange one, Harry Potter. But then, I suppose the boy who lived was never gonna be ordinary, was he? You have no idea, Harry thought. The owl he chose was snowy white, beautiful and fierce, her amber eyes meeting his with an intelligence that reminded him of the snake at the zoo. He named her Hedwig, after a saint he remembered from another life, and she seemed to approve. By the time they were done, the sun was setting and Harry's trunk was packed with enough supplies for a year at Hogwarts. Hagrid handed him a train ticket, platform 9 3/4, September 1st, and looked at him with something like concern. You'll be all right, won't ya? Gettin' to King's Cross. I'll manage. If the Dursleys give ya any trouble, they won't. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. I won't be giving them the opportunity. Hagrid nodded slowly. Well, then. I'll see ya at Hogwarts, Harry. And, whatever's goin' on with ya, whatever those dreams mean, ya can talk to Dumbledore about it. He's the headmaster, greatest wizard of the age. If anyone can help ya figure things out, it's him. Dumbledore. Harry filed the name away. Thank you, Hagrid. For everything. Don't mention it. The giant's eyes were suspiciously bright. Just, be careful, all right? The world's dangerous, even fair someone famous as you. Harry thought about Morgan's voice in his dreams, the darkness gathering at the edges of his newly awakened memories, the wars that were coming whether he wanted them or not. I know, he said. That's why I have to be ready. September 1st arrived faster than Harry expected. The weeks at Privet Drive had passed in a strange kind of truce. The Dursleys were terrified of him now, they'd heard the stories Hagrid let slip, seen the wand he couldn't entirely hide, and whatever threats Vernon had been planning died unspoken behind his small, frightened eyes. Harry spent most of his time reading his new textbooks, absorbing information that felt less like learning and more like remembering. The magic described in magical theory was familiar, the spells in the standard book of spells almost laughably simple. He could feel the knowledge integrating with whatever was waking up inside him, merging and strengthening until the boundaries between Harry Potter and Merlin Ambrosius grew increasingly blurred. The dreams continued. He saw more of his previous life now, not just the dramatic moments but the quiet ones. Teaching a young Arthur to read. Laughing with knights around the round table. Standing at the edge of a battlefield, knowing that his power could end the war but also end his king's chance at true glory. And Morgan. Always Morgan. The brilliant student who became the deadliest enemy. The woman he'd loved, once, in the way you love a kindred spirit, not romantically, but with a bond deeper than romance. The bond of shared power, shared understanding, shared loneliness in a world that feared what they could do. You could have chosen me, her voice echoed, and he felt again the weight of that decision, the moment when he'd realized her path led only to destruction and he couldn't follow. King's Cross Station was crowded with muggles, ordinary people, he corrected himself, though the word felt strange, rushing to catch trains to ordinary places. Harry pushed his trolley through the masses, Hedwig hooting indignantly at the noise, until he found Platform 9. And Platform 10. But nothing in between. First year. Harry turned. A plump woman with red hair was smiling at him, surrounded by a small army of children with hair the same bright shade. Two of them were older, probably twins, with identical mischievous grins. One was Harry's age, thin and gangly and looking slightly overwhelmed. Platform 9 3/4 is a bit tricky the first time, the woman said kindly. Just watch Fred and George. One of the twins winked at Harry, then took off at a run toward the solid brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10. And vanished. Whoa, Harry breathed, and it was genuine, even with everything he knew, even with memories of magic that moved mountains, there was something delightful about watching a teenager sprint through solid matter. Go on, then. The woman gestured encouragingly. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Harry wasn't nervous. He was curious. He aimed his trolley at the barrier, took a breath, and walked forward. The magic felt different from what he'd experienced before, not the raw power of his awakening abilities but something structured, architectural. A permanent enchantment, layered into the station's foundation, hiding an entire platform in plain sight. He could feel the spell's edges as he passed through it, could sense how it worked, and filed the knowledge away for later examination. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Families everywhere, tearful goodbyes mixing with excited chatter, a gleaming scarlet locomotive steaming gently at the platform's edge. Hogwarts Express, a sign proclaimed, and Harry felt something in his chest ease at the sight of it. This was real. This was happening. He was going to a school for wizards, where he could learn to control his power, where he might find answers to questions he'd been carrying for 11 years. Or maybe, a deeper part of him whispered, where he could finally start rebuilding what Morgan had torn down. Need help with your trunk? It was the red-haired boy from the platform, the thin one Harry's age. Up close, he had a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression of eager friendliness that made Harry instinctively wary. I can manage, thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Are you really? I mean, do you have the, he gestured vaguely at his forehead. Harry sighed and lifted his fringe, revealing the lightning bolt scar. Wicked, Ron breathed. I mean, sorry, it's just, you're famous, mate. Everyone knows about you. So I've been told. They found a compartment together, mostly because Ron seemed harmless enough and Harry was tired of being alone. The train pulled away from the platform, and Harry watched London give way to countryside, green hills rolling past the window like waves. What house do you reckon you'll be in? Ron asked, already halfway through a pile of snacks. I'll probably be Gryffindor, all my family's been, going back ages. It'd be awful to be the first Weasley in Slytherin. Why? Why? Because Slytherin's where all the dark wizards come from. You know who was a Slytherin. Harry thought about Morgan Le Fay, who had been nothing like a Slytherin, and about darkness that had nothing to do with what house you were sorted into. I don't think it's that simple, he said. Course it is. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the, everyone else, and Slytherin for the evil gits. There's no way a 1,000-year-old school has lasted this long with a quarter of its students being evil gits. Someone would have noticed. Ron looked at him strangely. You talk different than other kids. I've had an unusual upbringing. Their conversation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open. A bushy-haired girl with slightly large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her school robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Ron shook his head. Harry studied her, seeing intelligence in her eyes and a kind of desperate eagerness to please that was familiar in a way he couldn't quite place. What's your name? He asked. Hermione Granger. And you're Harry Potter. I read about you in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century and Modern Magical History. Do you know you're in all of them? I'm aware. She peered at him. You don't seem very excited about it. Would you be excited about being famous for something you don't remember doing? Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and tilted her head. That's, actually a fair point. I hadn't thought about it that way. Most people don't. She lingered in the doorway, clearly wanting to continue the conversation but uncertain if she was welcome. Harry made a decision. Sit down, if you like. Ron was just explaining the house system. Oh, I know all about that. I've read Hogwarts, a history, really. Harry leaned forward. Does it mention the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione's eyes went wide. How do you know about that? Lucky guess. Tell me everything. They talked for hours. Hermione had read everything she could get her hands on about the wizarding world, and her memory was genuinely impressive. She could quote passages verbatim, cross-reference texts, draw connections between disparate sources. Ron looked increasingly lost, but Harry found himself enjoying the conversation in a way he hadn't expected. This girl was sharp. Raw intellect, barely honed but brimming with potential. With the right guidance, the right challenges. Like teaching Morgan, a traitorous part of his mind whispered, and he pushed the thought away. Hermione wasn't Morgan. No one was. He wouldn't make the same mistakes. We should change into our robes, Hermione said eventually, glancing out the window at the darkening sky. We must be nearly there. She was right. By the time they were changed, the train was slowing, pulling into a station that served a village Harry didn't recognize. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed through the crowd, and Harry felt a surge of genuine affection. The giant was standing at the far end of the platform, holding a lantern that made his wild beard look like a small forest fire. All right there, Harry. All right, Hagrid. They followed him down a narrow path toward what he promised was a grand view, and when they emerged from the trees, Harry understood. Hogwarts. It rose from the far shore of a vast black lake, towers and turrets lit by 1,000 windows, every angle impossibly beautiful. The castle gleamed against the night sky like something from a dream, and Harry had dreamed of many things, but nothing quite like this. No. Wait. That wasn't quite true. Deep in his memories, below the dreams of Camelot and Morgan and Arthur's golden crown, there was something older. A crystal tower rising from mist. A place where magic lived and breathed and taught. I've built something like this before, he realized. Before Hogwarts. Before Britain. Before almost everything. But Hogwarts was different. Hogwarts was now. And whatever he'd been in the past, this was where his future would begin. The boats carried them across the lake, 4 to a boat, magically propelled, and Harry shared with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy named Neville who'd finally found his toad. Up close, the castle was even more impressive, its walls humming with enchantments layered so deep Harry could barely sense where one ended and another began. Heads down. Hagrid called, and they passed through a curtain of ivy into a hidden harbor beneath the cliff. From there, it was stone stairs and echoing corridors, until they emerged into a chamber where a stern witch in emerald robes was waiting. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here. The witch was Professor McGonagall, and she explained the sorting ceremony with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd done this many times before. For houses, named for the founders, assigned based on qualities and preferences. Nothing Harry hadn't already gathered from Ron and Hermione's conversation. But something about her words nagged at him. Something about the method. "How are we sorted?" he asked. McGonagall looked at him, and something in her expression shifted slightly, surprise, maybe, at a first year asking questions. "You'll see in a moment, Mr. Potter. The sorting hat will, the sorting hat. A magical artifact created by the founders. It reads your mind and determines the best house for you." Reads your mind. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the stone walls. 1,000 years ago, give or take, Merlin Ambrosius had sealed Morgan Le Fay away. He'd used everything he had, power, knowledge, his own life force, to create a prison that would hold her until the stars burned out. But prisons could be broken. Seals could crack. And if something got into Harry's head, something with the ability to read. "Is there a problem, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked at McGonagall, then at the doors behind her, where the Great Hall and his future waited. "No," he said. "No problem at all." He would face the hat. He would let it into his mind. And he would find out, one way or another, what happened when a magical artifact designed to sort children encountered memories of a 1,000-year-old war. The Great Hall was a sea of faces and floating candles, the ceiling enchanted to mirror the star-strewn sky outside. For long tables stretched toward a raised dais where the teachers sat, and in front of that dais, on a wooden stool, rested a hat. It was old. Patched and frayed and pointed, the kind of thing you'd find in a costume shop rather than a 1,000-year-old magical school. But Harry could feel the power radiating from it, ancient enchantments, densely layered, the concentrated work of 4 of the greatest wizards of their age. He watched the sorting begin. Students called one by one, the hat placed on their heads, shouts of house names ringing through the hall. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, looking relieved. Neville, after a long pause, joined her. The blonde boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, Harry had learned, was Slytherin before the hat fully touched his head. "Potter, Harry." The whispers started immediately. "Potter? The Harry Potter? The boy who lived, did you see his scar?" Harry walked to the stool, feeling 1,000 eyes on him, and sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his mind. "What do we have here?" Harry felt the hat's presence brushing against his thoughts, seeking the surface memories that would guide its decision. But those weren't the only things waiting in his head. "Difficult," the hat murmured. "Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself interesting." It pushed deeper. And stopped. What is this?" The memories surged up like a wave, breaking against the hat's consciousness with the force of 1,000 years. Camelot's fall. Arthur's death. Morgan's betrayal. Wars and wonders and the terrible weight of power that could reshape the world. "You're..." The hat's voice was shaking now. "You're not, you can't be." "I am what I am," Harry thought at it, and the thought carried all the authority of ages. "And you're going to keep it to yourself." "But the headmaster, he should know, the danger, the headmaster will learn what I choose to tell him, when I choose to tell him." "That's not your decision to make. You don't understand. The seal, I can feel it in you, it's weakening. I know." The force of it made the hat recoil. Harry felt its ancient intelligence cowering, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of what it had encountered. "What do you want?" it whispered finally. "I want to be sorted. Fairly. Based on who I am now, not who I was." A long pause. "You could be great in any house. Your cunning would make you a legend in Slytherin. Your wisdom would elevate Ravenclaw beyond anything it's been. Hufflepuff's loyalty would flourish under your leadership. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor requires courage. The courage to face impossible odds. The courage to stand against darkness even when hope seems lost. Another pause. You have that courage. You've had it since before this school existed. Then put me there. You're certain? I'm certain. Very well. But know this, young old one, I cannot keep what I've seen to myself forever. The magic that made me demands honesty with the headmaster, eventually. You have until the end of the year before I must speak. Use that time wisely. I intend to. The hat drew back from his mind. Harry felt it gathering itself, preparing to announce, and then something happened. Later, Harry would try to explain it and fail. The best he could manage was that the hat reached, stretching toward some dimension of magic that shouldn't exist, and the thing it found there answered. Light exploded through the great hall. Harry felt something materialize in his hand, cold metal, perfectly balanced, thrumming with power that made his wand seem like a candle beside a bonfire. A sword. The sword, he realized with a shock that wasn't really shock at all, more like recognition, homecoming, the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place. The sword of Gryffindor blazed in his grip, its rubies catching the candlelight, its blade reflecting fire that came from somewhere other than the floating flames above. The hat tumbled from his head, and Harry rose to his feet without meaning to, the sword raised before him like a beacon. The great hall had gone utterly silent. Professor McGonagall's face was white. The other teachers were frozen, staring. At the center of the head table, an old man with a long silver beard leaned forward, his blue eyes wide behind half-moon spectacles. And Harry stood there, 11 years old and ancient beyond counting, a king's sword in his hand and a sorcerer's power singing in his blood. Gryffindor, he said, and his voice carried to every corner of the hall. I believe. He lowered the sword. The light faded. The blade vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving nothing behind but the memory of its weight in his palm. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the Gryffindor table erupted. Cheering, stamping, the Weasley twins leading a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that shook the rafters. Harry walked to the table in a daze, sat down between Hermione and Neville, and tried to remember how to breathe. What, Hermione whispered, her face pale but her eyes bright with fascination, was that? Harry looked at her. At Neville, who was staring at him like he'd grown a second head. At the great hall full of witches and wizards who had just watched an 11-year-old pull a legendary artifact from a hat that was never meant to contain it. I'll explain later, he said. I promise. It wasn't a lie. He would explain, eventually, to the right people. But not now. Not tonight. Tonight, he was going to eat dinner, go to his dormitory, and try to process the fact that his life had just changed in ways even he couldn't fully predict. The dreams were over. The waiting was over. The war for the future had officially begun. Deep beneath the castle, in chambers that no student had walked in centuries, something stirred. The wards that guarded Hogwarts were ancient and powerful, but they had been designed to keep dangers out, not to contain what was already within. And the thing that rested in the darkness beneath the dungeons had been there since the beginning, since before the founders built their school above its sleeping form. It felt the pulse of power from the great hall. Felt the swords awakening, the old magic answering a call it had waited centuries to hear. He's here, it thought, though thought wasn't quite the right word. He's finally come back. And in the prison between worlds, where time moved like honey and hatred had 1,000 years to ferment, Morgan Le Fay opened her eyes. Finally, she whispered, and her voice echoed through dimensions, reaching into dreams and dark places and the cracks in reality that her consciousness had slowly been widening. Hello again, old friend. Did you think 1,000 years would be enough? I've been waiting. Her laughter filled the void. The game was beginning again. And this time, she had no intention of losing. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Echoes of Camelot. The Gryffindor common room was a riot of scarlet and gold, packed with students who seemed far more interested in staring at Harry than in celebrating the start of term. He sat in an armchair by the fire, trying to project an air of calm normalcy while his mind raced through the implications of what had happened in the Great Hall. The sword had come to him. The Sword of Gryffindor, according to the whispered conversations he'd overheard, a legendary artifact that hadn't been seen in living memory, summoned by a first-year who shouldn't have known it existed. Except Harry did know. He knew the blade's weight, its balance, the way its magic sang in harmony with his own. He knew because he'd held it before, a very long time ago, when it had gone by a different name. Caliban, his memories supplied. The Sword of Selection. Before Arthur drew it from the stone, before Excalibur was forged in its image, there was Caliban, and I made it. The realization should have been staggering. Instead, it felt like puzzle pieces clicking into place, the culmination of weeks of dreams and fragmented memories finally resolving into something coherent. He was Merlin. Or had been. Or some essential part of him still was, buried beneath 11 years of cupboard darkness and deadly cruelty, now clawing its way back toward the light. Harry? Hermione's voice cut through his reverie. She was perched on the arm of a nearby chair, her expression a complicated mixture of curiosity and concern. You've been staring at the fire for 20 minutes. Have I? Harry blinked, forcing himself back to the present. Sorry. It's been a lot. I'll say. She glanced around, making sure no one was close enough to overhear. The other students had mostly drifted off to their dormitories, leaving the common room relatively quiet. That sword, Harry. I've read about it. The Sword of Gryffindor is supposed to appear only to a true Gryffindor in a moment of desperate need. But you weren't in danger. You were just being sworded. Maybe the hat felt desperate, Harry said, and the joke fell flat even to his own ears. Hermione wasn't smiling. What happened? When the hat was on your head, you were under there for almost 5 minutes. Most sortings take seconds. Harry considered lying. It would be easy enough, claim confusion, play the overwhelmed first year, let her assumptions fill in the gaps. But something about Hermione's intensity, the fierce intelligence behind her eyes, made him pause. She reminded him of someone. Not Morgan, nothing so dramatic, but someone from his fragmented memories. A scholar, perhaps, or an advisor. Someone who asked hard questions and demanded real answers. Can you keep a secret? He asked. Of course. I mean a real secret. The kind that could change everything if it got out. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't look away. I can keep a secret. Harry believed her. Which was either wisdom or folly, and he wasn't sure which. The hat found something in my head, he said slowly. Memories that don't belong to an 11-year-old. A whole life, maybe more than one, that I lived before. I don't understand all of it yet. But the sword recognized me. That's why it came. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Harry could practically see the gears turning in her mind, processing, analyzing, searching for a framework that could accommodate what he was telling her. Reincarnation, she said finally. You're talking about reincarnation. Something like that. That's. Harry, that's not supposed to be possible. I've read about it, theoretical treatises, mostly, dismissed by serious magical scholars as wishful thinking. The soul moves on after death. It doesn't circle back. Most souls don't. Harry met her gaze steadily. Most souls haven't done what mine did. What did yours do? He thought about Morgan. About the seal. About the choice he'd made on that cliff top, binding himself to an eternal vigil that even death couldn't end. I made a promise, he said. A long time ago. And apparently, I'm still keeping it. Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but footsteps on the stairs made them both look up. Neville Longbottom was descending from the boys' dormitory, his round face pale in the firelight. "I couldn't sleep," he said apologetically. "Too much excitement, I suppose." Harry studied him, the nervous shuffle, the hunched shoulders, the way his eyes darted around the room as if expecting criticism. This was a boy who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't good enough, that he was a disappointment, that the magic in his blood was somehow lesser than it should be. "I know that feeling," Harry thought. "I know what it's like to be made small." "Join us," he said, gesturing to an empty chair. "We were just talking." "About the sword?" Neville's voice dropped to a whisper, as if the word itself was dangerous. "Everyone's talking about it. Percy Weasley told the twins it hasn't appeared in over 100 years. "Longer than that," Harry said. "Much longer." He didn't know why he was doing this, drawing these two into his confidence, laying breadcrumbs that could lead to revelations he wasn't ready to make. But something in him recognized potential when he saw it. Hermione's brilliant mind. Neville's buried courage. Raw material that could become something extraordinary, given the right cultivation. "I'm thinking like a teacher again," he realized. "Like a mentor. Like Merlin. I'm going to tell you both something," he said, "and I need you to understand that it can't leave this room. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Can you promise me that?" Hermione and Neville exchanged glances. Whatever they saw in each other's eyes seemed to decide something, because they both nodded. "I promise," Hermione said. "Me too," Neville added, his voice steadier than Harry expected. Harry took a breath. "I don't think I'm just Harry Potter. I think I'm someone else as well, someone who lived a very long time ago, who did things that most people have forgotten. The dreams I've been having, they're not dreams. They're memories. And whatever's happening to me, it's getting stronger." He waited for disbelief. For laughter. For the looks he'd gotten his whole life when he said anything that didn't fit the Dursleys' narrow definition of normal. Instead, Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright with fascination. "Who do you think you were?" "I'm not ready to say that yet. I need to understand more myself before I start making claims. But I want you both to know that things are going to get strange around me. Stranger than pulling swords out of hats. And if you'd rather keep your distance." "No." Neville's voice was surprisingly firm. "I don't want to keep my distance." Harry looked at him, really looked, and saw something flicker behind the nervousness. A spark of determination that had probably been beaten down by years of disappointed relatives and a legacy he felt he couldn't live up to. "Why not?" "Because." Neville hesitated, then pressed on. "Because you talked to me on the train. Not about my family, or my parents, or whether I was going to be a proper wizard. You just talked to me like I was a person. That doesn't happen much." Harry felt something twist in his chest. Not quite pain, not quite recognition, but something adjacent to both. Arthur was like this, a part of him remembered. Uncertain at first. Convinced he wasn't worthy of the sword or the crown. But given someone who believed in him. "Then stay," Harry said. "Both of you. Whatever's coming, I have a feeling I'm going to need friends who can handle unusual circumstances." Hermione's hand found his and squeezed briefly. "We're in." The fire crackled. Outside, an owl hooted in the darkness. And somewhere deep in Harry's mind, a door that had been sealed for 1,000 years began to creak open. The first week of classes was an exercise in frustration. Not because the material was difficult, quite the opposite. Harry sat through lectures on basic magical theory that his awakening memories had long since transcended, practiced wand movements for spells he could perform wandlessly with a thought, and tried very hard not to let his boredom show. Professor McGonagall taught transfiguration with crisp efficiency, demonstrating the art of turning matches into needles with a precision that Harry admired even as he found the exercise trivial. When his turn came, he made a show of focusing intently, muttering the incantation, performing the prescribed wand movement, and producing a perfect silver needle that made McGonagall's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. First try, she said, her voice carefully neutral. That's quite rare, Mr. Potter. Beginner's luck, Harry offered. She didn't look convinced. Charms was taught by tiny Professor Flitwick, who actually fell off his stack of books when he called Harry's name for roll. The levitation exercises were child's play. Harry could feel the magical currents that made objects rise as easily as he could feel the air on his skin, but he made sure to fumble the first few attempts before achieving sudden success. History of Magic was the only class that truly tested his patience. Professor Binns droned through his lectures in a monotone that could have put an insomniac to sleep, his ghostly form drifting through the curriculum with all the enthusiasm of a tax collector. But the content made Harry want to scream. The Goblin Rebellion of 1612, Binns intoned, was sparked by the Ministry's decision to restrict Goblin access to wand ownership. This policy, implemented under Minister Hector Fawley. Wrong, Harry thought, memories surfacing unbidden. The rebellion was sparked by the massacre at Gringotts, 300 goblins killed when Ministry Aurors raided the bank on suspicion of harboring dark artifacts. The wand restriction was the excuse, not the cause. But he said nothing. What was the point? Binns would drone on regardless, and correcting centuries of wizarding propaganda would only raise questions Harry wasn't prepared to answer. The class that truly interested him was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell was a nervous wreck of a man, stammering through his lectures, flinching at loud noises, his purple turban slightly askew as if he couldn't quite remember how to wear it. The other students dismissed him as a coward who'd lost his nerve after an encounter with vampires in Albania. Harry knew better. The first time he walked into Quirrell's classroom, something in his scar flared, not quite pain, but a pressure, a warning. He looked at the professor and saw the nervous facade, the trembling hands, the downcast eyes. But beneath that, he sensed something else. Something dark. Something watching. Harry took a seat in the back of the classroom and kept his expression carefully blank. Throughout the lecture, a rambling discourse on the theory of defensive magic that Quirrell delivered to his shoes, he studied the professor with senses that went beyond sight. The dark presence was centered on Quirrell's head. On the turban, specifically. Whatever was hiding under there was malevolent in a way that made Harry's skin crawl, a concentrated knot of hatred and hunger that pulsed like a diseased heart. Voldemort, he realized with cold certainty. Or what's left of him. He's possessing Quirrell, probably has been for months. The knowledge should have terrified him. This was the wizard who'd murdered his parents, who tried to kill him as an infant, whose very name made the wizarding world flinch. But Harry's fear was distant, clinical, the wariness of a general assessing an enemy's position, not the panic of a child facing a monster. He's weakened, Harry thought. Parasitic. He needs a host body because he doesn't have one of his own. Whatever happened when his curse bounced off me, it didn't destroy him, but it came close. He filed the information away for later analysis. For now, there was nothing to be done. Confronting Voldemort directly would be foolish, and Harry had too many other pieces to move into position before he could risk open conflict. But he'd be watching. And when the time came to act, he'd be ready. The dreams continued. Every night, Harry closed his eyes and found himself somewhere else, sometimes the Great Hall of Camelot, sometimes the Crystal Tower of Avalon, sometimes battlefields slick with blood and magic. The memories were becoming more coherent, longer sequences rather than fragmented flashes, and with them came knowledge. He remembered the theory of magical construction, how to weave enchantments that would last centuries, how to bind power into objects and places. He remembered combat magic that made the standard Hogwarts curriculum look like nursery rhymes. He remembered politics, strategy, the subtle art of moving people like pieces on a board while making them think they were moving themselves. And he remembered Morgan. She came to him in dreams that felt different from the memories, sharper, more present, as if she was actively reaching across whatever barrier separated them. "You're getting stronger," she said one night, her face illuminated by flames that burned without heat. "I can feel it." Every time you remember, every time you embrace what you are, the seal weakens a little more. Then maybe I should stop remembering. Her laugh was beautiful and terrible. You can't. It's not a choice, my love. The memories are part of you, they've always been part of you, waiting to emerge. You suppressed them with that seal of yours, locked them away with the same magic that imprisoned me. But seals break. Nothing lasts forever. You did. 1,000 years in the dark, and you're still here. Because I had something to live for. Her smile turned sharp. Revenge is very motivating. You should try it sometime. Harry felt the pull of her presence, the seductive weight of her attention. In life, Morgan had been his greatest student, brilliant, ambitious, hungry for knowledge in a way that reminded him painfully of Hermione. He'd taught her everything he knew, had believed she would become a force for good in a world that desperately needed it. Instead, she'd chosen power over principle, dominion over service. She'd tried to tear down everything he and Arthur had built, and when he'd finally stopped her, the cost had been everything. I don't want revenge, he told her. I want you to stay in your cage where you belong. Such harsh words from my former mentor. Don't you miss our conversations? The debates we used to have about the nature of magic, the limits of power. You were the only one who ever understood me, Merlin. The only one who saw what I could become. I saw exactly what you became. That's why I sealed you away. Her expression flickered, hurt, maybe, or something that looked like it. You sealed me away because you were afraid. Not of what I'd done, but of what I represented. The possibility that you were wrong. That your precious ideals were just another form of control. That power without restraint might actually be the answer. Power without restraint is how empires fall. And power with too many restraints is how they never rise at all. She stepped closer, close enough that he could see the ancient hunger in her eyes. We could have ruled together, you know. Remade the world in our image. Magic unleashed, humanity elevated, the old gods brought low. But you chose Arthur. You chose a mortal king over an immortal vision. I chose hope over certainty. Arthur represented what humanity could become. You represented what I was afraid it already was. And look where hope got you. Her voice turned cold. Arthur died. Camelot fell. The world forgot everything you built. And here you are, reborn into the body of a child, fighting the same battles you thought you'd won 1,000 years ago. Does that sound like victory to you? Harry had no answer for that. Morgan smiled, sensing his uncertainty. Think about it, old friend. The seal is weakening whether you want it to or not. Soon I'll be free, and then you'll have a choice to make. Stand against me again and lose everything again, or finally accept that we're two halves of the same whole, and together we could achieve what neither of us managed alone. I'll never, never say never. She was fading now, the dream dissolving around her. We have time. Well, I have time. You have whatever's left of this life before I break through. Use it wisely, my love. The next time we meet, it won't be in dreams. Harry woke in his four-poster bed, gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat. The dormitory was quiet. Ron's snores drifted from the next bed over, and beyond him, Neville mumbled something in his sleep about remembrals. Normal sounds. Normal night. But nothing about Harry's life was normal anymore, and pretending otherwise was becoming increasingly difficult. He lay awake until dawn, staring at the canopy above his bed, thinking about seals and choices and a woman who'd waited 1,000 years for another chance to destroy everything he loved. The confrontation with Draco Malfoy came on Friday, during their first flying lesson. Harry had been expecting it. The blonde boy had been circling him all week, making snide comments about blood purity and famous names, testing for weaknesses with the instincts of a born predator. But there was something hollow about his cruelty, a performance rather than a passion, as if he was playing a role he'd been assigned rather than one he'd chosen. He reminds me of someone, Harry thought, watching Draco strut across the grounds toward the assembled first years. Someone I failed to save. The flying instructor was Madame Hooch, a severe woman with yellow eyes that swept over the students like a hawk assessing potential prey. Broomsticks lay in neat rows on the grass, school brooms, Harry could tell from his memories, nothing like the racing models professionals used. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Hooch demanded. "Stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry took his position, feeling the familiar tingle of magical resonance between himself and the hovering implement. Brooms weren't really about flight, he remembered, they were anchors for a specific type of movement magic, foci that allowed wizards to tap into currents of power that flowed through the earth and sky. "Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, 'Up.'" "Up," the class chorused. Harry's broom leaped into his hand before the word fully left his lips. He wasn't the only one, Draco's broom responded instantly as well, but most of the students were struggling, their brooms rolling on the grass or rising half-heartedly before flopping back down. Hermione's broom refused to cooperate at all. Her face was flushed with frustration as she repeated the command over and over, her logical mind clearly struggling with the intuitive nature of the magic. "Don't think about it so hard," Harry murmured, leaning closer. "It's not about commanding the broom. It's about inviting it." She shot him a skeptical look but tried again, this time with less force and more intention. The broom rose smoothly into her hand, and her expression of surprise made Harry smile. "How did you know that?" "Lucky guess." Madame Hooch demonstrated the proper mounting technique and grip, then walked among the students correcting positions. Harry's form was apparently perfect, she paused by him, frowned slightly, and moved on without comment. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, Neville, nervous and eager to prove himself, pushed off too early. His broom shot upward like a cork from a bottle, and his terrified face grew smaller and smaller as he rose 20 feet, 30, 40, "Come back, boy." Hooch shouted, but Neville was beyond hearing, clinging to his broom with white-knuckle desperation as it bucked and twisted in the air. Harry watched, calculating trajectories and magical currents. The broom was malfunctioning, he could see it now, a flaw in its enchantments that had been triggered by Neville's panic. Left unchecked, it would throw him within seconds. He moved before he consciously decided to, kicking off from the ground with a force that sent him rocketing upward. The wind screamed in his ears, but the sensation was familiar, natural, he'd flown like this before, long ago, on things far more dangerous than school brooms. "Potter! Get back down here this instant!" Harry ignored Hooch's shouting. He was alongside Neville now, matching the bucking broom's erratic movements with casual precision. "Neville! Let go! I can't!" Neville's voice was high with terror. "I'll fall. I'll catch you. Trust me." Their eyes met. Neville saw something in Harry's gaze, certainty, maybe, or the echo of someone who'd given similar commands on far more dangerous battlefields, and his grip loosened. He fell. Harry dove after him, pushing the school broom to speeds it had never been designed to achieve. The ground rushed up with terrifying speed, but Harry's mind was calm, calculating angles and deceleration rates, finding the exact moment. He caught Neville 20 feet from the ground, wrapping an arm around the other boy's waist and pulling up hard. The broom shuddered under the strain but held, and they touched down on the grass with a gentleness that belied the violence of their descent. Neville was shaking. Harry was utterly composed. "Are you all right?" Yes. I think so." Neville's voice was barely a whisper. "How did you?" "Harry Potter." Madame Hooch was storming toward them, her face a thundercloud of conflicting emotions. Behind her, the other students were staring in various states of shock, except for Draco Malfoy, whose expression had gone from smug anticipation to something far more complicated. That was, Hooch stopped, took a breath, and visibly struggled to find words. That was the most reckless, dangerous, utterly foolhardy display of flying I have ever witnessed from a first-year student. I'm sorry, Madam Hooch. But Neville was going to fall. I am aware of what Neville was going to do, Potter. What I am not aware of is how an 11-year-old boy who has never been on a broomstick in his life managed to execute an inverted spiral dive with a passenger recovery that I haven't seen since Jocelyn Wadcock retired from the Puddlemere Reserves. Harry had no idea who Jocelyn Wadcock was, but he gathered the comparison wasn't meant to suggest incompetence. I don't know how to explain it, he said, which was technically true. It just felt right. Hooch stared at him for a long moment. Then she turned to the assembled class. Everyone remain here. Practice the mounting positions. If I see a single broom more than 2 feet off the ground before I return, the offender will be scrubbing bedpans in the hospital wing for a month. She grabbed Harry's arm and marched him toward the castle. Professor McGonagall was in the middle of a third-year transfiguration lesson when Madame Hooch knocked on her door and requested a word. Harry stood in the corridor, watching through the window as the two witches conducted a conversation that grew increasingly animated. McGonagall's expression shifted from annoyance to confusion to something that looked almost like wonder. When they emerged, McGonagall was looking at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. "Follow me, Potter." They walked in silence through the castle corridors, climbing stairs and turning corners until they reached a door Harry didn't recognize. McGonagall knocked, and a voice called them inside. The office belonged to a boy a few years older than Harry, a 5th year, maybe, with the solid build of an athlete and an easy confidence in his bearing. "Wood," McGonagall said, "I've found you a seeker." Oliver Wood's face went through a rapid sequence of emotions: confusion, skepticism, dawning hope. "A seeker? Professor, first years aren't allowed, special circumstances." McGonagall's voice brooked no argument. "This is Harry Potter. I watched him catch another student in a 40-foot dive that would have given professionals pause. With proper training, he could be exactly what this team needs." Wood was staring at Harry now, his eyes bright with calculation. "Can you do it again? The dive, I mean." "I expect so." "Expect so? Kid, do you have any idea what seekers do?" "The reflexes required, the spatial awareness, I catch small, fast-moving objects while flying at dangerous speeds." Harry met Wood's gaze steadily. "I can do that." Something in his certainty seemed to convince Wood more than any demonstration could have. The older boy nodded slowly. "All right. Practice starts next week. Be ready to work harder than you've ever worked in your life." Harry thought about battles that had lasted days, about magic that had reshaped continents, about a war against darkness that had consumed everything he'd ever loved. "I think I can manage that." The news spread through Hogwarts like fire through dry grass. Harry Potter, first year, had been made seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest house player in a century. The reactions ranged from admiration to jealousy to frank disbelief, and Harry found himself the center of attention in ways that made his skin crawl. He understood the fascination. These children, because that's what they were, children playing at magic without understanding its true depths, had grown up on stories of the boy who lived. Every dramatic thing he did fed into their narrative, their need to believe that he was special, destined, important. If they only knew, he thought, dodging another group of admirers in the corridor. If they knew what's coming, they wouldn't be so eager to stand close. The confrontation with Draco came that evening, in the entrance hall. Harry was heading for dinner when the blonde boy stepped into his path, flanked by his usual retinue of large, slow-witted followers. Crabbe and Goyle, Harry had learned their names were, though their personalities had yet to demonstrate any distinguishing characteristics. "Potter." Harry stopped, regarding Draco with calm assessment. "Malfoy. That stunt on the pitch today. You think you're special, don't you? Think the rules don't apply to you because of your famous scar? I think a classmate was about to fall to his death and I was in a position to help. Would you have preferred I let him splatter across the grounds?" Draco's face flushed. Longbottom's a worthless squib who shouldn't even be here. If he can't stay on a broom, that's his problem. Something cold settled in Harry's chest. Not anger, exactly, more like the distant recognition of a pattern he'd seen before. You remind me of someone, he said quietly. Draco blinked, thrown off by the non sequitur. What? Someone I knew a long time ago. A young man with every advantage, wealth, power, connections, who used them all to make himself feel superior to everyone around him. He was cruel because cruelty was easy, and easy was all he'd ever known. I don't know what you're talking about. He came to a bad end. Harry stepped closer, and something in his eyes made Draco's followers shift nervously. He wasted his potential on petty jealousies and inherited grudges, and when the real challenges came, he wasn't ready for them. He died afraid, alone, and certain that he'd squandered everything he could have been. The great hall's noise faded around them. Students were stopping to watch, but Harry's attention was entirely on Draco. You could be more than this. More than a bully with famous parents and a cruel tongue. I can see it in you, the potential, the intelligence you hide behind sneers because showing it would mean risking failure. But you're choosing to be small, Malfoy. You're choosing to be exactly what's expected of you. And if you keep making that choice, you'll end up just like him. Silence. Draco's face had gone pale, his expression flickering between anger and something that looked almost like fear. You don't know anything about me, he whispered. I know more than you'd be comfortable with. Harry stepped back, his voice returning to normal conversational tones. Think about what I said. Or don't. It's your life to waste. He walked past the stunned Slytherin and into the Great Hall, leaving a wake of whispered speculation behind him. Hermione caught up with him at the Gryffindor table, her expression troubled. What was that about? Just having a conversation. That wasn't a conversation. That was. I don't know what that was. You talked to him like you could see his whole life. Like you knew exactly what he was going to become. Harry thought about the person Draco reminded him of, a minor noble from Arthur's court, arrogant and cruel, who had eventually betrayed them to Morgan's forces. He died screaming for mercy that never came. Maybe I do, he said. Or maybe I just recognize the warning signs. Hermione studied him for a long moment, her clever eyes searching for answers he wasn't ready to give. You're not just different, are you? She said finally. Not just, weird or special or whatever people want to call you. You're old. I can hear it in the way you talk, see it in the way you look at people. Like you've lived through all of this before. Harry met her gaze steadily. Would that bother you? No. Her voice was soft but certain. It would explain a lot, actually. And honestly, it's kind of a relief. Why? Because if you were just an 11-year-old boy who happened to be unnaturally good at everything, I'd have to hate you. But if you're something else, something older, with all that experience behind your eyes, then it makes sense. Then I can learn from you instead of competing with you. Harry felt a rush of warmth that surprised him. This one, he thought. This one might actually understand. You're extraordinary, Hermione Granger. She flushed. I'm just observant. Observation is the beginning of wisdom. Most people never get that far. Their eyes held for a moment, something passing between them that was too fragile to name, and then Neville appeared beside them, his face still pale from the afternoon's excitement but his expression determined. I never got to thank you properly, he said, sliding onto the bench. For saving me, I mean. I would have been, well, I don't want to think about what I would have been. You don't need to thank me. Yes I do. And I want you to know, whatever you are, whoever you were, I don't care. You believed in me enough to risk yourself. That means something. Harry looked at Neville, then at Hermione, and felt something ancient and weary in his chest ease slightly. This is how it starts, he thought. Not with armies or declarations, but with small moments. With trust given and earned. With people choosing to stand together. He'd failed at this before. With Morgan, with others. He'd held himself apart, believed he had to carry the burden alone, and the isolation had cost him everything. Not this time. After dinner, he said quietly, "Come to the common room. I want to tell you both a story." The common room was empty by midnight. Harry, Hermione, and Neville sat in a triangle of chairs by the dying fire, their faces lit by dancing shadows. The castle was quiet around them, the kind of deep silence that settles over old buildings when everyone inside is sleeping. 1,000 years ago, Harry began, there was a wizard named Merlin. He told them everything. Not everything he remembered, that would have taken weeks, but the shape of it. The court of Camelot. Arthur Pendragon, the once and future king. The round table and the knights who sat at it. Morgan Le Fay, the brilliant student who became the deadliest enemy. He told them about the fall of Camelot, about Arthur's death at the hands of his own son. About the choice Merlin had made, binding his soul to a vigil that would outlast empires, sealing Morgan away with magic that cost him everything. And he told them about the dreams. The memories. The slow awakening of something ancient in the body of an 11-year-old boy. When he finished, the fire had burned down to embers. Hermione's face was wet with tears she didn't seem to notice. Neville looked like someone had hit him with a brick, stunned, overwhelmed, but somehow not disbelieving. "The sword," Hermione whispered. "The sword of Gryffindor. You said it was yours. Not originally Gryffindor's. I made it, a very long time ago, for a very different purpose. But when Godric Gryffindor needed a symbol for his house, I encouraged its adoption." "You knew Godric Gryffindor?" "I knew all 4 founders. They were students of mine, in a sense, not directly, but they built Hogwarts on principles I'd established centuries earlier. The 4 houses, the emphasis on balance between different magical temperaments, those ideas came from Camelot, from the structure I created for Arthur's court." Neville shook his head slowly. "I can't, this is too big. How are you supposed to live with something like this? Knowing who you were, what you've lost. By focusing on what can still be saved." Harry's voice was quiet but certain. "Morgan Le Fay is waking up. The seal I placed on her is weakening, has been weakening for centuries, accelerated now by my return. She'll be free within years, maybe sooner. And when she is, she'll try to do what she failed to do before, remake the world in her image, with herself as its absolute ruler. Can she be stopped? She can. But not by me alone. The first time I faced her, I had Arthur, the knights, a kingdom's worth of allies. This time. He spread his hands. This time I have an 11-year-old body, a handful of half-remembered spells, and 2 friends who haven't finished their first year of magical education. Then we have a lot of work to do," Hermione said, and her voice had gone hard, determined. "Yes. We do." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of what had been shared settling over them like a cloak. "Why tell us?" Neville asked finally. "You barely know us. Why trust us with something this important?" Harry considered the question. "Because when I look at you, I see potential. The kind of potential that can change the course of history, given the right guidance. Hermione has a mind that rivals any I've known, and I've known brilliant people, believe me. And Neville." He turned to face the round-faced boy, whose eyes widened at the sudden attention. "Neville, everyone has told you your whole life that you're not good enough. That your magic is weak, your courage lacking, you're worth less than the legacy you're supposed to carry. But they're wrong. All of them. I can see what's inside you, the spark that's been smothered but never extinguished. With the right training, the right belief in yourself, you could be the bravest of us all." Neville's eyes were shining. "You really think so?" "I've trained warriors and wizards for longer than recorded history. I know potential when I see it. Harry leaned forward. But it won't be easy. I'll push you harder than any teacher you've had. I'll demand more than you think you can give. And there will be times when you'll want to quit, when the weight of what we're facing seems too heavy to bear. I won't quit, Neville said, and his voice was steady. Whatever it takes. Hermione nodded, her jaw set. Neither will I. Harry felt something unlock in his chest, something that had been closed since Camelot fell, since everyone he'd ever cared about had died or betrayed him. Hope, he realized. This is what hope feels like. Then we begin tomorrow, he said. After classes, meet me in the empty classroom on the 3rd floor, the one with the broken desks. I'll start teaching you real magic. The kind that modern wizards have forgotten. He stood, extending a hand to each of them. Welcome to the new round table. Hermione and Neville clasped his hands, and something passed between the three of them, a bond, a promise, the first thread of something that could become unbreakable. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling through the castle's ancient stones. And somewhere far away, in a darkness that had lasted 1,000 years, Morgan Le Fay felt the stirring of connections being formed, and smiled. Oh, Merlin, she whispered into the void. Building your little army again? How nostalgic. But you should know better by now. The closer they get to you, the easier they are to take away. Her laughter echoed through dimensions, reaching into Harry's dreams as he finally fell asleep in his 4-poster bed. He heard it. And he wasn't afraid. The next weeks fell into a rhythm. Classes during the day, defense, transfiguration, charms, all the mundane curriculum that Harry could have taught in his sleep. Then, after dinner, the real work began. The empty classroom on the 3rd floor became their training ground. Harry had warded it himself, drawing on knowledge that predated Hogwarts by centuries, creating a bubble of space where magic could be practiced without detection by the castle's monitoring enchantments. Magical theory, he told Hermione and Neville on their first night, is taught backward at Hogwarts. They start with spells and work toward understanding. But spells are just the surface, the visible effect of much deeper processes. If you want to truly master magic, you have to understand what's happening beneath the surface. He held up his hand, and light gathered in his palm, not the harsh brightness of a Lumos spell, but something softer, more alive. Magic isn't a force you command. It's a conversation you have with reality itself. Every spell is a negotiation, a request. The incantations and wand movements you're taught. They're training wheels. Ways to focus your intent until you don't need them anymore. But the textbooks say incantations are essential, Hermione protested. That the magical words have inherent power, the textbooks are simplifying for children who can't handle complexity. Yes, some words carry magical weight, names, true names, have power. But the Latin phrases you're learning? They're mnemonic devices. Ways to keep your mind on track while you learn what you're actually doing. He extinguished the light and drew his wand, the pale elder wand that had materialized in Ollivander's shop, the weapon he'd crafted ages ago for purposes he was only beginning to remember. Watch. He performed a simple levitation charm, first with the full incantation and movement, then with just the movement, then with just the word, then with neither, the feather rising smoothly each time, responding to his will alone. The magic didn't change. My intent didn't change. I just stripped away the scaffolding. He set the feather down. You'll learn to do the same. It takes time and practice, but once you understand the principle, everything becomes possible. Hermione's eyes were wide, her mind clearly racing. Can you teach us wandless magic? From the beginning? Eventually. But we'll start with the basics, get you solid in fundamental theory before we move to advanced applications. He smiled slightly. I didn't become Merlin overnight. I had teachers too, once, and they drilled the foundations into me until I could recite them in my sleep. Then they drilled them some more. The training was grueling. Harry pushed them hard, harder than he'd pushed anyone since Camelot, harder than he'd ever pushed Morgan. He knew what was coming, knew that every day wasted was a day less to prepare, and he couldn't afford to be gentle. But he wasn't cruel. When Hermione struggled with the intuitive aspects of magic, he adapted his teaching style, finding logical frameworks that her analytical mind could grasp. When Neville's confidence faltered, Harry was there with encouragement, reminding him of the potential he could see beneath the surface. "You cast that shield perfectly," he told Neville after a particularly frustrating session. "The problem isn't your power, it's your belief. You're doubting yourself before you even try." "It's hard not to doubt myself," Neville mumbled. "My whole family thinks I'm barely magical. My grandmother wanted me to be like my parents, and I'm not." "Your parents were Aurors, weren't they?" Neville nodded, his expression shadowing. "The best. Before what happened." Harry knew the story, it was one of the things he'd researched in the first weeks of term. Alice and Frank Longbottom, tortured to insanity by Voldemort's followers, their son raised by a grandmother who'd never stopped mourning the heroes they'd been. What happened to them wasn't your fault. And their sacrifice doesn't diminish your worth. I know that. In my head, I know it. But it's hard to feel it. Harry moved to stand beside him. "Let me tell you something about bravery, Neville. It's not the absence of fear. It's action in the presence of fear. Your parents were brave because they fought even when they were terrified. And you've been fighting your whole life. Against doubt, against expectation, against everyone who told you that you weren't enough. That's bravery too." Neville looked up at him, hope flickering behind the uncertainty. "You really believe that?" "I've led armies into battles they couldn't win because the alternative was surrender. I've watched people I loved die for causes they believed in. And I've seen cowardice in the highest lords and courage in the lowest servants. Trust me when I tell you, you have more bravery in you than you know. You just need to learn how to let it out." Neville squared his shoulders, took a breath, and raised his wand again. This time, the shield held. Halloween came with a feast that filled the great hall with the smells of roasting meat and fresh-baked sweets. Jack-o'-lanterns floated above the tables, their carved faces flickering with magical light, and live bats swooped through the enchanted ceiling. Harry sat between Hermione and Neville, picking at his food while his mind worked through problems that had nothing to do with the celebration. The training was progressing well, both of his students were advancing faster than any he'd taught before, their potential beginning to bloom under his careful cultivation, but there were other concerns. Quirrell, 4-1. The possessed professor had been watching Harry with increasing intensity, the presence behind his eyes growing bolder as the weeks passed. Whatever Voldemort's plan was, it was approaching its moment of action. And there was something else. Something Harry had been sensing for days now, a wrongness in the castle's magical fabric, a thread of dark intent winding through the ancient wards. "Someone is planning something," he thought. "Something tonight." "Where's Professor Quirrell?" Hermione asked, pulling Harry from his thoughts. She was right, the defense professor's chair at the head table was empty. Before Harry could respond, the great hall's doors burst open. Quirrell came sprinting in, his turban askew, his face a mask of terror that looked almost genuine. He ran to Dumbledore's chair, gasped out a single word, and collapsed. "Troll! In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." For a moment, silence. Then pandemonium erupted. Students screamed, jumping to their feet, running in every direction. The teachers shouted for calm, but their voices were lost in the chaos. Harry didn't move. A troll, he thought. In a castle with dozens of protective wards. Someone let it in. His eyes found Quirrell, who was lying on the floor in an attitude of theatrical unconsciousness. But beneath the performance, Harry could sense the dark presence, alert, watchful, satisfied. This is a distraction. But for what? Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the noise. "Teachers, with me to the dungeons." The crowd began to move, but Harry stayed in his seat. Hermione touched his arm. "Harry. We need to go. Where's the Slytherin dormitory?" he asked quietly. She frowned. "The dungeons, I think." "Why?" "Because if there's a troll in the dungeons, sending the Slytherins there would be suicide." He stood, scanning the crowd. "And because this whole thing feels wrong. Trolls don't just wander into magical castles. Someone wanted chaos tonight. You think someone let it in on purpose?" "I'm certain of it." His eyes found Quirrell again, watching the professor being helped to his feet by Madame Pomfrey. "And I think I know who." "Then shouldn't we tell someone?" "Tell them what?" "That I have suspicions based on feelings and memories they don't know about." Harry shook his head. "No. We handle this ourselves." He moved against the flow of students, Hermione and Neville following instinctively. They slipped through a side door, into a corridor that was suddenly quiet, the sounds of panic muffled by ancient stone. "Where are we going?" Neville whispered. "To find the troll. I want to know what it's really after." They found the troll on the first floor, in a girl's bathroom that smelled of broken plumbing and something far worse. The creature was massive, 12 feet of gray, lumpy muscle, carrying a club the size of a tree trunk. It was smashing sinks with mindless violence, roaring in a language that wasn't quite language, and in the corner of the room, backed against the wall, was a small figure with red hair. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister, a year too young for Hogwarts, visiting for some family reason Harry hadn't cared enough to learn about. She must have gotten separated in the panic. Found herself in the wrong place at the worst possible time. "Stay here," Harry told Hermione and Neville, and walked into the bathroom. The troll turned at his approach, its tiny eyes focusing on this new target. It roared, raising its club, and Harry felt the familiar clarity of combat settle over him like a second skin. Mountain troll. Resistant to most direct magic, but the brain, small as it is vulnerable. "Or I could try." He opened his mouth and spoke. The words weren't English, weren't Latin, weren't any language that had been spoken in Britain for 1,000 years. They were older than that, sounds that carried meaning directly to the magical centers of any creature that heard them, bypassing thought entirely. The troll froze. Its club lowered. Its expression, such as it was, shifted from rage to confusion. Harry spoke again, and the confusion became something almost like recognition. The creature's massive head tilted, and it made a sound that was almost a question. "Yes," Harry said, switching back to English. "I know what you are. I know what you were, before the diminishment. And I'm sorry for what's been done to your kind." The troll stared at him. Then, slowly, it lowered itself to its knees. Ginny Weasley made a sound like a mouse being stepped on. "You're safe now," Harry told her, keeping his voice calm. "Come here." Slowly. She obeyed, too terrified to do anything else, skirting the kneeling troll with wide eyes. When she reached Harry, he put a hand on her shoulder and guided her toward the door, where Hermione and Neville were staring with expressions that would have been comical under other circumstances. "Get her back to Gryffindor Tower," Harry said. "Tell them she got lost in the panic. Don't mention me if you can help it." "What about the troll?" Hermione asked. Harry looked back at the creature, still kneeling, still watching him with something that might have been ancient memory stirring behind its dull eyes. "I'll deal with it." They left. Harry approached the troll again, placing a hand on its massive shoulder. Beneath the layers of degraded magic and stunted cognition, he could feel what this creature had once been, a guardian spirit, a protector of mountain passes, reduced over centuries of magical pollution to this sad, violent shell. "I can't restore what you've lost," he murmured. "But I can give you peace." He spoke the old words again, different ones this time, and the troll's eyes closed. Its breathing slowed. The violence in its spirit, the confused rage that had driven it to destruction, faded like morning mist. When the teachers arrived 5 minutes later, they found Harry Potter standing beside an unconscious mountain troll, looking perfectly calm. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall's voice was sharp with worry. "What do you think you're?" "It was threatening a student," Harry said. "I subdued it." "You subdued a mountain troll? By yourself?" "I talked to it." McGonagall stared at him. Behind her, Dumbledore's blue eyes were keen with interest, seeing far more than his colleague could. "Talk to it," McGonagall repeated flatly. "Trolls aren't as mindless as people think. They've just forgotten how to communicate. Someone taught me the old ways, once. It seemed worth trying." The teachers exchanged glances. Harry could see them struggling to fit this into their understanding of what an 11-year-old should be capable of. Let them wonder, he thought. Let them see that something extraordinary is happening. The time for secrets is ending. "You saved a life tonight, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly. "That deserves recognition. 50 points to Gryffindor." "Thank you, Headmaster." Harry walked past them, toward the corridor where Hermione and Neville were waiting, toward the common room where questions would be asked that he might actually answer. Behind him, he heard Snape's voice, low and suspicious, "That child is not what he appears to be, Headmaster." And Dumbledore's reply, even quieter, "No. He's not. And I think we need to find out what he actually is." The game was accelerating. Pieces were moving into position. And Harry, walking through the ancient corridors of a castle built on principles he'd established a millennium ago, felt the first stirrings of anticipation. Let them come, he thought. Let them all come. Morgan. Voldemort. Whatever darkness is gathering. I've been waiting 1,000 years for another chance. And this time, I won't fight alone. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the weight of crowns. November settled over Hogwarts like a cold grey blanket, stripping the trees of their last leaves and turning the grounds into a mudscape that squelched under every footstep. The castle's ancient heating charms struggled against the creeping chill, and students huddled in common rooms around fires that never quite seemed warm enough. Harry barely noticed the cold. His body ran hot these days, magic circulating through his system like a secondary bloodstream, keeping him comfortable in temperatures that had his classmates shivering. It was one of the changes he'd noticed as his awakening progressed, his physical form adapting to accommodate the power flooding back into it, becoming something more than merely human. The troll incident had changed things. Word had spread, as word always did in a castle full of curious children, and the story had grown in the telling. Harry Potter had faced down a mountain troll alone. Harry Potter had talked to it, in some ancient language no one recognized. Harry Potter had made a 12-foot killing machine kneel like a supplicant before a king. The whispers followed him everywhere now. Not just the old ones, boy who lived, survived the killing curse, defeated you-know-who, but new ones, stranger ones. Students watched him with a mixture of awe and unease, as if they couldn't quite decide whether he was a hero or something else entirely. Harry ignored them as best he could. He had more important things to worry about. "Again," he said, watching Neville's wand movements with a critical eye. "You're rushing the upward flick. It needs to be smoother, one continuous motion, not two separate ones." They were in their usual training room, the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor that Harry had warded against detection. Hermione sat cross-legged on a desk, practicing the meditation techniques Harry had taught her, her face serene with concentration. Neville stood in the center of the room, sweat beading on his forehead despite the chill, trying for the 20th time to produce a proper shield charm. Protego. The shield flickered into existence, stronger than his previous attempts, but still translucent where it should have been solid. Neville's shoulders slumped. "I can't do it. I've been trying for weeks and I can't." "You can." Harry moved to stand beside him. "The problem isn't your power or your technique. It's your intention." "My intention?" "A shield charm isn't just about creating a barrier. It's about belief, absolute conviction that nothing will get through. You're casting the spell, but part of you expects it to fail. That doubt is poisoning your magic. Neville's jaw tightened. How am I supposed to believe in something that keeps not working? By understanding why it's not working. Harry raised his own wand. Watch. He cast the shield charm silently, without movement, and a wall of shimmering force materialized in front of him, so solid it looked almost physical, throwing blue-white light across the room. When I cast this, I'm not hoping it will work. I'm not even expecting it to work. I know it will work, the same way I know the floor will hold my weight when I step on it. That certainty is what makes the difference. But how do you get that certainty? I've never been certain about anything in my life. Harry considered the question. This was the challenge of teaching, finding the right words for concepts that were almost impossible to verbalize. Think about something you're absolutely sure of, he said finally. Something you've never doubted, not once. The sky is blue. Water is wet. Your grandmother loves you, even when she's disappointed. Neville's expression shifted slightly at the last one. Hold that feeling, Harry continued. That bone-deep knowing that doesn't require proof or evidence. Now try to cast the shield while holding onto it. Neville closed his eyes. His breathing slowed. When he raised his wand this time, there was something different in his posture, a stillness that hadn't been there before. Protego. The shield that materialized was solid. Not as powerful as Harry's, not nearly, but real, a genuine barrier that would stop physical and magical attacks alike. Neville's eyes flew open. I did it. You did. Harry allowed himself a small smile. That's the foundation, Neville. Everything else builds from there. The spells, the power, the combat techniques, they're all just applications of that same principle. Believe in what you're doing, and magic will follow. Hermione had opened her eyes, watching the exchange with interest. Is that how wandless magic works? You believe strongly enough that you don't need the wand as a focus? Essentially. The wand helps direct and amplify intention, but it's not strictly necessary. Skilled wizards can cast without one, it just requires more concentration and clearer visualization. Can you show us? Harry held out his empty hands, palms up. Fire blossomed between them, not the harsh orange of mundane flame, but something cooler, bluer, dancing without fuel or heat. This isn't a spell, he said. Not in the way you'd learn it from a textbook. It's direct manipulation of magical energy, shaped by will and intention. The fire isn't burning anything, it's just magic taking a visible form. Hermione leaned forward, fascinated. The theory texts say that's impossible. That magic requires a medium, wand, potion, ritual, to manifest in the physical world. The theory texts are describing limitations, not laws. Harry let the flame dance between his fingers, forming shapes, a bird, a snake, a crown. Magic has no inherent limits. We impose limits on it through our beliefs, our expectations, our training. A wizard raised to think wandless magic is impossible will find it impossible. A wizard raised differently might find it as natural as breathing. Then why don't they teach this at Hogwarts? Because it's harder to control. Because it requires a different kind of discipline than most students have. Because. He paused, considering how much to say. Because there are those who prefer magic to have limits. Who find the idea of unlimited power frightening. The fire winked out. Harry lowered his hands. We're done for tonight. Get some sleep, tomorrow's going to be demanding. What's happening tomorrow? Neville asked. Flying lessons. I need to see how you both handle brooms before I can design the next phase of your training. Hermione's face fell. I'm terrible on a broom. You're uncomfortable on a broom. That's different from terrible, and it's fixable. Harry moved toward the door. Trust me, Hermione. By the time I'm done with you, you'll fly as well as any pureblood. She didn't look convinced, but she nodded. Harry left them gathering their things, his mind already moving to the next problem on his list. Quirrell. The possessed professor had been quiet since Halloween, but Harry could feel the darkness in him growing stronger, more confident. Whatever Voldemort was planning, the troll had been part of it, a test, maybe, or a distraction from some other objective. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Harry had done enough research to understand what was hidden on the third floor, guarded by a gauntlet of enchantments that would challenge even an experienced wizard. Dumbledore was using the stone as bait, hoping to draw out whoever was trying to steal it. But does he know who the thief really is? Harry wondered. Does he realize his defense professor is carrying the Dark Lord like a parasite? Probably not. Dumbledore was brilliant, but he had blind spots, and Quirrell's stuttering act was convincing enough to fool anyone who wasn't looking beneath the surface. Harry would have to deal with it himself. But not yet. Not until he understood more about Voldemort's current state, his capabilities, his weaknesses. Soon, he thought. Very soon. The next morning brought flying practice, as promised. Harry had commandeered the Quidditch pitch during breakfast hours, when most students were eating and the grounds were empty. He'd convinced Madame Hooch to lend him 3 school brooms, his status as Gryffindor Seeker came with certain privileges, and had the equipment laid out by the time Hermione and Neville arrived. Before we start, he said, I want to explain something about flight magic that most people don't understand. Hermione's quill was already out, hovering over a notebook. Harry suppressed a smile. Flying on a broom isn't really about the broom. The broom is a focus, like a wand, it helps direct the magic, gives you something to hold on to. But the actual flight comes from you. Your magic, your intention, your connection to the currents that flow through the air. Currents? Neville asked. Think of the sky as an ocean. There are streams of magical energy flowing through it, invisible to most people, but there if you know how to sense them. Birds feel them instinctively. Dragons manipulate them to stay aloft despite their size. And wizards who truly understand flight can tap into them too. He mounted one of the school brooms, kicked off gently, and rose to hover about 10 feet above the ground. Most flyers treat the broom as a vehicle, they steer it, control its speed, let it do the work. But that's like driving a car by fighting the steering wheel. True flight happens when you stop controlling and start flowing. He demonstrated, drifting in lazy circles without any visible movement of his hands or body. The broom seemed to anticipate his intentions, responding to thoughts rather than commands. I'm not giving instructions. I'm not even thinking about direction in the usual sense. I'm just feeling where the air wants to go, and going with it. He dropped back to earth beside them. Now you try. Don't worry about technique or form. Just get in the air and see what you feel. Hermione looked terrified but determined. She mounted her broom with the awkward carefulness of someone expecting disaster, kicked off tentatively, and rose a few feet before wobbling precariously. Stop trying to balance, Harry called up to her. The broom will balance itself. Your job is just to relax and let it. Easy for you to say. You're not the one about to fall to your death. You're 6 feet off the ground. The worst that happens is some bruises. She shot him a look that promised retribution later, but her death grip on the broomstick loosened slightly. The wobbling decreased. Better. Now close your eyes. Are you insane? Trust me. Close your eyes and just feel. The air moving past you. The broom beneath you. The magic connecting everything together. Hermione's eyes squeezed shut. For a long moment, nothing changed, she hovered in place, rigid with tension, her knuckles white on the wood. Then, slowly, something shifted. Her shoulders dropped. Her breathing steadied. And the broom began to move, drifting in a slow circle that matched the gentle breeze perfectly. Oh, she breathed. Oh, that's I can feel it. Like a river. That's the current. You're touching the edge of it. Harry grinned. Now open your eyes, but try to keep that feeling. Let the sensation guide you while you use your eyes to navigate. Hermione's eyes opened, wide with wonder. She was still moving, still flowing with the air, and her face had lost all trace of fear. This is incredible. Why doesn't anyone teach it this way? Because most flying instructors don't know it themselves. They learn the mechanical way, and they teach what they learned. Neville had been watching from the ground, his expression conflicted. Your turn, Harry said. I'm not sure I can. You absolutely can. Your magic is strong, Neville, stronger than you realize. And flight is one of the most intuitive magical skills there is. Children do it before they can properly cast spells. Neville mounted his broom with obvious reluctance. When he kicked off, he rose too fast, his alarm feeding into the magic and creating a feedback loop that sent him shooting upward. Calm! Harry shouted, launching himself into the air after him. Don't panic. The broom responds to your emotions. If you're scared, it will act erratically. I'm 20 feet in the air and I can't control it. Of course I'm scared. Harry came alongside him, matching the erratic movements of Neville's broom with the same casual precision he'd used during their first flying lesson. Look at me. Not the ground. Me. Neville's wild eyes found Harry's face. Breathe. In through your nose. Out through your mouth. Slow. The breathing helped. Neville's broom steadied slightly, though it still jerked and twitched with residual anxiety. Now listen. The fear is the problem, not the solution. When you're scared, your magic becomes chaotic. But fear is just a feeling, it doesn't have to control you. You can acknowledge it and then set it aside. How? Remember what we practiced. The shield charm. The certainty you found. Harry kept his voice calm, steady. You know the floor won't drop out from under you. You know the sun will rise tomorrow. And you can know, just as surely, that you're safe right now. I won't let you fall. Something in Neville's face shifted. The panic didn't disappear, but it moved from the center of his awareness to the periphery, still present, but no longer dominant. His broom stopped jerking. There, Harry said. You're doing it. I'm flying. You're flying. Now let's see if you can feel what Hermione felt. Close your eyes. I'd really rather not, trust me. Neville's eyes closed, his face tight with the effort of not panicking. Harry watched, sensing the boy's magic as it tentatively reached out, exploring the currents around him. There's something, Neville said slowly. Like wind, but not wind. It's pulling me. Don't resist. Let it take you. The broom began to drift, following a path that had nothing to do with gravity and everything to do with the invisible rivers that crisscrossed the sky. Neville's face went from tense to wondering. This is what you feel all the time. More or less. With practice, it becomes automatic, you stop consciously thinking about it and just fly. Harry gave them an hour, guiding them through increasingly complex maneuvers, watching their confidence grow with each successful turn and climb. By the end, both were flying with something approaching grace, not competitive level, not yet, but far beyond what most first years achieved in a whole year of lessons. That's enough for today, he said finally, leading them back to Earth. You've made more progress in one session than most people make in months. I'm impressed. Hermione was glowing with accomplishment. Even Neville looked pleased, his usual uncertainty replaced by something like pride. Is this how you'll train us for everything? Hermione asked. Finding the underlying principle and teaching us that instead of just the technique? Whenever possible. Understanding the why matters more than memorizing the how. Harry began gathering the brooms. Magic isn't a collection of tricks to be learned by rote. It's a language, and like any language, fluency comes from grasping the grammar, not just the vocabulary. I wish regular classes were taught this way. Regular classes have to handle dozens of students at once, most of whom don't have the dedication or curiosity to learn deeply. They settle for teaching the minimum, because that's what most people can handle. But we're not most people. Harry looked at her, at both of them, and felt a surge of something that might have been affection, might have been hope. "No," he said. "You're not." The summons from Dumbledore came that afternoon. Harry was in the library, ostensibly researching for a Transfiguration essay, actually searching for references to Morgan Le Fay in the historical texts. He'd found frustratingly little. Whoever had written the official histories of magical Britain had worked hard to erase her from the record, leaving only fragments and hints. Almost as if someone didn't want her remembered, he thought. Someone who knew what remembering might mean. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall stood at the end of his table, her expression unreadable. "The headmaster would like a word with you. Please follow me." Harry marked his place, a dusty tome on the founding of Hogwarts that mentioned the Sorceress of Shadows exactly once, and followed McGonagall through the castle's corridors to a stone gargoyle that he'd passed a dozen times without really seeing. "Sugar Quill," McGonagall said, and the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward of its own accord. The headmaster's office was exactly what Harry expected, cluttered with strange instruments, lined with portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, dominated by a massive desk behind which Albus Dumbledore sat, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Harry. Thank you for coming." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Lemon drop?" "No thank you, sir." "As you wish." The old wizard popped one into his own mouth, taking his time, clearly gathering his thoughts. "I wanted to speak with you about the events of Halloween." "The troll." "The troll, yes. And more specifically, how you dealt with it." Harry waited. He'd been expecting this conversation, had prepared for it, but preparation and execution were different things. "Professor Snape has expressed concerns," Dumbledore continued. "He believes that no first year, however talented, should have been able to accomplish what you did. He suspects outside influence." "Outside influence?" "Dark magic. Possession. Some form of enhancement that would explain abilities beyond what an 11-year-old should possess." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "I must admit, I share some of his curiosity, if not his suspicions." "And what do you suspect, Professor?" "I suspect that you are not what you appear to be." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but probing. "I suspect that the boy who sits before me carries more than the memories of Harry Potter. And I suspect that whatever is awakening inside you has implications far beyond anything the wizarding world is prepared for." The silence stretched. "You're not denying it," Dumbledore observed. "Would it matter if I did?" "It might. Denial would suggest you're not ready to discuss it. Silence suggests you're waiting to see what I already know." The old wizard leaned forward. "So let me tell you what I know, Harry, and then perhaps you can fill in the gaps." He stood, moving to a window that looked out over the grounds. The grey November light cast his face in sharp relief. "I know that the Sorting Hat screamed when it touched your head. I know that it sat there for nearly 5 minutes, longer than any sorting in recorded history, and that when you finally received your house, the sword of Gryffindor materialized in your hand. A sword that hasn't been summoned in over 400 years. He turned back to face Harry. "I know that you spoke to a mountain troll in a language that no one in this castle recognized. I know that you made it kneel, Harry. A 12-foot killing machine, and you brought it to its knees with words. The language is very old. Older than Hogwarts. I'm not surprised no one recognized it. What language is it? It doesn't have a name in any modern tongue. We called it the speech, back when there was a week to call it anything." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "We?" Harry considered his options. He could continue to deflect, to offer half-truths and misdirection. But something in Dumbledore's manner suggested that approach had reached its limits. And the Sorting Hat had warned him. You have until the end of the year before I must speak. That deadline was approaching. Do you know who I am, Professor? Who I really am? I have suspicions. Then say them. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Merlin Ambrosius. The greatest wizard who ever lived. You are, or were, him. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Yes. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with implications. How is that possible? Dumbledore's composure cracked slightly. Merlin died over 1,000 years ago. The histories are clear, the histories are incomplete. I didn't die. Not exactly. Harry stood, moving to examine one of the strange silver instruments on Dumbledore's desk. I sealed myself away with my greatest enemy, binding both of us to a prison between worlds. My body died, but my soul persisted. Waiting. Watching. Until the time came to return. Why? Why return now? Because the seal is weakening. Morgan Le Fay, the sorceress I imprisoned, is beginning to break free. And when she does, she'll try to finish what she started a millennium ago. Morgan Le Fay. Dumbledore's voice was troubled. I've read the legends, but I always assumed that she was myth. That Camelot was just a story. Harry turned to face him. Everything in those stories happened. The kingdom, the king, the fall, all of it. The wizarding world forgot because we wanted it forgotten. The memories were too painful, and there were those who preferred to bury the past rather than learn from it. Those who preferred. Dumbledore caught the implication. You're saying wizards chose to forget their own history. Chose and were helped to choose. When Camelot fell, when Arthur died and Morgan was sealed away, there was a decision made by the surviving magical communities. They would separate themselves from the mundane world entirely. Create their own society, hidden from non-magical eyes. And to make that separation complete, they would sever ties with everything that had come before. Harry's voice carried an old bitterness that surprised even him. The founders of Hogwarts were the architects of that forgetting. They built this school on principles I'd established, but they erased my name from the process. They wanted a clean start, a new magical world unburdened by the tragedies of the old. The founders knew you. I taught them. Not directly, by the time they came along, I was already sealed away. But they studied my writings, my techniques, my philosophy of magic. Everything they built here came from what I'd left behind. Dumbledore moved to his chair and sat heavily, the weight of revelation pressing down on him. This is a great deal to process. I know. I've had weeks to come to terms with it, and I'm still processing. The Sorting Hat mentioned the seal. Said it was weakening. It is. Every time I use significant magic, every time I access my memories and abilities, I strengthen myself, but I also create cracks in Morgan's prison. The same power that's waking me up is waking her. And when she fully wakes, she'll try to destroy everything. Not just Britain, not just the magical world, everything. Morgan's vision was always unlimited dominion. She wanted to rule humanity as gods once ruled them, with magic as the ultimate authority and herself as its supreme master. How do we stop her? Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. We get ready. We find allies, gather resources, prepare for the war that's coming. And when she finally breaks free, we fight. You keep saying, we. You intend to involve me in this? You're the most powerful wizard currently alive, and you run a school built on foundations I laid 1,000 years ago. Of course I intend to involve you. Harry allowed himself a slight smile. Unless you'd rather pretend this conversation never happened and go back to assuming I'm just an unusually talented first year. Dumbledore let out a breath that was almost a laugh. No. No, I don't think that pretense would serve anyone at this point. He studied Harry with new eyes. You truly are him, aren't you? Merlin. The original. I'm both. Harry Potter and Merlin Ambrosius, merged into something that's neither and both. The memories are his, the feelings are both of ours, and the power. Harry looked at his hands. The power is still waking up. I'm not at full strength yet. Not even close. How strong will you become? Strong enough to face Morgan. Strong enough to do what I did before, seal her, contain her, maybe even destroy her permanently this time. But? Harry's expression darkened. But there's something else in this castle. Something I need to deal with before I can focus on Morgan. Dumbledore went very still. Something else? Professor Quirrell isn't what he appears to be. There's a presence inside him, a fragment of a dark wizard, parasitically attached. I've been sensing it since the first day of term. A fragment. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Voldemort. You know. I suspected. I didn't want to believe it was possible. The old wizard's face was grim. How? His killing curse rebounded off me when I was an infant. It should have destroyed him utterly, but he'd taken precautions, dark magic, the darkest kind. He anchored his soul to objects, created backups that would let him survive even total physical destruction. Horcruxes. Dumbledore breathed the word like a curse. He made Horcruxes. You know about them? I've researched them. Never dreamed anyone would be foolish enough to create one, let alone multiple. He looked at Harry with something like horror. How many? At least 6, possibly 7. I don't have all the details yet, my memories of this era are fragmentary, filtered through Harry's childhood and the confusion of awakening. But I know he made them, and I know that's why he survived. And now he's possessing Quirrell, trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone to create a new body. The stone is here. Hidden. Protected. I thought it would serve as bait, draw out whoever was targeting it, let me identify them. It has. You know who the enemy is now. Harry's voice hardened. The question is what you're going to do about it. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. What would you suggest? Let him try to take it. Let him think his plan is succeeding. And when he makes his move, I'll be there to stop him. You. An 11-year-old boy, against the Dark Lord? I'm not an 11-year-old boy. Not anymore. And Voldemort in his current state is weak, a spirit, a fragment, barely able to maintain his hold on Quirrell's body. If I face him now, while he's vulnerable, I can end this threat before it grows. And if something goes wrong? Then the wizarding world learns early that it has a bigger problem than Harry Potter's unusual abilities. Harry's expression was calm, certain. But nothing will go wrong. I've been preparing for this kind of battle for longer than recorded history. Trust me. Dumbledore studied him, really studied him, with the penetrating gaze that had made him the most respected wizard of his generation. I believe you, he said finally. I don't entirely understand you, and I'm not sure I trust you completely. But I believe you are who you claim to be, and I believe you're capable of what you say. That's enough for now. Harry moved toward the door. We'll talk more later, once the immediate threat is dealt with. There's much to discuss, Morgan's awakening, the Horcruxes, the future of the magical world. Harry. He paused. When all of this is over, when the battles are won and the enemies defeated, what then? What do you intend to do with everything you remember, everything you are? Harry considered the question. I don't know, he admitted. The first time around, I was a king's advisor, a power behind the throne. I helped Arthur build a kingdom and watched it fall despite everything I did. This time. He shook his head. This time I want to try something different. Build something that lasts. But the specifics? Those will depend on who survives to help me build it. He opened the door. Thank you for the conversation, Professor. I think it's the beginning of a productive partnership. And then he was gone, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts and the magnitude of what he'd just learned. The headmaster sat motionless for a long time, staring at the door through which the boy, the ancient wizard, had departed. Merlin, he thought. Merlin Ambrosius is walking the halls of Hogwarts, wearing the face of an 11-year-old orphan. It was the most incredible thing he'd ever heard. It was also, he was becoming increasingly certain, completely true. The future had just become a great deal more complicated. The Quidditch match came on a Saturday that threatened rain but never quite delivered, the sky hanging low and grey over the pitch like a judgment deferred. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, the first match of the season, and Harry's debut as Seeker. The stands were packed with students bundled against the cold, their house colors bright against the dreary backdrop. Harry stood in the locker room, listening to Oliver Wood's impassioned pep talk with half an ear while the rest of his attention focused inward. Something was wrong. He'd been feeling it all morning, a crawling sensation at the edge of his awareness, a pressure building in his scar. Quirrell. Or rather, the thing inside Quirrell. It was active, focused, preparing for something. He's going to try something during the match, Harry realized. Too good an opportunity, I'll be in the air, exposed, distracted. The perfect time to strike. He considered warning someone, but what would he say? I think my defense professor is going to attack me because he's possessed by the man who murdered my parents. That conversation would raise more questions than he was prepared to answer. No. He'd handle it himself. He'd survived Voldemort before, as an infant with no training or power. Surviving him now, with the awakening might of Merlin behind him, should be simple. Should be. And remember, Potter, your job is to catch the snitch. Nothing else. Let the chasers handle the scoring, let the beaters handle the bludgers. You focus on that little golden ball and everything else will take care of itself. Understood. Wood clapped him on the shoulder. Good man. Now let's get out there and show those snakes what Gryffindor is made of. The walk onto the pitch was a blur of cheering and jeering, scarlet and green, Lee Jordan's commentary providing a running background of barely veiled bias. Harry mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had procured for him, supposedly anonymously though he knew perfectly well who'd signed the requisition, and kicked off into the grey sky. The game began. Harry flew in lazy circles above the action, his eyes scanning for the telltale glint of gold while his other senses stretched outward, probing the magical currents around the stadium. He could feel the wards that protected the pitch, the concentrated attention of hundreds of watchers, the adrenaline-fueled magic of 14 players pushing their brooms to the limit. And beneath it all, something else. Something dark, patient, watching. There. In the stands, among the teachers' section, Quirrell sat with his eyes fixed on Harry. But there was something wrong with those eyes, a depth that went beyond normal sight, a cold intelligence that had nothing to do with the stuttering professor. Harry met that gaze across the distance, and for a moment, something passed between them. Recognition. Acknowledgement. The understanding of two ancient enemies who had found each other across time. Hello, Tom, Harry thought. I know you're in there. The presence behind Quirrell's eyes smiled. The curse hit Harry's broom without warning. One moment he was flying smoothly, the next, his nimbus was bucking like a wild animal, jerking and rolling in patterns that made no natural sense. Harry gripped the handle with both hands, his body moving instinctively to compensate, but the broom was fighting him with focused malevolence. Dark magic. He's cursing the broom, trying to throw me. The sensible thing would have been to land immediately, get off the broom before the curse could achieve its purpose. But Harry had never been particularly sensible, and 1,000 years of battles had taught him that retreat often caused more problems than it solved. Instead, he did something unexpected. He absorbed the curse. It wasn't a technique he'd consciously planned. The knowledge rose up from his awakening memories, a defensive measure developed centuries ago for exactly this kind of magical attack. His body became a conduit, drawing the dark energy away from the broom and into himself, where it could be processed and neutralized. The curse tasted of hatred and fear, Voldemort's signature, bitter and sharp. Harry let it flow through him, converting its malevolent intent into raw magical energy that he could use. The broom steadied. In the stands, Quirrell's eyes widened with shock. The curse should have been unbreakable, unstoppable. He designed it specifically to resist countermeasures. But this boy had simply drunk it down, like water. What are you? Voldemort's thoughts screamed behind Quirrell's eyes. What are you really? Harry grinned, sudden and fierce, and dove. The snitch was there, had been there for almost a minute, hovering near the base of the Slytherin goalposts while everyone was distracted by his broom's strange behavior. Harry plummeted toward it with speed that made the crowd gasp, wind screaming past his ears, the grey sky blurring into a tunnel of pure motion. The Slytherin Seeker, Higgs, his name was, saw what was happening too late. He dove after Harry, but the distance was too great, the angle too steep. This was no contest, this was execution. Harry's hand closed around the struggling golden ball. The crowd erupted. Potter has the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan's voice was almost lost in the wall of sound that hit the pitch. Gryffindor students were screaming, hugging each other, weeping with joy. Even Professor McGonagall was pumping her fist in the air, her usual dignity forgotten. Harry landed smoothly, the snitch still clutched in his hand, and looked toward the teacher's section. Quirrell was gone. Running, Harry thought. Good. Run while you can, Tom. Because when I come for you, there won't be anywhere left to hide. The victory celebration in Gryffindor Tower lasted well into the night. Harry accepted congratulations with patience he didn't feel, endured backslaps and handshakes from students who'd barely spoken to him before, and eventually managed to extract himself to a quiet corner where Hermione and Neville were waiting. That wasn't just good flying, Hermione said without preamble. Something happened up there. Your broom went crazy, and then you did something. Quirrell cursed my broom. I absorbed the curse. You can do that? Apparently. Harry rubbed his eyes, suddenly tired. The memories keep coming, Hermione. Techniques I never learned, knowledge I never acquired, it's all in there, waiting for the right moment to surface. Is that dangerous? Having all that power just popping up unexpectedly? Probably. But it's also the only advantage I have. He lowered his voice. Voldemort knows something's wrong with me. He felt what I did to his curse, felt me turn his own magic against him. He's scared now, and scared enemies are unpredictable. Neville had gone pale. You know who is really possessing Professor Quirrell? A fragment of him. The main soul, what's left of it, is scattered, anchored to objects hidden around Britain. But the piece that's here, the one riding in Quirrell's body, is dangerous enough. What are we going to do? We're going to stop him. Harry's voice was calm, certain. He's going to try for the Philosopher's Stone, it's the only thing that can restore his body. When he makes his move, I'll be there. Alone. If necessary. No. Hermione's voice was sharp. You keep telling us we're part of something, that you're training us for a reason. If you're going to face you-know-who, you're not doing it alone. Hermione, she's right. Neville's jaw was set, his eyes bright with something that looked like courage. You saved my life, Harry. You've been teaching us, believing in us, when no one else did. If you're fighting, we're fighting with you. Harry looked at them, these two children who had no idea what they were signing up for, what dangers lay ahead, and felt something ancient and weary ease in his chest. I said I wouldn't make the same mistakes. I said I wouldn't fight alone. All right, he said quietly. When the time comes, you'll be with me. But we're not ready yet. We need more training, more preparation. Voldemort won't move until he's certain of success, that gives us time. How much time? Weeks. Maybe months. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Enough time to teach you some things they definitely don't cover in the standard curriculum. The party continued around them, oblivious to the conversation in the corner. Lee Jordan was leading a chant of Potter. Potter, while the Weasley twins set off fireworks that formed lions made of golden sparks. But in the quiet space between Harry, Hermione, and Neville, something else was taking shape. An alliance. A promise. The first threads of a bond that would be tested in fire before the year was out. Harry looked at his friends, strange word that still felt new despite the memories of companions long dead, and felt something very much like hope. This time, he thought. This time will be different. He had to believe that. The alternative was too bleak to contemplate. December brought snow and secrets. The castle transformed under winter's touch, white drifts piling against the windows, icicles hanging from the towers like crystal teeth. Students bundled in scarves and mittens, their breath fogging in the corridors as the heating charm struggled against the season's assault. Harry barely noticed. His days fell into a rhythm, morning classes that taught him nothing new, afternoon training sessions where Hermione and Neville pushed themselves to exhaustion, evening research in the library, digging through histories and legends for any scrap of information about Morgan, about the seal, about the ancient forces beginning to stir in the world. And at night, the dreams. They came more frequently now, vivid and strange and terrifyingly real. Sometimes they were memories, Camelot's golden halls, Arthur's boyish grin, Morgan's dark hair streaming in wind from another age. Sometimes they were conversations, Morgan's voice reaching across the void that separated them, mocking and tempting and probing for weaknesses. "The boy's magic is growing stronger," she whispered one night, her face half visible in shadows that weren't quite dark. "I can feel it, even here. Every day, a little more of the old power returns. Tell me, my love, what will you do when you're fully yourself again?" "Stop you. How tedious. I'd hoped for something more creative after 1,000 years. Her laugh was silver and ice. "You always were predictable, Merlin. That was your weakness then, and it will be your undoing now. You still believe in things, hope, love, the essential goodness of humanity. Still think that if you just try hard enough, you can save everyone. And what do you believe in? Power. The only honest currency in all the worlds." She leaned closer, her eyes ancient beyond measure. "You could share it with me. Join your strength to mine when I'm free. Together we could remake everything, no more war, no more poverty, no more suffering. A perfect world under perfect rule. Your rule. Our rule. Partners, as we always should have been." Her voice softened, became almost vulnerable. "I loved you, you know. In my own way. Before you chose your precious king over me, before you decided that humanity was worth more than what we could become. I loved you, and you threw it away. You loved what I could give you. That's not the same thing." Silence. "Perhaps." Her expression hardened. "But it doesn't matter now. The seal is cracking, Merlin. I can feel it, feel the light bleeding through, feel the boundaries weakening. Soon I'll be free, and then we'll see who was right all along. I'll stop you. You'll try." She was fading now, dissolving back into the void. "But you've already lost once. What makes you think this time will be different?" Harry woke to frost on his blankets and the lingering echo of her question. What makes this time different? He didn't know. But he was going to find out. The invisibility cloak arrived on Christmas morning. Harry was alone in the castle, or nearly so. Most students had gone home for the holidays, and the few who remained were either scattered through the dormitories or spending time with the handful of professors who'd stayed behind. Hermione was with her parents, Neville at his grandmother's manor. For the first time in weeks, Harry had space to think without responsibility pressing on every side. The package was waiting on his bed when he woke, wrapped in plain brown paper with a note attached. your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. But Harry recognized the handwriting, precise, slightly cramped, from essays he'd seen marked in Dumbledore's hand. He opened the package and felt his breath catch. The cloak spilled out like liquid shadow, shimmering in the grey winter light with colors that weren't quite colors. Harry lifted it, letting the fabric flow through his fingers, and felt a recognition so profound it was almost painful. The cloak of invisibility. One of the Deathly Hallows. He'd known it existed. Had even suspected it might be in Britain somewhere, passed down through generations of wizards who had no idea what they possessed. But holding it, feeling the magic woven into every thread. I gave this to Ignotus Peveril, he remembered. A gift, a reward for services rendered. He was a good man, clever, brave, devoted to his family. I wanted to help him avoid the death that seemed to follow him everywhere. And now it's come back to me. After all this time. Harry draped the cloak around his shoulders and watched his body disappear in the mirror across the room. Not just invisible, undetectable. The cloak didn't bend light, it existed outside normal perception entirely, in a space between worlds that no magic could touch. He thought about what he could do with this. The places he could go, the secrets he could uncover. The restricted section of the library, with its forbidden books. Quirrell's quarters, where Voldemort's plans might be discovered. The third-floor corridor, where the Philosopher's Stone waited behind its gauntlet of protections. But those could wait. Tonight, Harry had somewhere else to be. He moved through the castle like a ghost, unseen even by the portraits that usually tracked every passing student. The corridors were quiet, empty, the snow outside casting strange shadows through the windows. His feet made no sound on the ancient stones. The room he was looking for was deep in the castle's heart, hidden behind a door that appeared only for those who knew to look for it. Harry had found references to it in his research, the Mirror of Erist, an artifact from the Founder's era that showed the viewer their deepest desire. He knew what Dumbledore was planning. The stone was hidden inside the mirror, protected by an enchantment that only released it to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Clever, in its way, but cleverness had limits, and Harry wanted to understand what he was dealing with before the final confrontation came. The door was there when he looked for it, a plain wooden panel set into the wall as if it had always existed. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The mirror dominated the room. It was massive, at least 10 feet tall, framed in ornate gold that caught the candlelight and threw it back in dancing patterns. The surface was perfectly reflective, showing Harry his invisible form with strange clarity, as if the cloak's magic didn't quite work against this particular artifact. He pulled off the cloak, letting himself become visible again, and looked into the glass. His reflection looked back. But it wasn't quite right. The boy in the mirror was still Harry Potter, the same messy hair, the same green eyes, the same lightning scar, but there was something else behind those features. A depth, a presence, a weight of ages that ordinary mirrors couldn't capture. And then the image shifted. Harry saw himself standing between two worlds. On one side, Arthur's golden crown gleamed in his hand, the symbol of everything Camelot had represented, hope, justice, the dream of a better humanity. On the other side, a wand, Voldemort's wand, recognizable by its dark length and the malevolent aura that clung to it. The wand was broken, snapped cleanly in two, powerless. In the mirror, Harry held both. The crown of what had been, the broken symbol of what must end. And between them, the figure of Morgan Le Fay, transparent and fading, her prison sealing shut forever. This is what I want, Harry realized. Not the crown, not the power, the ending. The closure. Morgan defeated permanently, Voldemort destroyed completely, the wars finished once and for all. The mirror shows my deepest desire, and my deepest desire is peace. He stared at the vision for a long time, letting it burn into his memory. This was what he was fighting for. Not glory, not dominion, not even survival, just the chance to finish what he'd started so long ago and finally rest. It shows a compelling vision, doesn't it? Harry spun, his wand in his hand before the words finished forming. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his blue eyes twinkling with something that might have been amusement or might have been concern. "Forgive me for startling you. I noticed the castle's wards registering a presence in this room and thought I should investigate. The cloak should have hidden me from the wards. Most wards, yes. But Hogwarts is special. It has ways of knowing what happens within its walls that go beyond ordinary detection." Dumbledore moved into the room, his steps slow and measured. "May I ask what you see in the mirror?" Harry considered lying. The mirror showed desires, and desires were vulnerabilities, weapons that could be used against him by anyone who knew them. But Dumbledore already knew his deepest secret. What was one more truth between them? "I see myself finishing what I started," he said. Morgan contained forever. Voldemort destroyed completely. The battles won, the wars ended. Not power. Not glory. Not your parents, returned to you. I never knew my parents. Whatever I feel for them is abstract, the idea of family rather than the reality. As for power and glory..." Harry shook his head. "I've had both. They don't bring peace." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I see my family," he said softly. "My sister, alive and well. My brother, speaking to me again. The mistakes of my youth undone, the damage healed." He looked at the mirror with old sorrow in his eyes. "I've stood before this glass more times than I should admit, watching that impossible future play out again and again. It's not impossible. Just unlikely. Some things are unlikely enough to be effectively impossible." Dumbledore turned away from the mirror. "I came here to warn you, actually. The mirror will move soon. I'm implementing the final protections on the stone, hiding it where only the right kind of person can reach it. But I wanted you to see it first. To understand what we're guarding. The temptation. Yes. Voldemort wants the stone for its power, eternal life, unlimited wealth. But the mirror doesn't reward wanting. It rewards not wanting. Only someone who wishes to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. And you think I'm that person? I think you might be. Your desires are unusual for a young man. Most boys your age want excitement, adventure, recognition. You want endings." Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. "That's either profound wisdom or profound weariness. I haven't decided which. Can't it be both?" "Perhaps." The old wizard smiled slightly. "I wanted to ask you something, Harry. About the future, about what happens after Voldemort is dealt with, after Morgan is contained again. What do you intend to do with your life?" Harry thought about the question. "I don't know," he admitted. "The first time around, I dedicated everything to Arthur, to building his kingdom, defending his vision, trying to create a better world. When it fell apart, when Morgan betrayed us and Arthur died, I had nothing left but the vigil. 1,000 years of watching, waiting, hoping." He looked at his hands, at the faint shimmer of power that occasionally flickered beneath the skin. "This time. I want something more than duty. More than sacrifice. I want to build things that last, yes, but I also want to live. To have friends, maybe even family. To be Harry Potter as well as Merlin Ambrosius. That's a very human desire. I am human. Part of me, anyway. The part that grew up in a cupboard, that knew what it was like to be small and powerless and alone." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Merlin was great, but he was also remote. He kept people at a distance, trusted no one completely, carried every burden himself. I think that's why I failed. Not lack of power or wisdom, but lack of connection. I was so busy being a legend that I forgot how to be a person. And now I'm trying to remember. Hermione and Neville, they're not just students or allies. They're friends. Real friends, who know what I am and accept me anyway. That's new. That's worth protecting. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I think you may be wiser now than you were then, he said. Wisdom isn't just knowing things, it's knowing which things matter. And you seem to have learned that lesson. I hope so. I have a lot of mistakes to not repeat. They stood in silence for a moment, two wizards separated by a gulf of years and experience but united by the weight of responsibility. The stone will be moved tomorrow, Dumbledore said finally. The protections will be complete by New Year's. After that, it becomes a waiting game. Voldemort will make his move before the end of the school year. He's too weak to wait longer, his hold on Quirrell is slipping, and he knows it. Agreed. And when he moves, I'll be ready. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak back around his shoulders, feeling himself fade from sight. Thank you for the cloak, Professor. I'll put it to good use. I don't doubt it. Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of warmth. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, Professor. Harry slipped out of the room, invisible and silent, leaving Dumbledore alone with the mirror and its tempting visions. In the glass, the old wizard watched his sister dance, young and whole and forever out of reach. The winter holidays ended. Students flooded back into the castle, filling the corridors with noise and life. Classes resumed, and with them, the relentless march of time toward confrontation. Harry trained his circle harder than ever. Shield charms, counter curses, basic combat magic, everything he could cram into their sessions without drawing attention. Hermione absorbed it all with ferocious intensity. Neville struggled but persevered, his confidence growing with each small success. And through it all, Harry watched. Waited. Prepared. Quirrell grew more erratic as the weeks passed. His stutter worsened, his hands trembled constantly, and sometimes Harry caught him staring at nothing with an expression of pure terror. The dark presence within him was growing stronger, demanding more, pushing against the boundaries of the professor's failing will. Soon, Harry thought, watching Quirrell flee from breakfast one morning after a particularly intense bout of trembling. Very soon now. He was right. The summons came in late March, delivered by a house elf who appeared in the common room with wide, frightened eyes. Harry Potter, sir. Headmaster Dumbledore is being called away urgently. He is asking Harry Potter to be coming to his office before he goes. Harry was on his feet before the elf finished speaking. Hermione and Neville looked up from their homework, questions on their faces. Stay here, Harry told them. If I'm not back by midnight, come to the third-floor corridor. You remember what I showed you? Hermione nodded, her face pale but determined. We remember. Good. He ran. Dumbledore was waiting in his office, already dressed for travel, his expression grave. The Ministry has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. Apparently, there's been an incident that requires my immediate attention. A fake. Almost certainly. But I can't ignore a Wizengamot summons, the political consequences would be severe. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. I believe tonight is the night. Yes. Are you ready? Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd remembered, everything he'd prepared. He thought about Hermione and Neville, waiting in the common room. About the invisibility cloak folded in his pocket. About the power gathering beneath his skin, ancient and vast and finally ready to be unleashed. I'm ready. Then I leave Hogwarts in your hands, Harry Potter. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder, brief, warm, a gesture of trust. Do what must be done. And then he was gone, swept away by the green flames of the Floo network, leaving Harry alone with the weight of what was coming. Tonight, Harry thought. Tonight it ends. He turned and walked out of the office, toward destiny, toward confrontation, toward the battle that had been waiting for him since before he was born. The time for preparation was over. The time for action had arrived. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Serpents and Shadows. The castle felt different after dark. Harry moved through corridors he'd walked 100 times, but the familiar paths had transformed into something stranger, more primal. Shadows pooled in corners that should have been lit. The portraits slept, their frames empty, their usual whispered gossip silenced. Even the suits of armor seemed to lean inward, metal bodies hunched like conspirators waiting for a signal. The invisibility cloak rippled around him, perfect concealment against anyone who might be watching. But Harry knew the real danger wasn't human eyes, it was the presence lurking in Quirrell's skull, ancient and malevolent and desperately hungry. He'd told Hermione and Neville to wait. That had been a lie, or at least a misdirection. He needed them ready to act if something went wrong, but the confrontation itself had to be his alone. This wasn't about protecting them from danger, it was about protecting them from becoming targets. Voldemort was weak, but he wasn't stupid. If he saw that Harry had allies, he'd find ways to use them. Hostages, leverage, weapons turned against their wielders. Better to face him alone and keep the others hidden. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent. Harry paused at the entrance, extending his senses, feeling for the magical signatures that would tell him who had passed this way. Quirrell had been here. Recently, within the hour. The dark presence left traces like oily fingerprints, corruption that clung to the stones and made Harry's scar throb with dull pain. He followed the trail. The first obstacle was already bypassed. The three-headed dog that Hagrid had named Fluffy lay sprawled across the floor, unconscious, a harp playing itself in the corner. Someone had done their research. Harry stepped over a massive paw and dropped through the trapdoor into darkness. The devil's snare caught him immediately, tendrils wrapping around his limbs with vegetable hunger. Harry didn't struggle only made it worse, but he also didn't panic. Instead, he reached into the plant's simple consciousness with the same technique he'd used on the troll, speaking in the language of growing things. Release, he told it. I am not prey. The tendrils hesitated. Loosened. Withdrew. Harry dropped through to the chamber below, landing in a crouch on cold stone. The next room was already open, its puzzle solved, winged keys lying scattered across the floor, a single bent one still jammed in the lock it had been forced to fit. Quirrell had been brutal but effective. The chess room was a ruin. Massive stone pieces lay shattered across the black and white squares, some reduced to rubble, others merely damaged. Harry walked through the destruction, reading the story in the debris. Someone had tried to play properly and failed. Then they'd resorted to raw power, blasting through obstacles rather than outmaneuvering them. Voldemort's influence, Harry thought. Quirrell might have had the patience for chess, but his passenger doesn't. The Dark Lord always preferred force over finesse. Beyond the chess room, a mountain troll lay unconscious, larger than the one from Halloween, and already dealt with by whoever had passed this way before. Harry stepped over it without breaking stride. The potions chamber was next. 7 bottles on a table, a riddle in silver letters, flames blocking both exits. Harry read the puzzle once, solved it instantly, the logic was elementary, really, barely worth the parchment it was written on, and drank the correct potion without hesitation. The black flames parted around him like a curtain. And then he was there. The final chamber. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, his back to the entrance, his turban slightly askew. The room was lit by torches that cast dancing shadows across the walls, and the mirror's surface gleamed with that impossible, otherworldly sheen that Harry remembered from Christmas. I knew you would come. Quirrell's voice was different. Stronger. The stutter was gone entirely, replaced by a cold certainty that had nothing to do with the nervous Professor Harry had watched all year. You've been expecting me. Harry didn't bother with the cloak, it was useless now anyway, against an enemy who could sense his presence through other means. He let it fall, stepping forward into the flickering light. The Dark Lord sensed you the moment you entered the corridor. Your magic is distinctive. Quirrell turned, and Harry saw that his face had changed too. The features were sharper, crueler, twisted by the presence that had been riding him for months. "He wants to speak with you." "Then let him speak." Quirrell smiled, a terrible expression on a face that had never been designed for cruelty, and raised his hands to his turban. The cloth unwound slowly, revealing pale skin beneath, and then, Harry had known what he would see. The possessed professor, the face on the back of the head, the parasitic fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul. He'd prepared himself for it, steeled his mind against the horror. But knowing and seeing were different things. The face that emerged from beneath the turban was barely human. Chalk-white skin stretched over sharp bones. Slits for nostrils, like a snake. And the eyes, red as fresh blood, burning with hatred and hunger and something that might have been recognition. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. "We meet at last. Tom Riddle." Harry kept his voice steady, his posture relaxed. Fear was a weapon that enemies could use against you, and he refused to give this one any ammunition. "You've looked better." The red eyes narrowed. "You know my name. I know a great deal about you. More than you'd be comfortable with, I suspect." Brave words from a child. Voldemort's voice was a whisper, but it carried power, the kind of power that made lesser men tremble and obey. "But I am no ordinary enemy, boy. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. What can you possibly know that would trouble me? I know about the Horcruxes." The silence that followed was absolute. Quirrell's body went rigid. The red eyes in the back of his head blazed with sudden fury, and something else. Something that looked almost like fear. "How?" The whisper had turned to a hiss. "How could you know about that?" "The same way I know about everything else. The same way I knew your curse wouldn't work on me, that night in Godric's Hollow. The same way I knew your broom jinx at the Quidditch match would fail." Harry smiled, cold and hard. "You've been trying to kill me for 11 years, Tom. Don't you think it's time you asked yourself why it never works? You are a child. A lucky, famous child with a scar you don't deserve. Nothing more. Is that what you believe? Then explain the troll. Explain how an 11-year-old boy made a mountain troll kneel with nothing but words. Explain the sword of Gryffindor materializing in my hand during the sorting. Explain everything that's happened since September, Tom, and tell me I'm nothing more than a lucky child." Voldemort was silent. Harry took a step forward. Then another. He could feel the dark wizard's power pressing against him, the weight of malevolent will trying to force him back, but it was like pushing against a mountain. Harry's own power rose to meet it, ancient and vast, and the pressure simply stopped. "I'm going to tell you something, Tom. A truth you've never heard, because there's no one left who knows it." Harry's voice dropped, became something older, something that had seen empires rise and fall. "I know you. Not the Dark Lord. Not the terrorist and murderer. The boy. The orphan who grew up unloved, who discovered he had power and decided that power was the only thing that mattered. You know nothing of my past. I know everything. The orphanage. Mrs. Cole and her djinn. The cave where you took those children, your first experiments in cruelty. The diary you made at 16, the first anchor for your shattered soul." Harry's eyes met Voldemort's crimson gaze. "I know you, Tom Riddle, because I've seen your kind before. Brilliant, broken, convinced that domination is the only path to safety. You're not unique. You're not even original. Who are you?" The question tore through the chamber, shaking dust from the ceiling, making the torches flicker and dance. Harry let the mask slip. It wasn't a spell, not exactly. More like a relaxation of the boundaries he'd built around himself, the careful limits that kept his true nature hidden from ordinary perception. He let Voldemort see what lay beneath the surface of Harry Potter, the depth of power, the weight of ages, the vast and terrible patience of something that had waited 1,000 years for this moment. I am the one who was here before you. Before Hogwarts, before Britain, before everything you think you know about magic. Harry's voice carried harmonics that shouldn't have been possible from human vocal cords. You wanted to conquer death. I predate it. You wanted to rule the magical world. I built it. Everything you are, Tom Riddle, everything you've done or dreamed of doing, it's all variations on a theme I exhausted centuries before you were born. Quirrell/Voldemort stumbled backward, the possessed body moving clumsily, the red eyes wide with something that was definitely fear now. Merlin, Voldemort breathed. But that's impossible. Merlin is a legend, a myth, every myth is someone's lived experience. Every legend began as a person who did impossible things until people started believing in them. Harry raised his hand, and the sword of Gryffindor materialized in his grip, blazing with ruby light. Hello, Tom. My name is Merlin Ambrosius. And I'm going to give you one chance to leave this castle, abandon your pursuit of the stone, and trouble me no more. One chance. More than you deserve. But I'm trying to be merciful these days. Old habits. The fear in Voldemort's eyes flickered, and something else rose to replace it. Rage, yes, but also calculation. Harry could see the dark wizard's mind working, processing this impossible information, searching for angles and weaknesses. You're bluffing. Voldemort's voice steadied. If you were truly Merlin, you would have destroyed me already. You wouldn't offer chances, you'd simply act. The fact that you're talking means you can't do what you claim. Or it means I'm genuinely trying to be better than I was. But you're right about one thing. Harry raised the sword. Talking is over. He moved. The battle in the mirror chamber would become legend, though no one who hadn't been there would ever know exactly what happened. Harry struck first, a thrust that should have taken Quirrell through the heart. But Voldemort was faster than his host body had any right to be, twisting aside with serpentine grace, and the blade scored only a shallow cut across his ribs. Fire erupted from Quirrell's wand, dark fire, black and purple, that burned with cold rather than heat. Harry didn't bother dodging. He absorbed it, pulling the energy into himself, converting Voldemort's power into fuel for his own. That trick again, Voldemort snarled. How? Harry didn't answer. He was already moving, the sword singing through patterns that had killed dragons and dark lords alike, each stroke precise and devastating. Quirrell's body could barely keep up, the possessed professor was dodging more than fighting, his wand movements growing desperate as Harry pressed the attack. A shield spell, Harry's blade shattered it like glass. A barrage of curses, Harry walked through them, letting them splash against his skin without effect. A desperate killing curse, green light screaming toward his face, Harry caught it on the flat of his blade, and the sword drank it, the ruby in the hilt blazing like a small sun. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. For you. Yes. Harry closed the distance in a single step, his free hand closing around Quirrell's throat. You spent decades studying dark magic, Tom. Decades mastering the most terrible spells ever devised. And it was all wasted effort, because you never understood the fundamental truth. Quirrell's body convulsed. The red eyes were bulging now, fury and fear mingled into something like madness. Dark magic isn't powerful because it's dark. It's powerful because it requires sacrifice, pieces of your soul, your humanity, your capacity for connection. You paid those prices willingly, eagerly, and in return you got, what? The ability to kill more efficiently. The power to terrorize and dominate. Harry's grip tightened. I never needed to sacrifice anything. My power comes from understanding, Tom. From seeing the patterns beneath reality and learning to work with them rather than against them. You're a wizard who forces magic to serve you. I'm a wizard who is magic, in every way that matters. Then kill me. Voldemort screamed. If you're so powerful, finish it. No. The word hung in the air. Harry loosened his grip slightly, allowing Quirrell to breathe. You have Horcruxes. Killing this body won't destroy you, it'll just set you loose again, a spirit searching for new hosts, new opportunities. I need to deal with your anchors first. You'll never find them all. I already know where most of them are. The diary is in Malfoy Manor. The ring is in the Gaunt Shack. The locket is in a cave by the sea. The cup is in Gringotts. Harry smiled grimly. Your snake isn't a Horcrux yet, but I imagine you plan to make her one eventually. And then there's the one you don't know about, the accident you created when your curse rebounded off me. Voldemort went very still. That scar on my forehead contains a fragment of your soul, Tom. You put a piece of yourself inside me 11 years ago. And unlike your other anchors, this one I can reach whenever I want. You wouldn't. Destroying it would mean destroying yourself. Possibly. But I'm not planning to destroy it. I'm planning to contain it. Along with the rest of you. Harry's free hand began to glow with silver light, not spell light, but something older, more fundamental. Runes appeared in the air around them, characters that Voldemort couldn't read, that no living wizard could read, because the language they were written in had died with the last speakers of the old tongue. What are you doing? Something I should have done months ago. Harry's voice carried that ancient resonance again, the weight of centuries pressing into every word. I'm going to contain you, Tom. Not kill you, not yet, but contain you. Lock your spirit in a prison of my own design, where you can't escape, can't possess new hosts, can't cause any more harm. You can't. The Horcruxes will anchor me, pull me back, the Horcruxes are anchors for your soul. Your spirit is something different, the animating force that moves between bodies, that maintains your consciousness. I'm not attacking your soul, Tom. I'm binding your spirit. Putting it in a cage that even your Horcruxes can't break. The runes were complete now, a sphere of silver light surrounding both of them, pulsing with power that made the chamber tremble. When I destroy your Horcruxes, and I will, every last one of them, your soul fragments will have nowhere to go. They'll dissolve into the void, taking everything you were with them. But your spirit will remain here, in this prison, aware of what's happening but unable to prevent it. You'll feel yourself dying, piece by piece, anchor by anchor. And there will be nothing you can do to stop it. This is impossible. No one has this kind of power. I do. Harry's eyes were ancient, merciless. I always have. I just forgot, for a while. Being human will do that to you. The binding spell activated. Voldemort screamed, a sound that shook the castle's foundations, that echoed through dimensions ordinary magic couldn't touch. The Dark Lord's spirit was being pulled, extracted from Quirrell's failing body, compressed into a form that could be contained. Quirrell collapsed, his possession broken, his body finally his own again for the first time in almost a year. And in Harry's hands, a sphere of light pulsed with captured darkness, Voldemort's spirit, raging and impotent, locked in a prison it could never escape. It's over, Tom. The sphere flared once, brightly, and then dimmed to a steady silver glow. The screaming stopped. The chamber fell silent. Harry stood alone among the ruins, the sword of Gryffindor in one hand and a Dark Lord in the other. He'd won. But he knew, with the certainty of someone who'd lived through too many victories, that this was only the beginning. Quirrell was still alive when Harry checked. The professor lay crumpled against the far wall, breathing shallowly, his face pale and slack. Without Voldemort's presence to animate him, he looked older, more fragile, a man who'd been through an ordeal that should have killed him. Harry knelt beside him, fingers finding the pulse point at his throat. Weak, but steady. He'd survive, assuming someone got him to the hospital wing soon. Can you hear me? Quirrell's eyes fluttered open. They were blue, had been blue all along, Harry realized, hidden behind the crimson of Voldemort's influence. Potter. The voice was barely a whisper, broken and raw. What happened? He's gone. I removed him. Gone. Something like wonder crossed Quirrell's face. I can. I can think clearly. For the first time in months, I can. Tears began to leak from his eyes. I was there. Through all of it. I could see what he was doing, feel him using my body, but I couldn't stop him. I was a prisoner in my own skull. I know. He was so strong. So hungry. Quirrell shuddered. He promised me power, knowledge, everything I'd ever wanted. And I was fool enough to believe him. By the time I realized what he really was, it was too late. It's not too late now. You're free. Free. Quirrell laughed weakly. Free to spend the rest of my life remembering what I did. What he did through me. The unicorns in the forest. I can still hear them screaming. Harry felt a flicker of sympathy. Quirrell had been weak, yes, and foolish. But he'd also been human, and humanity came with limitations that Dark Lords were happy to exploit. You'll have to answer for what happened, Harry said. There will be questions, probably a trial. But possession is a recognized offense in magical law, and you have a witness to the circumstances. He stood. I'll speak on your behalf. You were a victim, not a collaborator. Why? Quirrell's eyes searched Harry's face. Why would you help me? After everything? Because you thanked me. What? Just now, when I said he was gone. You didn't ask how, didn't demand explanations or threaten revenge. You just felt relief. That tells me the real Quirinus Quirrell is still in there somewhere, under all the damage. Harry offered his hand. Can you stand? Quirrell took it, and Harry pulled him upright. The professor swayed but stayed on his feet. What was that? What you did to him, the containment, the binding. I've never seen anything like it. Old magic. Older than Hogwarts, older than Britain. You won't find it in any textbook. How do you know it? Harry considered his answer. I knew the person who invented it. A very long time ago. Before Quirrell could respond, footsteps echoed from the chamber's entrance. Harry turned, one hand going to the sword hilt, but it was only Dumbledore, returned early, it seemed, his face pale with concern. Harry. The headmaster's eyes took in the scene, the ruined chamber, the collapsed professor, the silver sphere in Harry's hand. What happened? Voldemort made his move. I stopped him. Dumbledore approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the sphere. Is that his spirit? Contained, not destroyed. He still has Horcruxes, we'll need to deal with those before we can end him permanently. But this buys us time. How much time? Enough. Harry tucked the sphere into his robes, feeling its weight against his chest. Professor Quirrell needs medical attention. The possession did a lot of damage. Dumbledore's attention shifted to the trembling man beside Harry. His expression softened slightly. Quirinus. Can you walk? I think so, Headmaster. I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen. He promised, later. Dumbledore's voice was kind but firm. We'll discuss everything later. For now, let's get you to Madame Pomfrey. He conjured a stretcher with a wave of his wand, and Quirrell collapsed onto it gratefully. As Dumbledore prepared to levitate him toward the exit, he paused. Harry. What you did tonight, I don't have words for it. You faced the Dark Lord alone and won. I had advantages. Even so. The old wizard's eyes were thoughtful. We have much to discuss, you and I. But that can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you should rest. You've earned it. Harry thought about the sphere in his pocket, about the Horcruxes still scattered across Britain, about Morgan Le Fay stirring in her prison beneath the weight of everything he'd done tonight. Rest. He almost laughed. Yes, Professor. Tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded, then guided the stretcher out of the chamber, leaving Harry alone among the ruins. The mirror of Erist still stood against the far wall, untouched by the battle. Harry approached it slowly, curious what it would show him now. His reflection looked back, the same messy hair, the same green eyes, the same lightning scar. But behind the familiar features, something else was visible, a weight, a depth, a sense of vast power carefully contained. And in the mirror's depths, the image shifted. He saw himself standing on a hillside, the sky dark with storm clouds, lightning dancing around a tower in the distance. Morgan Le Fay stood before him, real and solid, finally free of her prison. But he wasn't alone. Behind him stood Hermione and Neville, Dumbledore and others he didn't recognize, an army of allies, gathered to face the ancient darkness together. "This is what you want," the mirror seemed to say. "Not victory, connection. Not power, purpose." Harry touched the glass, feeling the magic thrum beneath his fingers. "Soon," he whispered. "Soon." Then he turned away, leaving the chamber, leaving the mirror, walking back toward the world that was waiting for him. The first battle was won. The war was just beginning. The next few days were chaos. Word spread through the castle like fire, garbled at first, wild rumors that grew wilder with each retelling. Harry Potter had faced you-know-who. Harry Potter had dueled the Dark Lord and won. Harry Potter had done something to the defense professor, something that left him babbling in the hospital wing about possession and ancient magic. Harry ignored the whispers as best he could. He had more important things to worry about. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, when they met in his office the day after the confrontation. "You said you know where they are." "Most of them. The diary is with Lucius Malfoy. I'll need to figure out a way to get it without alerting him. The ring is in an old shack in Little Hangleton, where Voldemort's mother's family used to live. The locket is in a cave, protected by extensive wards and other things." Harry's face was grim. "The cup is in Gringotts, in the Lestrange vault. That one will be complicated. And the one inside you?" Harry touched his scar absently. "That's different. It wasn't created deliberately, it's a fragment that broke off when his killing curse rebounded. I can feel it sometimes, like a splinter in my mind. It gives me access to his thoughts, his emotions. That's how I knew so much about him. Can it be removed? I don't know. The usual methods for destroying Horcruxes would kill me in the process. But there might be other ways, purification rituals, soul magic, things I haven't fully remembered yet." Harry shrugged. "It's not urgent. The fragment is dormant, not active. And having access to Voldemort's mind has certain advantages." Dumbledore looked troubled. "You're remarkably calm about carrying a piece of the Dark Lord's soul." "I've carried worse." Harry met his eyes steadily. "The fragment in me is nothing compared to what Morgan represents. A teenage dark wizard's broken soul piece, versus an immortal sorceress who nearly destroyed civilization once before. It's a matter of scale. Speaking of which..." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I've been researching Morgan Le Fay since our last conversation. The records are sparse, deliberately so, as you suggested, but I found some references in the oldest texts. Mentions of the Sealed Queen, warnings about the darkness beneath Hogwarts." Harry went still. "Beneath Hogwarts? You didn't know?" "I suspected there was something here, some anchor point that tied her prison to the physical world. But I didn't realize." Harry stood abruptly, pacing to the window. "The Founders. They built Hogwarts on top of her prison?" "It appears so. The oldest documents suggest that this location was chosen specifically because of what was sealed here. The Founders wanted to keep watch, to maintain the wards, to ensure that whatever was contained never escaped. And they forgot." Harry's voice was bitter. "Centuries passed, the original purpose was lost, and Hogwarts became just another school. The prison became just another legend. Knowledge is fragile. Especially knowledge that people prefer to forget. Harry turned back to face Dumbledore. I need to go down there. To see the seal, examine the prison, understand what we're dealing with. The Chamber of Secrets? Deeper than that. Salazar Slytherin built his chamber above the real depths, probably without even knowing what was below him. There are passages under Hogwarts that no one has walked in 1,000 years. Do you know how to access them? I built them. Or the version of me that existed back then did. Harry's expression was distant, reaching for memories that were still fragmentary. There's an entrance in the dungeons, hidden behind wards that only respond to the old tongue. I can find it. When do you want to go? Soon. But not alone. Harry looked at Dumbledore seriously. You should come with me. Whatever we find down there, I'd rather have a witness. And frankly, your power might be useful if something goes wrong. Dumbledore considered this, then nodded. Tonight, then. After the students are asleep. Tonight. They descended at midnight. Harry led the way, speaking words in the old tongue that made the stone walls shimmer and shift, revealing passages that hadn't existed a moment before. Dumbledore followed in silence, his wand providing light, his eyes wide with wonder at magic he'd never seen. The passages grew older as they descended, the worked stone giving way to rough-hewn rock, then to natural caves that seemed to have been here since the world was young. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing against their skin like a physical weight. We're below the foundations now, Harry said quietly. Below everything Hogwarts was built on. This is old earth, old rock. It was sacred to the Druids before Rome, to people whose names are forgotten now. Why here? Why build the prison in this place? Because of what's beneath us. Harry gestured ahead, where the passage opened into a vast chamber that their lights couldn't quite illuminate. A confluence of ley lines, the deepest magical currents in Britain. The perfect place to anchor a seal that needed to last forever. They emerged into the chamber, and Dumbledore gasped. It was enormous, so large that the far walls were lost in shadow, so tall that the ceiling vanished into darkness above. The floor was smooth black stone, polished to a mirror shine, and in its center. In its center was the seal. It was beautiful and terrible at once. A circle of silver light, perhaps 100 feet across, pulsing with slow rhythms like a heartbeat. Runes ran around its circumference, the same characters Harry had used to contain Voldemort, but vastly more complex, layer upon layer of meaning, each one reinforcing the others. And beyond the circle, visible only as a suggestion of shape in the darkness, was something else. Something vast, pressing against the seal from the other side, testing its strength with patient malevolence. My God, Dumbledore breathed. Is that Morgan Le Fay's prison? Harry walked toward the seal, stopping just at its edge. 1,000 years, she's been in there. Aware, conscious, watching the world through whatever cracks she can find. Waiting for her chance. He knelt, placing a palm flat against the seal's surface. The light pulsed brighter, responding to his touch, recognizing the signature of the one who'd created it. And something else responded too. Merlin. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the stone, making the air itself tremble. You finally came to visit. How touching. Morgan. I felt what you did last night. Binding the Riddle Boy's spirit like a common demon. Very efficient. Very cold. Her laugh echoed through the chamber. You've changed, my love. The Merlin I knew would have shown mercy. The Merlin you knew got everyone he loved killed. Change seemed appropriate. Change, yes. But what kind of change? The presence beyond the seal shifted, pressing closer, and Harry could almost see her face in the darkness, beautiful, terrible, eternal. You're becoming what I always said you could be. Powerful without limit. Ruthless when necessary. Unbound by the soft sentimentality that held you back before. I'm not becoming anything. I'm just remembering. Is there a difference? The seal pulsed, and Harry felt the strain in it, the cracks, the weaknesses, the places where 1,000 years of pressure had started to take their toll. This pretty cage of yours won't last forever. Every time you use the old power, every time you remember what you truly are, you weaken the boundaries just a little more. Your growth is my freedom, Merlin. Your strength is my opportunity. I know. And you continue anyway. What choice do I have? I can't face you as a child. I can't let your followers prepare while I stay weak. The eternal paradox. Morgan's voice was almost gentle now, almost seductive. Grow stronger to fight me, and bring me closer with every step. Stay weak to keep me contained, and fall to lesser threats. You're trapped, my love. Just as surely as I am. Harry stood, turning to face Dumbledore, who had watched the exchange with growing horror. She's right, Harry said quietly. The seal is weakening. My awakening is accelerating the process. I'd estimate we have years, maybe a decade, before the containment fails entirely. What do we do? We prepare. Harry looked back at the seal, at the vast darkness beyond it, at the patient enemy who had waited 10 centuries for another chance. We gather allies, resources, knowledge. We destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes and eliminate him as a distraction. And when Morgan finally breaks free, we make sure we're ready to face her. Such confidence, Morgan whispered. Such faith. But faith didn't save Camelot, Merlin. Faith didn't save Arthur. And faith won't save you now. Maybe not. Harry turned his back on the seal, on the darkness, on the voice of his oldest enemy. But it's all I have. And I'm not giving up. He walked toward the passage that led back to the surface, back to the world of students and classes and ordinary concerns. Dumbledore followed, silent, overwhelmed. Behind them, the seal continued to pulse, slow and steady, counting down the heartbeats until it finally failed. And in the darkness beyond, Morgan Le Fay smiled and began to plan. Spring came to Hogwarts, melting the winter snows and filling the grounds with the first hints of green. The castle seemed lighter somehow, the shadows less oppressive, as if the confrontation with Voldemort had lifted a weight that everyone had felt but no one had acknowledged. Harry divided his time between classes he didn't need, training sessions with his growing circle of allies, and the complex research that occupied his evenings. The Horcrux hunt was progressing, slowly, carefully, but progressing. Daphne Greengrass had proven invaluable. The Slytherin girl had approached Harry in the library one afternoon in early February, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes sharp with intelligence. Potter. We need to talk. Harry had looked up from his research, a history of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, tracing bloodlines and property holdings. About what you are. She'd sat down across from him, uninvited, her movements precise and controlled. Don't bother denying it. I've been watching you since the sorting. You're not what you pretend to be. Most people aren't. Most people don't pull legendary swords from sorting hats. Her voice dropped lower. My family has old books, Potter. Old records. Some of them talk about things that aren't supposed to be possible, ancient wizards, magic that no one practices anymore, legends that might be more than legends. And you think I'm connected to those legends? I think you're the most interesting thing that's happened at this school in centuries. And I think my family's interests would be better served by alliance than opposition. Harry had studied her for a long moment, the careful composure, the sharp intelligence, the ambition that ran beneath the surface like a hidden current. What do you want? Information. Access. The chance to understand what's really happening in the magical world, instead of accepting the Ministry's sanitized version of events. And in return, resources. My family is wealthy, well-connected, and politically neutral. We can open doors that would stay closed to a Gryffindor, even a famous one. And we have those books I mentioned, texts that might help with whatever you're researching. Harry had considered the offer. It was risky. Daphne was ambitious, and ambitious people could be unpredictable. But she was also practical, and practicality was something he could work with. The diary, he'd said finally. A dark artifact, hidden in Malfoy Manor. I need to get my hands on it without alerting Lucius. Daphne's eyes had widened slightly, the only crack in her composure. That's a significant ask. Consider it a test. Bring me the diary, and you'll have your alliance. She'd thought about it for perhaps 3 seconds. Done. The diary arrived in April, smuggled out of Malfoy Manor through means Daphne refused to explain. Harry didn't press, what mattered was results, not methods. He destroyed it in the Room of Requirement, using fiendfire contained by wards that predated the castle's construction. The cursed flames consumed the book eagerly, and Harry felt the moment the Horcrux died, a scream of rage and pain that echoed through dimensions ordinary senses couldn't perceive. 1 down. 3 to go, plus the one in his head. The ring was next. Harry and Dumbledore traveled to Little Hangleton over the Easter break, disguised and warded against detection. The gaunt shack was exactly as Harry remembered from Voldemort's memories, a crumbling ruin surrounded by wild growth, practically invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. The protections were formidable. A curse that compelled the finder to put on the ring, triggering instant death. Another that trapped the unwary in a loop of their deepest desires. A third that simply exploded when the ring was disturbed. Harry dealt with them one by one, drawing on knowledge that Voldemort had never imagined anyone else possessing. When he finally held the ring, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, with the resurrection stone set into its band, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Then he burned it. 2 down. The locket was more complicated. The cave required careful preparation, specialized potions, a boat that would only hold one person at a time. Harry went alone, over Dumbledore's objections, and spent a night battling inferi and dark enchantments that would have killed anyone without his specific immunities. When he emerged at dawn, exhausted but triumphant, the locket was destroyed and another anchor was severed. 3 down. The cup remained. But that would require planning on a scale Harry wasn't quite ready for. Gringotts' security was legendary, and the Lestrange vault was among the most heavily protected. Soon, though. Very soon. The end of the school year approached with the inevitability of summer storms. Harry sat in the great hall at the leaving feast, surrounded by classmates who were celebrating Gryffindor's House Cup victory and anticipating the summer holidays ahead. The year's events had already faded into story, the troll, the Quidditch match, the mysterious incident with Professor Quirrell that no one quite understood. Only Harry knew the full truth. Only Harry understood what they'd avoided, what was still to come, what shadows were gathering just beyond the horizon. Hermione was beside him, talking animatedly about summer plans. Her parents wanted to take her to France, but she was hoping to convince them to let her spend part of the break with Harry, continuing their training. Neville was across the table, more confident now than he'd been in September, laughing at something one of the Weasley twins had said. And at the Slytherin table, Daphne caught Harry's eye and nodded almost imperceptibly. An acknowledgement. An alliance confirmed. Harry nodded back. Mr. Potter. McGonagall had appeared beside him, her expression serious. The headmaster would like a word before you leave for the summer. Harry stood. Of course, Professor. He followed her out of the great hall, leaving the celebration behind, climbing the familiar stairs to Dumbledore's office. The old wizard was waiting, his phoenix perched beside him, the evening light casting long shadows across his desk. Harry. Please, sit. Harry sat. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. It's been quite a year. That's one way to put it. Indeed. Dumbledore smiled slightly. I wanted to thank you, Harry. For what you did with Voldemort, for the trust you've shown me, for everything. I know I'm not an easy person to work with, I have my secrets, my manipulations, my tendency to play chess with human lives. But you've treated me as an ally rather than a tool, and I appreciate that more than I can say. You've earned it. Have I? Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. I've made so many mistakes, Harry. The prophecy, your placement with the Dursleys, the years of ignorance and suffering you endured because I thought I knew best. You would be within your rights to hate me. Hate is a waste of energy. Harry shrugged. And besides, you're useful. The coming war will require every ally I can gather, and you're one of the most powerful wizards alive. Personal feelings are secondary to practical needs. How very Slytherin of you. I prefer strategic. Dumbledore laughed, a genuine sound, warm and surprised. You truly are remarkable, Harry. Or should I call you Merlin? Harry is fine. Merlin is who I was. Harry is who I'm becoming. An interesting distinction. An important one. The memories are mine, the power is mine, but the identity is still forming. I'm not just an ancient wizard wearing a child's body, I'm something new, something that hasn't existed before. The combination of who Merlin was and who Harry could have become. And who is that? Harry considered the question. Someone who won't make the same mistakes twice. Someone who knows the value of allies, the importance of connection. Someone who fights not just for victory, but for something worth having after the victory is won. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then I look forward to seeing who you become, Harry Potter. And I hope I live long enough to witness it. You will. Harry stood. I'm going to need you for the cup, and for what comes after. Morgan's prison is weakening, we have years, maybe a decade. By the time she breaks free, I intend to have an army waiting for her. And you'll have one. Whatever help I can give, whatever resources I can provide, they're yours. Thank you, Professor. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. There's one more thing. The Philosopher's Stone. Ah. Dumbledore's expression became guarded. What about it? It's dangerous. Too tempting, too powerful. As long as it exists, people will try to steal it. I've discussed the matter with Nicholas. He's agreed to destroy it. Good. Harry opened the door. Some prizes are too costly to keep. He left the office, left the castle, made his way down to the Hogwarts Express with all the other students. The train journey passed in comfortable conversation, Hermione and Neville filling the compartment with talk of summer plans and second-year preparations, Daphne stopping by briefly to confirm arrangements for secure communication. And through it all, Harry watched the countryside roll past the window, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. 1 year done. The first battles won. But the war was just beginning, and the real enemy hadn't even entered the field yet. Morgan Le Fay waited in her prison, patient and eternal. Voldemort's spirit raged in its containment, helpless but still dangerous. And somewhere in Britain, the last Horcruxes waited to be found and destroyed. Harry Potter, Merlin Ambrosius, the boy who lived and the wizard who refused to die, looked toward the future with ancient eyes and modern determination. Next year, he thought. Next year we hunt the cup. We strengthen the alliance. We prepare for what's coming. And when Morgan finally breaks free, she'll find a world ready to fight back. The train sped on toward London, toward summer, toward the next chapter of a story that had been 1,000 years in the making. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Mirror's Truth. Summer arrived like a held breath finally released. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching his classmates scatter toward waiting families, toward hugs and tears and the comfortable rituals of reunion. The Weasleys clustered around Ron in a sea of red hair. Hermione's parents, ordinary, bewildered, clearly still adjusting to their daughter's magical life, waved from beyond the barrier. Even Neville's formidable grandmother had appeared, her vulture-topped hat bobbing through the crowd as she collected her grandson with brisk efficiency. Harry watched it all with something that wasn't quite envy. He'd never had this, the easy assumption of welcome, the certainty of belonging. The Dursleys would be waiting in the parking lot, Vernon's face already purpling with resentment at having to make the trip at all. But this summer would be different. He'd made arrangements. Dumbledore had helped, pulling strings at the ministry, ensuring that Harry's movements wouldn't be tracked by the usual methods. The trace that monitored underage magic had been quietly disabled, a necessary precaution, given what Harry planned to accomplish in the coming months. Harry. Hermione was pushing through the crowd, her parents trailing behind with a trolley full of luggage. She threw her arms around him in a fierce hug that he returned with genuine warmth. "I'll owl you every week," she said. "And you'll tell me everything that happens?" "Everything I can." "That's not the same thing." "No. But it's what I can promise." She pulled back, studying his face with those sharp brown eyes. "Be careful. Please. Whatever you're planning this summer, I'm always careful." "You faced Voldemort alone. And won." She made a frustrated sound. "That's not the point and you know it." Harry smiled, a real smile, one of the few he allowed himself. "I'll be careful, Hermione. I promise." "You'd better." She hugged him once more, quickly, then rejoined her parents. Her mother was watching Harry with curiosity, her father with something more guarded. Harry nodded to them politely, and they nodded back, still uncertain what to make of their daughter's strange, famous friend. Neville was next, approaching with his grandmother in tow. Augusta Longbottom was exactly as intimidating as her reputation suggested, tall, stern, her eyes sharp as flint beneath the ridiculous hat. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was crisp, evaluating. "My grandson speaks highly of you. Neville's been a good friend, ma'am. And an excellent student." "Student?" One eyebrow rose. "He says you've been teaching him things. Things not in the Hogwarts curriculum. Supplementary lessons. Practical magic that the standard classes don't cover." Augusta studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy her, because she nodded once, sharply. "Good. The boy needs confidence. If you're helping him find it, then you have my gratitude." She turned to Neville. "Come along. We have a long journey ahead." Neville shot Harry a look of mixed relief and embarrassment. "See you in September. Count on it." And then they were gone too, swallowed by the crowd, and Harry was alone on the platform with the dregs of departing families and the first hints of summer heat. He didn't go to the parking lot. Instead, he pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag, he'd kept it close all year, a constant comfort, and wrapped it around himself. The crowd parted around his invisible form as he made his way toward the barrier, through the wall, into the Muggle world beyond. The Dursleys could wait. Harry had places to be. Grimmauld Place was exactly as he'd expected, ancient, decrepit, and saturated with dark magic. The townhouse had been in the Black family for generations, passed down through a line of pure-blood supremacists who'd accumulated dark artifacts the way ordinary families accumulated holiday photographs. Harry could feel the weight of it pressing against his senses, layers of cursed objects and malevolent enchantments creating an atmosphere of oppressive hostility. He'd come here for the locket. His research had confirmed what his fragmentary memories suggested. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, had stolen Slytherin's locket from the cave and brought it here before his death. The Horcrux had been sitting in this house for over a decade, hidden among the Black family's collection of dark treasures. Finding it was the easy part. The house elf was the complication. Who dares enter the noble house of Black? The voice was a raspy croak, full of suspicion and barely contained hostility. Harry turned to find a creature emerging from the shadows, ancient, wizened, its bat-like ears drooping and its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. "Creature, I assume." "Creature asks the questions here. This is Creature's house, Creature's responsibility, Creature's." The elf stopped, nostrils flaring. You smell strange. Not like other wizards." Not like what?" Creature's eyes narrowed. Not like anything creature has smelled before. Old magic. Very old. Older than the Blacks, older than the Founders, older than. He trailed off, something like fear flickering across his wrinkled features. Harry crouched down, bringing himself to the elf's eye level. When he spoke, it was in the old tongue, the language of magic itself, the words that carried meaning directly to the soul. I am not your enemy, creature. I've come to finish what Regulus started. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Creature staggered backward, his eyes going wide, his mouth working soundlessly. When he finally found his voice, it was barely a whisper. The old speech. The first tongue. But no one speaks that anymore. No one has spoken it for 1,000 years. I know. Harry straightened. I'm going to ask you some questions, creature. I'd like you to answer honestly. Will you do that? Why should creature trust you? Strangers come into creature's house, speaking impossible words, smelling of magic that shouldn't exist, because I can help you keep the promise you made to Regulus. Silence. Creature's eyes filled with something that might have been tears, if house elves could cry. His voice, when it came, was broken. You know about Master Regulus? I know he was braver than anyone gave him credit for. I know he discovered what the Dark Lord truly was, what he'd done to his soul. And I know he died trying to stop it. Master Regulus was the best of them. Creature's voice cracked. The only one who ever treated creature with kindness. He gave creature an order, before the end. Destroy the locket. But creature tried and nothing worked. Creature failed Master Regulus. Failed the only master who ever deserved loyalty. Harry knelt again, meeting the elf's ancient eyes. You didn't fail, creature. The locket can't be destroyed by ordinary means, it's protected by the darkest magic imaginable. But I can destroy it. I've already destroyed others like it. Hope flickered in creature's expression, warring with years of disappointment and failure. Truly. The strange wizard can truly destroy the terrible locket. Bring it to me, and I'll prove it. Creature hesitated for only a moment. Then he vanished with a crack, reappearing seconds later with a heavy gold locket clutched in his gnarled hands. Harry felt the Horcruxes' presence immediately, the cold malevolence, the fragment of Voldemort's soul pressing against reality like a splinter of ice. The locket seemed to sense him too, its surface rippling with dark light, its chain twitching as if trying to find a throat to wrap around. Stand back, Harry said, and drew his wand. The fiend fire came easier each time. He'd refined the technique since the diary, learned to control the cursed flames with precision that would have made their original creators weep with envy. The fire that erupted from his wand was contained, focused, hungry for exactly one thing. The locket screamed as it burned. Not a physical sound, there was nothing physical about it. But Harry heard it in his mind, felt it in his bones, the death cry of a soul fragment that had endured for decades, finally meeting the end it had long deserved. When the flames died, nothing remained but ash. Creature stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the spot where the locket had been. His mouth moved soundlessly, forming words that wouldn't come. It's done, Harry said quietly. Regulus's order is fulfilled. Fulfilled. The word came out as a sob. After all these years. Creature has finally. Master Regulus's last wish. The elf collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Harry watched, feeling an unexpected surge of sympathy. This creature had been enslaved for generations, bound to a family that despised him, his only solace a single kind master who died young. And he'd carried the weight of that failure for over a decade, tormented by a promise he couldn't keep. Not so different from me, Harry thought. Both of us bound by old oaths, old loyalties, old failures. Creature, he said, when the elf sobs had quieted. I have more work to do. More pieces of the Dark Lord's soul to destroy. Creature looked up, confusion and hope warring in his expression. Help. Creature could help. You know the Black family's secrets. Their allies, their hidden places, their connections to other pure-blood families. Information like that could be invaluable. But Creature is bound to the House of Black. Creature cannot, the House of Black is dead. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. Sirius is the last heir, and he's in Azkaban. There's no one left to serve, Creature. No one left to give you orders. Then Creature is free. As free as you want to be. But freedom can be lonely. Harry held out his hand. I'm offering something different. Not slavery, partnership. You help me destroy the Dark Lord's anchors, and in return, I'll help you protect what matters to you. The Black family legacy, such as it is. The secrets that deserve to be preserved. Creature stared at the offered hand like it was a serpent about to strike. Why would you do this? What do you want from Creature? I want an ally who knows the old pure-blood families. Someone who's been invisible in their homes for generations, who's heard their secrets, who understands how they think. Harry smiled slightly. And I want to give Regulus's sacrifice meaning. He died trying to stop Voldemort. Let's make sure his death wasn't in vain. A long moment passed. Then Creature reached out, his gnarled fingers closing around Harry's. Creature will help, he said. For Master Regulus. For the old magic. And because. He hesitated. Because you speak the first tongue. Only the greatest of the old wizards knew those words. If you are what Creature thinks you are, then Creature is honored to serve. Not serve. Help. Yes. Creature's eyes were clearer now, more focused than they'd been in years. Help. Harry stood, pulling the elf to his feet. Then let's get to work. We have a lot to do, and summer doesn't last forever. The weeks that followed were productive in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. Creature proved to be an intelligence asset beyond price. The elf had spent decades moving invisibly through the homes of Britain's most prominent pure-blood families, absorbing gossip, witnessing secrets, building a mental database of information that no one else could have compiled. The Malfoys keep their darkest artifacts in a hidden chamber beneath the drawing room, he reported one evening, as they sat in Grimmauld Place's kitchen. Creature has seen it, Lucius Malfoy showed it to Master Regulus once, trying to impress him. There is a hidden door behind the portrait of Abraxas. What kind of artifacts? Dark things. Cursed things. Things that whisper in the night and make the house elves have bad dreams. Creature shuddered. And there was a diary, once. A plain black book that felt wrong. Like the locket, but younger. Harry nodded. The diary was already destroyed, but the information confirmed his suspicions about Malfoy Manor's other contents. What about Gringotts? The Lestrange Vault? Creature cannot enter Gringotts directly. But Creature knows that Bellatrix Lestrange placed something in her vault before she went to Azkaban. Something she valued above all her other treasures. She spoke of it to Narcissa once, when she thought no one was listening. What did she say? That it was a gift from the Dark Lord. That it would ensure his return, no matter what happened. That it was. Creature's voice dropped to a whisper. That it was part of him. The cup. Hufflepuff's cup, twisted into a vessel for Voldemort's corrupted soul. I need to get into that vault, Harry said. Gringotts is impossible to rob. The goblins have weaknesses, like everyone else. Greed. Pride. Ancient grudges against wizards who've wronged them. Harry's mind was already working through possibilities. I don't need to rob the vault by force. I need to find leverage. Creature looked uncertain. What kind of leverage? The kind that makes the goblins want to help me. While Creature gathered intelligence, Harry maintained his other responsibilities. He visited the Dursleys exactly once, at the beginning of July, to collect his belongings and establish the pretense of a normal summer. Vernon was purple with suppressed rage, Petunia wouldn't meet his eyes, Dudley actually flinched when Harry walked past him. "I'll be staying with friends for most of the holiday," Harry told them. "I'll come back before September 1st. "Friends?" Vernon's voice dripped with contempt. "What kind of friends would a freak like you, the kind of friends who can turn people into toads?" Harry kept his voice pleasant. "Not that I would, of course. But it's good to have options." He left them sputtering and packed his trunk with quick efficiency. The bedroom they'd finally given him, Dudley's second bedroom, still cluttered with broken toys, held nothing he wanted to keep. Hedwig was waiting outside, perched on the windowsill. "Let's go," Harry told her. "We have work to do." The letters came every week, as promised. Hermione's were detailed, analytical, full of questions about magical theory and updates about her summer reading. She'd managed to convince her parents to let her spend 2 weeks in August at a study camp, actually Grimmauld Place, though her parents didn't know that, and her excitement was palpable even through parchment. Neville's letters were shorter, more hesitant, but showed growing confidence. His grandmother had finally noticed the changes in him, the straighter posture, the steadier voice, the magic that came more easily now. She'd started teaching him family spells, traditions that had been passed down through generations of Longbottoms, and Neville was absorbing them with enthusiasm that surprised everyone, including himself. Daphne's communications were the most interesting. She'd established a secure method of correspondence using charmed parchment that only revealed its contents to the intended recipient, and she used it to pass along intelligence from the pure-blood social circuit. "The Malfoys are nervous," she wrote in mid-July. "Lucius has been making inquiries about Potter, discreet ones, through intermediaries, but my father's network picked up on them. He wants to know how you stopped Quirrell. What you really are. There are also rumors about something in the Department of Mysteries. A prophecy that mentions you by name. I can't get details, but it seems to have the old family spooked." A prophecy. Harry had suspected there was one, Dumbledore had hinted at it, and certain things about his life only made sense if there was some kind of predetermined narrative driving events. But he hadn't pursued the details. "Don't worry about Lucius," he wrote back. "He'll learn what I am when I'm ready for him to know. As for the prophecy, see what else you can find out, but don't take any risks. Information isn't worth your safety." Daphne's response came 2 days later, "I can take care of myself, Potter. Stop being overprotective." Harry smiled despite himself. The Slytherin girl was prickly, ambitious, and entirely too clever for her own good. But she was also proving to be a valuable ally, and that mattered more than her occasional attitude. August brought Hermione to Grimmauld Place, her trunk full of books and her mind full of questions. "This house is extraordinary," she breathed, looking around the entrance hall with wide eyes. "The magical density alone. I've never felt anything like it." "Most of it's dark magic," Harry warned. "The Black family wasn't known for its ethical standards. But that's exactly what makes it fascinating. The opportunity to study genuine dark artifacts in a controlled environment, Hermione." She stopped, catching his tone. "This isn't a research project. Some of these objects are genuinely dangerous. Cursed to kill, or worse. I'm letting you stay here because I trust you, but you need to understand the risks." Hermione's expression sobered. "You're right. I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes. I know. It's one of your better qualities, most of the time." Harry gestured toward the stairs. "Come on. I'll show you your room, and then we need to talk about what we're going to accomplish over the next 2 weeks." The room he'd prepared for her was on the 3rd floor, thoroughly cleaned and warded against the house's ambient darkness. She explored it with delight, the antique furniture, the window overlooking the small garden, the bookshelf he'd stocked with texts he thought she'd find interesting. "These are restricted," she said, examining the titles. "I recognize some of them from the library catalog. They're supposed to be locked away for safety reasons. They are locked away. Here, instead of there. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. I wanted to talk to you about something, Hermione. Something important. She turned, her expression immediately serious. What is it? The training I've been giving you, the real magic, the advanced techniques, it's not just academic. I've been preparing you for something specific. The war with Morgan Le Fay. Yes. But also something more immediate. Harry took a breath. I've destroyed 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. There are 2 left, the cup in Gringotts, and the one in my scar. When those are gone, I can destroy his contained spirit permanently. That's wonderful. Hermione's face lit up, then clouded. But there's a problem, isn't there? Otherwise you wouldn't look so serious. The cup is protected by goblin magic. Getting to it will require either breaking into Gringotts, which would make me enemies I don't need, or finding leverage to convince the goblins to help willingly. What kind of leverage? That's what I need your help to figure out. Harry stood, pacing to the window. You're the best researcher I've ever met, Hermione. Your ability to find connections, to see patterns that other people miss, it's remarkable. I need you to turn that ability toward the goblins. You want me to find their weaknesses? I want you to find their interests. What they want that they don't have. What they've been denied that they believe they deserve. What I could offer them that would make them willing to overlook the usual restrictions. Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing. Goblin history, she said finally. The rebellions, the treaties, the artifacts they've lost. If there's leverage to be found, it'll be there. That's what I was hoping you'd say. She smiled, that fierce, determined smile that meant she'd found a problem worthy of her intellect. Give me a week. I'll find something. She found it in 4 days. The Sword of Gryffindor, Hermione announced, spreading a collection of parchments across the kitchen table. Or as the goblins call it, the Sword of Ragnarok. Harry leaned over the documents, impressed despite himself by the thoroughness of her research. Explain. The sword was made by a goblin smith named Ragnarok I, commissioned by Godric Gryffindor about 1,000 years ago. When Gryffindor died, the sword should have returned to the goblins, that's their cultural understanding of ownership. Magical items belong to their makers, not their purchasers. But it didn't return. Exactly. Gryffindor left it to his descendants, and eventually it ended up at Hogwarts. The goblins have considered it stolen property ever since. It's one of their deepest grievances against wizard kind. Harry thought about the sword, the blade that had materialized in his hand during the sorting, the weapon that had responded to his call during the confrontation with Voldemort. It was connected to him in ways that went beyond the story Hermione was telling. I made that sword, he said quietly. Hermione blinked. What? Merlin made it. For a different purpose than Gryffindor used it for, but the craftsmanship was mine. Ragnarok forged the physical blade, but the enchantments, the magic that makes it what it is, that was my work. Then, you could prove that to the goblins. I could. But would it matter? If I told them I was Merlin reborn, that I'd created the sword's magic, would they care? Or would they just see another wizard making claims about goblin-made artifacts? Hermione frowned, thinking. It might depend on how you approach them. The goblins respect power, but they also respect authenticity, I suppose. Honoring agreements. If you could demonstrate that you understand their perspective, that you're willing to engage with their cultural values. I could offer them something in exchange for the cup. What? Harry smiled. I could offer them the sword itself. But you just said you made it. I made it 1,000 years ago, for a specific purpose that's long since been fulfilled. The sword doesn't belong to me anymore, it belongs to history. And if the goblins want to claim it as their cultural heritage. He shrugged. Maybe that's not unreasonable. They did make the physical object. Ragnar's craftsmanship is what makes it beautiful. You'd really give it up? Just like that? The sword came when I called it. It'll come again if I need it. But objects are just objects, Hermione. They're not worth as much as alliances, as goodwill, as the chance to destroy another piece of Voldemort's soul. Hermione stared at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You really are different, aren't you? From other wizards, I mean. The way you think about things, about power, about ownership, it's not how anyone else I know would approach this. I've had a long time to figure out what matters. Things, possessions, artifacts, they're tools, nothing more. People are what's irreplaceable. She was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she hugged him, a quick, fierce embrace that caught him off guard. Thank you, she said, pulling back. For trusting me with this. For letting me help. Thank you for being worth trusting. They stood there for a moment, something unspoken passing between them. Then Hermione cleared her throat and turned back to her research. Right. So. If we're going to approach the goblins, we need to plan this carefully. They're not going to negotiate with just anyone. Harry listened to her strategize, contributing where he could, and felt something warm settle in his chest. This is what I was missing, he thought. Not just allies, but friends. People who help because they want to, not because they have to. It was a good feeling. He hoped it would last. The meeting with the goblins was arranged through channels that officially didn't exist. Creature had contacts, everyone had contacts, if you knew where to look, and those contacts had contacts, and eventually a message reached the right ears. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, wished to discuss a matter of mutual interest with a representative of the Goblin Nation. The response came within hours, a time, a place, a guarantee of safe passage. Harry went alone. The meeting point was a chamber deep beneath Gringotts, accessible through passages that weren't on any official map. The room was ancient, carved from living rock, lit by torches that burned with cold flame. At its center was a stone table, and behind the table sat a goblin. He was old even by goblin standards, his skin like weathered leather, his eyes black and fathomless. He wore no ornaments except a single ring on his left hand, a band of dark iron that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Harry Potter, the goblin said. His voice was like grinding stone. The wizards speak of you as a hero. The goblins speak of you as a mystery. I prefer the mystery, Harry said, taking the seat across from him. Heroes tend to have short lifespans. Something that might have been amusement flickered across the goblin's features. I am Ragnar. Chief of the Goblin Nation, as your people reckon such things. You requested this meeting. Speak. Harry had prepared for this. He'd studied goblin protocol, goblin history, goblin values. But he also knew that the goblins respected directness, and dancing around the point would only lose him credibility. I need access to the Lestrange vault, he said. There's an object inside that I must destroy. Ragnar's expression didn't change. The Lestrange vault is protected by goblin security. We do not allow unauthorized access, not even to the boy who lived. I'm not asking you to look the other way. I'm asking you to help me. And why would we do that? Because the object I need to destroy is an abomination. A piece of Voldemort's soul, bound to a cup that was stolen from its rightful owner centuries ago. Harry leaned forward. The goblins know about soul magic, Chief Ragnar. You know what Horcruxes are, and you know what happens to the world when they're allowed to exist. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. You speak of things that wizards do not discuss with goblins. How do you know about Horcruxes? I've destroyed 3 of them already. I intend to destroy the rest. Impressive, if true. The goblin's black eyes studied Harry intently. But you still haven't told me why I should help you. The goblins have no quarrel with Voldemort. His war is a wizard matter. Is it? Harry kept his voice even. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, unless I stop him, how long do you think it will be before he turns his attention to Gringotts? He's already placed a piece of his soul in one of your vaults. He's already made you complicit in his immortality scheme, whether you knew it or not. Ragnar's expression flickered, the first real reaction Harry had seen. You're suggesting that the presence of this Horcrux in our vaults is an insult to goblin sovereignty. I'm suggesting that it's a liability. If Voldemort returns, he'll expect you to protect his anchor. If you refuse, he'll consider you enemies. If you comply, you'll be collaborators in his crimes. Harry spread his hands. I'm offering you a way out. Help me destroy the Horcrux, and you'll owe Voldemort nothing. When he finally falls, the goblins will be on the right side of history. And in exchange, I'll return something that was taken from your people a long time ago. Harry drew a deep breath and reached into himself, into the power that was finally, fully awake. He called, and the call was answered. The sword of Gryffindor materialized in his hand, blazing with ruby light, its blades singing with magic that made the torches flicker and the stone walls tremble. Ragnar rose from his seat, his composure finally breaking. His eyes were fixed on the sword with an intensity that was almost painful to witness. The sword of Ragnar, he breathed. After all these centuries. Made by your ancestor. Enchanted by me. Harry held the blade flat across his palms, offering it. I'm returning it to its rightful owners, Chief Ragnar. In exchange for your help with the cup, and your promise of neutrality in the conflict to come. Ragnar's hand reached toward the sword, then stopped. His black eyes met Harry's. You enchanted this blade? A long time ago. Under a different name. And you would give it up? This weapon that has tasted the blood of Dark Lords, that is worth more than half the gold in our vaults. Weapons are tools, Harry said. They serve their purpose and move on. This sword served mine. Now it can serve yours. The silence stretched. Then Ragnar's lips curved into something that was almost a smile. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. The stories call you a child hero, a survivor, a symbol. They do not mention that you think like a goblin. Is that a compliment? The highest I give to wizards. Ragnar reached out and lifted the sword from Harry's hands, his grip reverent. Very well. We have an accord. The Goblin Nation will grant you access to the Lestrange Vault, and we will maintain strict neutrality in your war against Voldemort. In exchange, the sword of Ragnar returns to its people at last. He extended his other hand, the one wearing the iron ring. Harry clasped it. Then it's done, Ragnar said. Come. Let us destroy this abomination together. The Lestrange Vault was a nightmare made real. Cursed treasures piled high against the walls, each one primed to multiply if touched, to burn, to trap, to kill. Harry moved through the chaos with careful precision, his senses extended, following the dark pulse of the Horcrux to its source. Hufflepuff's cup sat on a high shelf, gleaming with false innocence. Harry reached for it with his magic rather than his hands, lifting it free of its perch, drawing it through the air toward him. Ragnar watched from the vault's entrance, his expression unreadable. Such a small thing, the goblin said, to contain such evil. Evil often comes in small packages. Harry held the cup, feeling Voldemort's soul fragment squirming inside, trying to find a way out, a way to survive. Do you want to watch it die? I would consider it an honor. Harry set the cup on the vault floor and summoned the fiendfire. The cursed flames engulfed the Horcrux with hungry eagerness. The cup screamed, that same soul-deep cry Harry had heard before, the death rattle of a corrupted fragment finally meeting its end. The sound echoed through the vault, making the cursed treasures rattle and shake. When the flames died, nothing remained but ash and the lingering scent of burned darkness. 4 down. 1 to go. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place as dawn was breaking, exhausted but triumphant. Hermione was waiting in the kitchen, her face pale with worry. Well, it's done. Harry collapsed into a chair. The cup is destroyed. The goblins have the sword and their neutrality. 4 Horcruxes gone, 1 remaining. The one in your scar. Yes. Hermione sat across from him, her expression troubled. How will you destroy that one? You can't exactly burn yourself with fiend fire. No. But there might be other ways. Harry rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of the night's work pressing down on him. Soul magic is complicated. The fragment in me wasn't created deliberately, it was an accident, a piece that broke off when Voldemort's curse rebounded. It's not anchored the same way the others were. What does that mean? It means it might be possible to remove it without destroying the host. Harry looked at her, seeing the concern in her eyes. I've been researching purification rituals, cleansing techniques, ways to separate foreign soul stuff from native. There are options. Dangerous options. All options are dangerous when you're dealing with soul magic. But that's true of everything worth doing. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand. Whatever you decide, I want to help. Not because you need me to, but because I want to be there. For all of it. Harry looked at their joined hands, her fingers warm against his, her grip firm and certain. I know, he said. That's why I'm going to let you. They sat there as the sun rose over London, 2 young people holding hands across an ancient table, facing a future that was terrifying and uncertain and somehow, despite everything, full of hope. The summer was ending. Second year was approaching. And the real challenges were only just beginning. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Art of War. September 1st arrived with the smell of rain and the rumble of distant thunder. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching the scarlet steam engine hiss and belch, feeling the weight of everything that had changed since he'd last boarded this train. A year ago, he'd been a confused child, barely awakening to the truth of what he was. Now he carried the contained spirit of a Dark Lord in his pocket, the ashes of 4 Horcruxes on his conscience, and the growing certainty that the real battles were still ahead. Harry. Hermione emerged from the crowd, her parents trailing behind with her trunk. She looked different somehow, more confident, more settled in her own skin. The summer had changed her too. Ready for second year? She asked, falling into step beside him. As ready as I'll ever be. They found a compartment near the back of the train, joined shortly by Neville, whose growth over the summer was even more obvious than Hermione's. He stood straighter now, met people's eyes when he spoke, and the nervous stammer that had plagued him was almost entirely gone. Gran couldn't believe the change, he said, settling into his seat with a grin. She actually told me she was proud. First time in my whole life. You earned it, Harry said. The work you put in over the spring, it showed. It's not just the magic, though. It's... Neville struggled to find words. It's knowing that someone believed I could be more than what everyone expected. That makes a difference. The train pulled away from the station, carrying them north toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, toward whatever waited in the year ahead. Harry watched the countryside blur past the window and let his mind turn to the challenges still remaining. The Horcrux in his scar was the most pressing concern. He'd spent weeks researching options, and the news wasn't encouraging. Soul magic was the most dangerous branch of magical theory, unpredictable, often lethal, poorly understood even by those who specialized in it. The techniques that might remove Voldemort's fragment without killing Harry were experimental at best, theoretical at worst. But there was another problem. One that had been growing since the summer, pressing against his awareness with increasing urgency. Morgan. He'd felt her stirring more frequently lately, flickers of dark awareness touching the edges of his consciousness, whispered words in dreams that weren't quite dreams. The seal was weakening faster than he'd expected, eroded by forces he didn't fully understand. Every time you use the old power, she told him, you weaken the boundaries just a little more. And he'd been using a lot of power lately. The Horcrux destructions, the goblin negotiations, the training sessions with his allies, each one had drawn on abilities that predated modern magic, abilities that resonated with the seal's ancient enchantments. He was making himself stronger. And in doing so, he was bringing his greatest enemy closer to freedom. The eternal paradox, Morgan had called it. Your strength is my opportunity. Harry. Hermione's voice pulled him back to the present. She was watching him with concern, her brown eyes sharp with worry. You've been staring out the window for 20 minutes without moving. What's wrong? Just thinking about the year ahead. That's not your thinking face. That's your brooding face. She crossed her arms. Talk to me. Harry considered deflecting, keeping his concerns to himself. But he'd promised himself he wouldn't repeat old mistakes, wouldn't isolate himself, wouldn't carry every burden alone. Morgan's getting stronger, he said quietly. I can feel her more clearly now than I could last year. The seal is failing faster than I anticipated. Hermione's expression sobered. Neville leaned forward, his earlier cheerfulness fading. How much time do we have? Neville asked. I don't know. Years, probably. But probably isn't certainty, and I don't like uncertainty when the stakes are this high. Is there anything we can do to reinforce the seal? Maybe. I've been thinking about that. Harry turned to face them fully. The original seal was powered by my life force, Merlin's life force. When I died, that power should have dissipated, but instead it transformed. The seal persisted because my soul persisted, anchored to a vigil that outlasted my body. So the seal is tied to you specifically, Hermione said, working through the implications. Your soul is the anchor. Yes. But souls can be reinforced. Strengthened by connection to other souls. It's the basis of most protective magic, love, loyalty, trust. Those bonds create reservoirs of power that individual wizards can't match. Neville's eyes widened. You're talking about binding the seal to all of us. Not just you, all of us together. I'm talking about exploring the possibility. It would require your consent, obviously. And it would tie you to me in ways that could be dangerous. Dangerous how? If the seal breaks, if Morgan escapes, everyone bound to it would feel it. Possibly be targeted by it. She'd know who helped maintain her prison, and she'd want revenge. Silence fell over the compartment. The train rattled on, carrying them through countryside that grew wilder and more remote with each passing mile. I'm in, Hermione said finally. Hermione, don't. Her voice was firm. You told us from the beginning what we were getting into. You gave us every chance to walk away. We're still here because we chose to be. If binding ourselves to the seal is what it takes to give all of us, more time, then that's what we'll do. She's right, Neville added. You've given me more in 1 year than anyone else gave me in my whole life before Hogwarts. If you need my help to fight this ancient evil, you have it. All of it. Harry looked at them, these two young people who had no obligation to him, who could have had normal lives, normal problems, normal futures. Who had chosen instead to stand beside him against darkness that had existed since before their grandparents were born. Thank you, he said. The words felt inadequate, but they were all he had. Both of you. Thank you. Don't thank us yet, Hermione said, her practical nature reasserting itself. We still need to figure out how to actually do this. The magical theory alone is going to be incredibly complex. That's why I wanted to tell you now. I need you to research while I handle other responsibilities. Look into soul bonds, protective enchantments, anything that involves multiple people pooling magical power for a common purpose. What other responsibilities? Neville asked. Harry smiled grimly. Daphne's been sending me reports all summer. Something's happening in the pureblood families, movements, alliances, preparations for something none of them will talk about openly. I need to find out what. You think it's related to Morgan? I don't know. That's what worries me. The train continued north. Outside the window, the sky darkened with gathering clouds, and the first drops of rain began to fall. Hogwarts welcomed them back with the familiar grandeur of floating candles, enchanted ceiling, and hundreds of students chattering through the start-of-term feast. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, half listening to Dumbledore's announcements while his attention ranged across the great hall, cataloguing faces and expressions. The Slytherin table was particularly interesting. Draco Malfoy looked different than he had last year, paler, more strained, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested troubled sleep. His usual sneer was absent, replaced by something that looked almost like fear. When his eyes met Harry's across the hall, he looked away quickly. Daphne Greengrass, by contrast, was the picture of composure. She caught Harry's gaze and held it for a moment, her expression conveying volumes without a single word. We need to talk. Soon. The new defense teacher looks interesting, Hermione murmured. Harry followed her gaze to the staff table, where a man in lavender robes was waving enthusiastically at the students. Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry had seen his books in flourish and blots, gaudy things full of improbable adventures and even more improbable hair. He's a fraud, Harry said quietly. Those books are fabrications. He stole the stories from other wizards and obliviated them to cover his tracks. Hermione's eyes went wide. How do you know that? I can feel the gaps in him. Places where memories should be but aren't, not his own memories, but the memories of others that he's touched. His mind is full of holes, Hermione. Whatever he was before he started stealing achievements, there's not much left. That's disturbing. It's useful. A fraud is easy to manage. He won't cause problems as long as his reputation stays intact. The feast proceeded. Dumbledore introduced the new professor to enthusiastic applause, mostly from the female students, announced the usual prohibited items and forbidden areas, and wished them all a productive year. Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. After the feast, as students streamed toward their dormitories, Harry caught Daphne's eye and tilted his head toward an empty classroom they'd used for meetings before. She nodded almost imperceptibly and broke away from her housemates. They met in the unused room on the third floor, its broken desks and dusty chairs unchanged from last year. Harry warded the door with a gesture and turned to face his Slytherin ally. What's happening? Daphne's composure cracked slightly, the first time Harry had seen her genuinely worried. Something's wrong at Malfoy Manor. Draco's been different all summer, jumpy, paranoid, refusing to talk about his father. Lucius has been having visitors, late at night, people who arrive hooded and leave before dawn. Death Eaters? Some of them, probably. But not just Death Eaters. There are others, people my father doesn't recognize, and my father knows everyone. Daphne hugged herself, a gesture of vulnerability that looked foreign on her. And there's something else. A presence in the manor. Draco mentioned it once, when he thought no one was listening. He said the house felt wrong, like something was watching from the walls. Harry went very still. A presence. What kind of presence? He didn't say. But whatever it is, it's terrified him. Draco Malfoy, who's never been afraid of anything in his life, is jumping at shadows. Harry thought about Morgan's growing influence. About the cracks in the seal. About ancient darkness that had been waiting 1,000 years to break free. I need to get into Malfoy Manor. Daphne stared at him. That's suicide. The wards alone would kill most intruders, and if Lucius caught you, I'm not most intruders. And I won't get caught. Harry, whatever's in that house, it's not something you should face alone. Then come with me. The word surprised them both. Daphne's carefully maintained composure shattered entirely, replaced by naked shock. What? You know the manor's layout. You know the family's habits. You have legitimate reasons to visit that won't raise suspicion. Harry held her gaze steadily. I need to investigate this, Daphne. And I'd rather do it with someone who knows the territory. You're asking me to spy on my own kind. On families my family has allied with for generations. I'm asking you to help me understand a threat that could endanger everyone, including your family, including your allies. Whatever's happening at Malfoy Manor isn't normal pureblood politics. It's something older and more dangerous. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Harry watched emotions flicker across her face, fear, ambition, loyalty, calculation, before settling into something that looked like resolution. The Malfoys are hosting a gathering next month. A Yule celebration, supposedly, though it's really an excuse for the old families to meet and gossip. My family received an invitation. Can you get me inside? Not as Harry Potter. But as a servant, or a distant relative, or someone using polyjuice. She trailed off, thinking. I might be able to arrange something. But if this goes wrong, it won't. You can't promise that. No. But I can promise that whatever happens, I'll protect you. That's what allies do. Daphne studied him for a long moment. You're different from other Gryffindors, she said finally. From other wizards, really. The way you think, the way you plan, it's more like a Slytherin. More like one of us. I've been called that before. It wasn't meant as an insult. I didn't take it as one. Something passed between them, not quite trust, not yet, but the beginning of it. An understanding that they were on the same side, whatever their houses or backgrounds. I'll make the arrangements, Daphne said. But you owe me for this, Potter. Big time. Add it to my tab. She almost smiled. Careful. That tab's getting pretty long. The first weeks of term fell into a familiar rhythm, but with an undercurrent of tension that hadn't been there before. Harry divided his time between classes that still taught him nothing new, training sessions with his growing circle of allies, and research into the binding magic that might strengthen Morgan's seal. The work was slow, complicated by the need for secrecy and the difficulty of the magic involved. But he was making progress. Soul bonds are older than I realized, Hermione reported during one of their evening sessions. The earliest references go back thousands of years, rituals for connecting families, communities, even entire nations through shared magical resonance. What about using them to power a seal? The theory is there. If multiple people bind themselves to a common purpose, their combined magic creates a feedback loop that's stronger than any individual contribution. The whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts. But there are risks. The people involved become linked, not just magically, but emotionally. They feel each other's pain, share each other's dreams, sometimes even think each other's thoughts. The closer the bond, the more intense the connection. Harry nodded slowly. This matched what his own fragmented memory suggested. Soul bonds were powerful precisely because they blurred the boundaries between individuals, creating something that was both collective and personal. Would you be comfortable with that? He asked. Feeling what I feel. Sharing my thoughts. Hermione considered the question seriously. It depends on how much control we'd have. I wouldn't want to lose myself entirely. But a connection, a bond that lets us support each other. She met his eyes. I think I could live with that. Me too, Neville added from his corner of the room. It's not that different from what we already have, really. Just, more. There's something else, Hermione said. The strongest soul bonds in the old records all had one thing in common. They were formed through shared experience, trials, challenges, moments of genuine danger that forced the participants to rely on each other completely. You're saying we need to go through something together. Something that tests us. According to the texts, yes. The bond can be initiated through ritual, but it has to be forged through action. Otherwise it's just words and magic, not real connection. Harry thought about what was coming. The investigation at Malfoy Manor. The eventual confrontation with Morgan. The 1,000 smaller battles that would precede the final war. I don't think we'll have trouble finding challenges, he said. The question is whether we're ready for them. We're ready, Neville said, and there was no hesitation in his voice. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. Harry looked at his friends, his allies, his circle, and felt something that Merlin had never quite managed. Connection. Belonging. The sense that he was part of something larger than himself. This is new, he thought. This is different. He hoped it would be enough. The weeks passed. October bled into November, and the castle settled into the quiet routines of autumn term. Harry continued his investigations, his training, his preparations for everything that was coming. And then, on a Tuesday morning in mid-November, everything changed. It started with a scream. Harry was in the library, researching binding rituals, when the sound echoed through the castle, a high, keening wail that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He was on his feet and moving before the scream died, his wand in his hand, his senses reaching out to find the source. The second-floor corridor. Near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. He arrived to find a crowd already gathering. Students clustered at the far end of the hallway, faces pale, voices raised in frightened whispers. At the corridor's center, Professor McGonagall stood frozen, her face the color of ash. On the wall, written in what looked like blood, were words that made Harry's blood run cold: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." But that wasn't what everyone was staring at. Hanging from a torch bracket, stiff as a board, was Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat, petrified, not dead, Harry could see that much, but frozen in a state between life and death that no ordinary magic could achieve. "Back to your dormitories." McGonagall's voice cracked through the whispers. "All of you. Prefects, escort your houses immediately." The crowd began to disperse, but Harry stayed where he was, his eyes fixed on the message. He knew this story. Knew the chamber, knew what lurked inside it, knew the history that modern wizards had tried so hard to forget. Salazar Slytherin had built his secret chamber beneath Hogwarts, yes. But he'd built it above something older. Something he'd never understood. Harry had seen the depths beneath the castle. He knew what waited in the darkness below Slytherin's monster. And now something had stirred it awake. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall's voice was sharp. "I said return to your dormitory. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore." "The headmaster is, this isn't about house points, Professor. This is about something that's been sleeping under this castle for 1,000 years. Harry met her eyes, letting her see the weight of what he knew. "I need to speak with him. Now." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw in his face must have convinced her, because she nodded once, sharply. "Come with me." Dumbledore's office was quiet, the usual silver instruments still and dark. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his expression grave, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. "The Chamber of Secrets," he said, when McGonagall had explained the situation. "I'd hoped that particular legend would remain dormant." "It's not the chamber itself that concerns me," Harry said. "It's what the chamber was built to guard." Dumbledore went very still. "What do you mean?" "Salazar Slytherin didn't just create a hiding place for his monster. He created a barrier, a way to control access to the real depths beneath Hogwarts. The chamber was a checkpoint, a gatehouse. And someone just opened the gate." "The seal," Dumbledore breathed. "Morgan's prison. Maybe. Maybe not. But something down there is awake now, and it's using the chamber's legend to spread fear." Harry began to pace, his mind racing through possibilities. The petrification, the message, those are designed to frighten, to create chaos. Someone wants the school destabilized. Who? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. "Harry, I know the chamber, Professor. I've seen it in my memories, been inside it in my dreams. I can navigate it safely, and I can find whatever's been stirred up. You can't go alone. I won't. Harry stopped pacing, turning to face Dumbledore directly. But I need your support. Keep the investigation quiet, give me time to work. If the Ministry gets involved, they'll make everything worse. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. 1 week, he said finally. I can give you 1 week before I'm required to report to the Board of Governors. After that, events will be beyond my control. 1 week is enough. Harry turned to leave, but Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Harry. Whatever you find down there, be careful. Some secrets are buried for good reasons. I know, Harry said. I buried most of them myself. The investigation began that night. Harry gathered his circle in the room of requirement, which manifested as a war room complete with maps, charts, and a large central table. Hermione, Neville, and Daphne sat around him, their faces serious in the flickering torchlight. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said, spreading a sketch across the table. Built by Salazar Slytherin approximately 1,000 years ago, hidden beneath the castle, accessible only to those who speak Parseltongue. You speak Parseltongue? Daphne asked, her eyebrows rising. A side effect of my connection to Voldemort. I can speak to snakes, understand their language. It's how I'll get inside. What about the monster? Hermione asked. The legends say there's something terrible in the chamber. A basilisk. King of serpents, deadly gaze, resistant to most magic. It's been sleeping for 50 years, since the chamber was last opened. Harry tapped the sketch. But the basilisk isn't what worries me. It's what's below the basilisk. He explained what he'd learned over the summer, the depths beneath Hogwarts, Morgan's prison, the seal that was slowly weakening. By the time he finished, the others were pale but determined. So someone opened the chamber to access Morgan's prison, Neville said slowly. They want to free her. Possibly. Or they want to draw on her power, use it for their own purposes. Morgan's influence has been spreading through cracks in the seal, I've felt it growing stronger all year. Someone might have found a way to tap into that. The presence at Malfoy Manor, Daphne breathed. You think it's connected? I think it's worth investigating. Harry looked around the table. Here's the plan. I'll go into the chamber, deal with the basilisk if necessary, and find out what's really happening below. Hermione, I need you to research basilisks, weaknesses, defenses, anything that might help. Neville, keep an eye on the castle. Watch for anything unusual, anyone behaving strangely. Daphne, the Yule gathering is in 3 weeks, she said. I'll keep working on that. If the Malfoys are involved in this, I'll find evidence. Harry nodded. We move carefully. We share information. And we trust each other. He held out his hand, palm down. Together. 3 hands stacked on top of his. Together, they said. Harry descended into the Chamber of Secrets at midnight. The entrance was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, just as the legend suggested, a tap marked with a tiny serpent that responded to his hissed command. The sink shifted aside, revealing a pipe large enough to slide down, leading into darkness below. He dropped into the tunnel and landed in a crouch, his wand lit, his senses extended. The air was cold and damp, heavy with the smell of ancient stone and something else, something that reminded him of the depths he'd visited with Dumbledore, the chamber where Morgan's seal pulsed with weakening light. The path wound through tunnels carved from living rock, past snake motifs and Slytherin crests, until it opened into the chamber itself. It was vast. Towering pillars lined the hall, each one carved with serpents that seemed to watch as Harry passed. At the far end, a massive stone face dominated the wall, Salazar Slytherin's features, frozen in perpetual judgment. And coiled at the base of the statue, scales gleaming in the wandlight, was the basilisk. It was enormous. 50 feet long at least, its body thick as a tree trunk, its scales armored like dragon hide. But its eyes were closed, and its breathing was slow and regular, the deep rhythm of ancient sleep. It's not awake, Harry realized. The petrification wasn't from this creature. Something else did that. He moved past the sleeping serpent, careful not to disturb it, and approached the back of the chamber. There, hidden behind Slytherin's statue, he found what he was looking for. A doorway. Small, easily missed, carved with symbols that predated Hogwarts by centuries. My symbols, Harry thought. I carved these, or the version of me that existed then. He spoke a word in the old tongue, and the door opened. Beyond was darkness, not the ordinary darkness of underground spaces, but something thicker, more absolute. Harry stepped through, and the door sealed behind him. He was in the true depths now. The spaces beneath the chamber, beneath the castle, beneath everything the modern magical world understood. And somewhere in this darkness, something was waiting for him. He walked. The passage wound downward, ever downward, through stone that grew older with each step. Harry could feel the seal ahead, that familiar pulse of ancient magic, now weaker and more irregular than it had been when he'd visited with Dumbledore. But he could feel something else too. A presence that wasn't Morgan, that was separate from the seal entirely. Something that had found its way into these depths and was drawing on power that didn't belong to it. The chamber opened before him. Morgan's prison was there, just as he remembered, the circle of silver light, the runes, the vast darkness beyond. But something had changed. The seal's surface was marred by black tendrils, lines of corruption that seemed to be feeding into it from an external source. And standing at the seal's edge, hands extended, face twisted with concentration, was someone Harry recognized. Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister stood before the ancient prison, her small body rigid, her eyes blank and staring. She wasn't moving on her own power, Harry could see that immediately. Something was controlling her, puppeting her body, using her as a conduit for magic she couldn't possibly understand. Ginny, Harry said carefully. Can you hear me? The girl's head turned, and the eyes that met his weren't Ginny's at all. They were darker, older, filled with an intelligence that had nothing to do with the 11-year-old child she was supposed to be. Harry Potter. The voice that came from Ginny's lips was wrong, too smooth, too confident, carrying echoes of someone Harry knew all too well. I wondered when you'd find your way down here. Tom Riddle. The possessed girl smiled. Very good. But I prefer to think of myself as a memory. The memory of a very promising young wizard, preserved for posterity in a very special diary. The diary. Lucius Malfoy's diary, the Horcrux Harry had thought was destroyed. But he had destroyed it. He'd watched it burn, felt the soul fragment die. Unless. There were two, Harry said slowly. Two copies. Two anchors. Voldemort made a backup. Clever. The Riddle memory's smile widened. He always was paranoid, my older self. Couldn't bear the thought of losing his precious insurance policy. So he made a spare, hidden where no one would think to look. And now you're using Ginny to drain the seal. Drawing on Morgan's power to strengthen yourself. Morgan Le Fay. The name came out almost reverently. Do you know how long I've been aware of what's down here? How long I've been planning this? The diary found its way into the castle at the start of term, and I've been working ever since, sending Ginny to open the chamber, using the basilisk's eyes to petrify anyone who might interfere, all while preparing for the real prize. The seal won't give you what you want. Morgan's power can't be stolen, it can only be borrowed, and borrowers pay a price. I know about prices. Riddle's eyes, Ginny's eyes, glittered with ambition. I've paid them before, and I'll pay them again. But the power I'm drawing now will be enough to resurrect me properly. Not as a shade, not as a memory, but as a living wizard. Tom Riddle reborn, with 1,000 years of dark knowledge at my fingertips. I can't let you do that. Can't you? Riddle laughed, a cold sound that echoed through the chamber. Look around you, Harry Potter. You're alone in the dark, facing a power you don't understand. What can you possibly do to stop me? Harry raised his hand, and the sword of Gryffindor materialized in his grip. Then he remembered, he'd given the sword to the goblins. It shouldn't have come. But it had. Because the sword wasn't really Gryffindor's, and it wasn't really the goblins either. It was his, had always been his, would always come when he truly needed it. Riddle's expression flickered, the first crack in his confidence. Impossible. That sword is in Gringotts. The goblins have a copy. A very good copy, enchanted to look and feel exactly like the original. But the real sword? Harry raised the blade, feeling its power sing through his arm. The real sword answers to its maker. Always has. Always will. Its maker died 1,000 years ago. Death is complicated for people like us. Harry stepped forward. Last chance, Tom. Release Ginny, abandon this scheme, and I'll let you go back into whatever diary you crawled out of. Fight me, and I'll destroy you the same way I destroyed your other self. For a long moment, Riddle hesitated. Harry could see the calculation behind Ginny's eyes, the weighing of odds, the assessment of threats. Tom Riddle had always been intelligent, had always known when to retreat and regroup. But he'd also always been arrogant. And arrogance, in the end, was his greatest weakness. I don't think so, Riddle said. I've waited too long for this. Come too far. Sacrificed too much. He raised Ginny's hands, and dark magic gathered around them, power drawn from Morgan's seal, twisted and corrupted, deadly as plague. Let's see if legends can bleed. The battle began. Fighting a possessed child was nothing like fighting a grown wizard. Ginny's body moved with a speed and precision that no 11-year-old should have possessed, her small frame dancing through attacks that would have destroyed an adult opponent. But she was still just a conduit, her magic channeling Riddle's will but limited by her undeveloped core. Harry pressed the advantage. He didn't use lethal force, couldn't, not against an innocent child, but he had other options. Binding spells, disabling hexes, precisely targeted strikes designed to overwhelm Riddle's control without harming Ginny herself. You're holding back, Riddle snarled, flinging a curse that Harry deflected with his blade. Even now, even when your life is at stake, you're too soft to do what's necessary. I'm not soft. I'm strategic. Harry ducked a bolt of dark lightning, rolled, came up inside Ginny's guard. There's a difference. His free hand found her forehead, and he pushed. Not with magic, with something older. The raw force of will that Merlin had used to bind demons, to cow dragons, to bring Morgan Le Fay herself to heal. Intention given weight, thought given form, the fundamental ability to impose his reality on another's. Riddle screamed. The memories hold on Ginny shattered like glass, black tendrils tearing loose from her mind, spiraling into the air as they lost coherence. Ginny collapsed, unconscious but breathing, and Harry turned to face what remained of Tom Riddle. It was just a shade now, a dark figure, vaguely human, flickering like a candle in a wind. The diary that had housed it lay on the ground nearby, its pages smoking, its binding cracked. This isn't over, Riddle whispered. My older self still exists. The other Horcruxes still anchor him. You've accomplished nothing. I've accomplished plenty. Harry raised the sword. And I've learned something valuable. What's that? That even Tom Riddle makes mistakes. He brought the blade down. The diary split in two. The shade that had been Tom Riddle's memory dissolved with a final, echoing scream. And in the silence that followed, the only sounds were Harry's breathing and the slow, steady pulse of Morgan's seal. Harry stood there for a moment, letting the tension drain from his muscles. Then he sheathed the sword, lifted Ginny's unconscious form in his arms, and began the long walk back to the surface. Behind him, the seal pulsed on, weaker than before, but still holding. Still keeping the darkness at bay. For now. The aftermath was complicated. Ginny remembered nothing of her possession, a mercy, really, given what Riddle had made her do. Dumbledore handled the investigation with his usual combination of thoroughness and discretion, managing to keep the worst details from becoming public knowledge. The diary's origin was traced to Lucius Malfoy, though proving intentional wrongdoing was impossible. But the information was filed away, added to the growing dossier on the Malfoy family that Harry was building. The Yule gathering approached. Harry would have answers about the presence in Malfoy Manor, about the connections between the old families and the forces gathering in the shadows. He would learn what he needed to know, and he would act on that knowledge. But first, he had something more important to do. They gathered in the room of requirement on the winter solstice, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne. The room had manifested as a ritual space, circular, lit by candles that burned without flickering. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked, looking at each of them in turn. "We've been over it 100 times, Hermione said. "We know the risks. We accept them." "All of us," Neville added. Daphne just nodded, her expression set. Harry took a breath. "Then let's begin." He drew the ritual circle in silver light, speaking words in the old tongue that bound intention to action. At each cardinal point, one of his allies took position, Hermione in the east, Neville in the south, Daphne in the west. The seal that holds Morgan Le Fay was created by one wizard, powered by one soul, Harry intoned. Tonight, we strengthen it with 4. We bind ourselves to each other, and to the vigil that has lasted 1,000 years. We accept the burden. We share the power. We become one purpose. Light gathered around them, silver and gold, ancient magic responding to ancient words. Harry felt the connection forming, felt the other's souls brushing against his own. Hermione's brilliant, burning curiosity. Neville's quiet, unshakable courage. Daphne's sharp, calculating loyalty. And something else. Something unexpected. As the ritual reached its peak, as the bonds snapped into place, Harry felt Morgan's seal strengthen. The cracks that had worried him sealed themselves. The weaknesses shored up. The prison that had been slowly failing stabilized, supported now by 4 souls instead of 1. It worked, Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "I can feel it. I can feel you. All of you." "The bond is complete," Harry said. "We're connected now. Whatever comes, we face it together." They stood in silence for a moment, feeling the new reality of what they'd become. Not just friends. Not just allies. Something more, a circle, a covenant, a unity of purpose that transcended individual identity. "Together," Neville said. "Together," Daphne echoed. "Together," Hermione agreed. And Harry, looking at his circle, his family, he realized, in all the ways that mattered, felt something he'd almost forgotten how to feel. Hope. The war was coming. Morgan was still waiting in her prison, patient and eternal. Voldemort's true self still lurked somewhere in the darkness, planning his return. But Harry wasn't alone anymore. Would never be alone again. And that made all the difference. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Philosopher's Gambit. The bond changed everything. Harry woke on the morning after the ritual with 3 other heartbeats echoing in his awareness, 3 other presences brushing against the edges of his consciousness. Not intrusive, more like knowing someone was in the next room, a constant awareness that faded into background noise unless he focused on it. Hermione's mind was a cathedral of organized thought, vast libraries of information sorted and cross-referenced with inhuman precision. Neville's presence was quieter, steadier, bedrock beneath topsoil, unshakable once you dug past the surface uncertainty. And Daphne was quicksilver and shadow, her thoughts dancing through calculations and contingencies with the speed of a striking serpent. This is what I was missing, Harry thought, lying in his bed as dawn light crept through the dormitory windows. Not just allies. Not just friends. Family. The word felt strange in his mind, unfamiliar after 11 years with the Dursleys and 1,000 years of solitary vigil before that. But it fit. These three people had bound themselves to him, had chosen to share his burden, his purpose, his fate. He would die before he let them down. The Yule gathering at Malfoy Manor was 2 days away. Harry spent those days preparing, refining the disguise he would wear, memorizing floor plans that Daphne had sketched from memory, running through contingencies for every scenario he could imagine. The bond made coordination easier, he could share thoughts with his circle now, communicate without words when necessary. The polyjuice will last 3 hours, Hermione reminded him through their connection, her mental voice carrying the crisp efficiency of a military briefing. I've calculated the timing. You'll need to be out before midnight or risk exposure. The servants' quarters are in the East Wing, Daphne added. I'll position myself near the main hall. If you need extraction, send the signal and I'll create a distraction. I'll be monitoring from Hogwarts, Neville said. Professor Sprout asked me to help with the greenhouse tonight. I can use that as cover to stay alert. Harry acknowledged each of them with a pulse of gratitude, then returned to his preparations. The disguise was elegant in its simplicity. Polyjuice transformed him into a minor functionary from the Department of Magical Transportation, a middle-aged wizard named Perkins who would be attending the gathering as part of a ministry delegation. The real Perkins had been quietly obliviated of the evening's events and was currently enjoying a restful night at home, convinced he'd declined the invitation due to illness. You're sure about this? Daphne asked, meeting him in the room of requirement for final preparations. Once you're inside, I won't be able to help you directly. If something goes wrong, then I'll handle it. Harry checked his wand, his backup wand, the emergency port key sewn into his robes. I've survived worse odds. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. He met her eyes, still his own, the polyjuice not yet active. But I need to know what's happening in that house. The presence you described, the changes in Draco, the midnight visitors, something's being planned there, and I need to understand it. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her robes and withdrew a small silver pin, shaped like a serpent eating its own tail. Wear this. It's a Greengrass family heirloom, keyed to recognize me as an ally. If anyone questions your presence, tell them you're under my family's protection. It won't explain everything, but it might buy you time. Harry took the pin, feeling the magic humming within it. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we're both safely back at Hogwarts. Malfoy Manor rose from the winter darkness like a fevered dream of aristocratic excess. Harry approached through the main gates, his polyjuiced form hunched against the cold, playing the part of the minor bureaucrat to perfection. The wards recognized his invitation, forged by Daphne using her family's credentials, and admitted him without challenge. Inside, the gathering was in full swing. Hundreds of guests filled the manor's grand ballroom, their dress robes a rainbow of expensive fabrics and subtle status markers. House elves wove through the crowd with trays of champagne and delicate appetizers. An orchestra played in one corner, the music magical in more ways than one. Harry moved through the crowd with careful anonymity, his borrowed face nodding politely at anyone who glanced his way. He was looking for something specific, some trace of the presence Daphne had described, some hint of the darkness that had frightened Draco so badly. He found it in the East Wing. The corridor was empty, the party's noise muffled by distance and ancient stone. Harry paused at an intersection, extending his senses, searching for anything out of place. There. A thread of dark magic, so faint that ordinary detection spells would have missed it entirely. It led deeper into the house, toward chambers that weren't on any floor plan Daphne had seen. Harry followed. The thread wound through servants' passages and hidden corridors, past wards that should have stopped him but parted at his touch, recognizing, perhaps, the authority of someone who'd created such wards 1,000 years before they were born. Finally, it led to a door. The door was black iron, etched with runes that Harry recognized with a chill of unease. Binding runes. Containment runes. The kind of magic used to hold something dangerous in place. Or to hold something dangerous out. He pressed his palm against the metal, felt the magic respond to his presence, and the door swung open. The room beyond was a study, Lucius Malfoy's private sanctum, by the look of it. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with texts that radiated dark magic. A massive desk dominated the center, covered in parchments and strange instruments. But that wasn't what drew Harry's attention. In the corner of the room, half hidden in shadow, was a mirror. Not an ordinary mirror, Harry could see that immediately. It was old, impossibly old, its frame carved with symbols that predated written language. The glass was dark, not reflective, swirling with currents of power that seemed to flow in impossible directions. And as Harry watched, something moved within the darkness. A face. Pale, beautiful, terrible. Morgan Le Fay smiled at him through the glass. "Hello, Merlin," she said, her voice carrying through dimensions like a whisper on the wind. "I wondered when you'd find my window." Harry's hand went to his wand, but he didn't draw it. The mirror wasn't a doorway, not quite. It was a communication device, a way to speak across the barrier that separated Morgan's prison from the physical world. "How?" he demanded. "The seal should prevent any contact, the seal prevents my escape. It doesn't prevent me from reaching out." Her smile widened. "Did you think you were the only one making alliances, old friend? I've had 1,000 years to whisper through the cracks, to find those whose ambition might serve my purposes. Lucius Malfoy. And others. The old families have long memories, Merlin. Some of them remember what wizards were before your precious laws and restrictions. Some of them want that power back. They're fools if they think you'll share power with them. Of course they are. But fools are useful. They open doors that wiser people keep closed." Morgan's eyes, dark, ancient, filled with hunger, fixed on him through the glass. "I felt what you did, you know. The ritual, the bonding. You've strengthened my prison with new souls, bought yourself more time. Very clever. I learned from the best. Flattery." She laughed, a sound like breaking crystal. "You have changed. The Merlin I knew would have faced me with righteous fury, not careful wit. The Merlin you knew got everyone he loved killed. I'm trying a different approach. Yes, you mentioned. Building connections instead of walls. Trusting instead of controlling." Her expression shifted, became almost wistful. "I could have taught you that, once. If you'd let me. If you'd chosen me over your precious king." Arthur represented hope. Arthur represented limitation. Human frailty wrapped in golden armor. I represented possibility, what we could become if we embraced our full potential. You represented destruction. Chaos without purpose, power without restraint. And you represented stagnation. Order imposed at the cost of growth. Morgan's smile returned, sharper now. "But it doesn't matter anymore, does it? What we were, what we wanted, those are just stories now. What matters is what we're becoming." "And what are you becoming?" "Free." The word carried weight, intention, inevitability. "Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. The cracks are widening, Merlin. Your little bonding ritual helped, but it won't be enough. I've spent 1,000 years preparing for this. Do you really think you can stop me in a few short years?" Harry studied her through the glass, this ancient enemy, this former student, this woman who had once meant everything to him and now meant only danger. "I stopped you before," he said quietly. "And it cost you everything. Your kingdom, your friends, your very life." Morgan leaned closer, her face filling the dark glass. "Are you prepared to pay that price again? Are your new friends? Those children you've bound to your cause, do they understand what they've signed up for? They understand. Do they? Does the brilliant girl understand that her mind will be one of my first targets? Does the brave boy understand that I'll use his loyalty to break him? Does the cunning Slytherin understand that I've been whispering to her family for generations? Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter night outside. What do you mean? The Greengrasses aren't as neutral as they like to pretend. Some of them have been listening to my voice since before Hogwarts was built. Your little ally might not be as trustworthy as you think. It was meant to sow doubt. Harry knew that, could see the manipulation for what it was. But the seed of uncertainty had been planted, and he couldn't quite ignore it. You're lying. Am I? Or am I telling a truth you don't want to hear? Morgan pulled back, her form beginning to dissolve into the mirror's darkness. Think about it, old friend. Question everything. Trust no one. That's the game we're playing now, and I've had 1,000 years more practice than you. The mirror went dark. Harry stood alone in Lucius Malfoy's study, his polyjuice disguise beginning to fade, his mind racing with questions he didn't want to ask. Daphne, he thought through the bond. Are you still there? I'm here, she responded immediately. Did you find what you were looking for? He hesitated. Morgan's words echoed in his head, poisonous, insidious. The Greengrasses aren't as neutral as they like to pretend. Harry? What's wrong? He couldn't ask. Couldn't voice the suspicion without proof, couldn't let Morgan's manipulation destroy an alliance he desperately needed. But he also couldn't ignore the possibility entirely. I found something, he said finally. I'll explain when I'm out. Be ready to leave. Understood. Harry searched the study quickly, looking for evidence of Lucius's dealings with Morgan. He found correspondence, coded, but not unbreakable, that hinted at meetings, plans, promises of power when the sealed queen returned. He took copies, leaving the originals undisturbed. Then he slipped out the way he'd come, through the servants' passages, through the wards that shouldn't have let him pass, through the gathering that was winding down as the night grew late. Daphne was waiting by the main entrance, her expression carefully neutral but her presence in the bond thrumming with anxiety. Did you find what you needed? She asked aloud, for the benefit of anyone who might be listening. Enough for now. Harry took her arm, playing the part of a weary bureaucrat accepting a young lady's assistance. Let's go home. They operated away, leaving Malfoy Manor behind, leaving Morgan's laughter echoing in Harry's memory. The game was changing. The stakes were rising. And Harry was no longer certain he knew all the players. Back at Hogwarts, Harry gathered his circle in the room of requirement. He told them everything, the mirror, Morgan's words, the correspondence he'd copied. Everything except the suspicion about Daphne's family. That, he kept to himself, locked away in a corner of his mind that the bond couldn't quite reach. I'll investigate on my own, he told himself. If there's nothing to it, no harm done. If there is. He didn't want to think about what he'd do if there was. So Morgan has been communicating with the Death Eater families, Hermione said, her voice tight with anger. Building her own alliance while we've been building ours. It makes sense, Neville said slowly. The pure-blood supremacists and an ancient dark witch who wants to rule humanity, they'd be natural allies. Until she betrayed them. Harry's voice was flat. Morgan doesn't share power. She never did. Lucius and the others are tools to her, nothing more. But they don't know that, Daphne said. Her voice was steady, but Harry could feel tension in her presence through the bond, tension that might be fear, might be guilt, might be something else entirely. They think they're making a deal with someone who'll reward their loyalty. Then we need to show them how wrong they are. Harry stood, pacing to the window. Not just the Malfoys, all of them. The families who've been listening to Morgan's whispers, the ones who think that a sealed queen is their ticket to power. We need to expose the truth before they can act on their plans. How? Hermione asked. The Ministry. The Board of Governors. The Wizengamot itself. Harry turned to face them. We need to start building political power, not just magical power. We need allies in positions of authority who can act when the time comes. That's ambitious, Neville said. We're second-year students. Who's going to take us seriously? Not us directly. But we have connections, Dumbledore, your grandmother, Daphne's family networks. We need to use them. Build influence without being seen to build influence. My grandmother has a seat on the Wisengamot, Neville said slowly. She's always complaining about how the pureblood faction controls everything. If I told her there was evidence of conspiracy. Be careful how much you reveal, Harry warned. Morgan is old and cunning. If she realizes we're moving against her allies, she'll find ways to counter us. Then we move carefully. Hermione's mind was already racing. Harry could feel the calculations through the bond. Build documentation, gather witnesses, establish patterns. Don't reveal anything until we have an airtight case. And in the meantime? Daphne asked. In the meantime, we continue preparing. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. The bond has strengthened the seal, but that's a delay, not a solution. We need to find a way to deal with Morgan permanently, and that means researching, training, becoming strong enough to face her when she finally breaks free. How long do we have? Harry closed his eyes, reaching through the bond to the seal itself. He could feel it now, a distant pulse, steadier than it had been but still weakening, still counting down toward an end that couldn't be avoided forever. Years, he said. 5, maybe 10. Enough time to prepare, if we use it wisely. Then we use it wisely. Hermione stood, squaring her shoulders with the determination that Harry had come to love about her. We research, we train, we build alliances. And when Morgan comes, we'll be ready. Neville nodded, his jaw set. Daphne's expression was unreadable, but she didn't disagree. Harry looked at his circle, his family, his hope, and felt a complex mixture of gratitude and fear. They would fight for him. Die for him, if it came to that. He had to make sure it didn't. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Harry pushed the training harder than ever, teaching his circle techniques that would have made their professors faint. Combat magic, defensive wards, mental disciplines that would protect them against psychic attack. The room of requirement became their sanctuary, transforming each night into whatever training ground they needed. Again, Harry said, watching Neville's shield charm shatter under his assault. You're still hesitating. In real combat, hesitation is death. I know. Neville was panting, sweat dripping down his face, but his expression was determined. Again. They went again. And again. And again, until Neville's shield held solid against everything Harry could throw at it, until the boy who'd once fumbled simple spells was dueling at a level that would have impressed adult Aurors. Better, Harry said finally, lowering his wand. Much better. You're ready. Ready for what? Ready for whatever comes next. Hermione's progress was equally impressive, though in different ways. Her gift was theory, understanding. She could dissect a spell's structure in seconds, find weaknesses in wards that their creators thought impenetrable. Harry taught her to think like a magical architect, to see the patterns beneath the surface. The seal is a work of art, she said one night, studying the notes Harry had shared about Morgan's prison. The interlocking enchantments, the way each layer supports the others, whoever designed this was a genius. He had his moments. She shot him a look. Don't be modest. This is your work, isn't it? From before. 1,000 years ago. I was different then. Different how? Harry considered the question. More certain. Less flexible. I knew what was right and I didn't question it. The seal reflects that, absolute, unyielding, uncompromising. Is that bad? It's limiting. The seal doesn't adapt, doesn't grow. It just holds, unchanging, until it finally fails. He met her eyes. That's what I'm trying to avoid this time. Building something that can evolve, that can change with circumstances instead of breaking against them. The bond. The bond is part of it. But I mean more than just us, I mean the whole approach. Instead of one wizard carrying all the weight, a network of allies sharing the burden. Instead of absolute control, adaptive cooperation. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You're building a new kind of magic, aren't you? Something that doesn't exist yet. I'm trying to. Whether it works. Harry shrugged. We'll find out. Daphne's training was the most complicated, because Harry couldn't quite silence the doubt that Morgan had planted. He watched her carefully, looking for signs of divided loyalty, evidence that she was reporting to someone besides him. He found nothing. She was dedicated, focused, entirely committed to the cause. Her Slytherin cunning made her invaluable for intelligence work, and her family connections opened doors that the others couldn't reach. If she was a traitor, she was the most convincing one Harry had ever seen. Which, of course, was exactly what a good traitor would be. I'm being paranoid, he told himself. Morgan manipulated me, and I'm letting her win. But he couldn't quite stop watching. Couldn't quite trust her the way he trusted Hermione and Neville. And that distance, that tiny barrier, was exactly what Morgan had intended. Damn her, Harry thought. Damn her and her games. Spring came slowly to Scotland, melting the winter snows and filling the grounds with the first hints of green. The school settled into the rhythms of term, classes, exams, the usual dramas and friendships of adolescence. Harry navigated it all with half his attention, the other half always focused on the larger game being played. The correspondence from Malfoy Manor had proven valuable. It referenced meetings, plans, a network of families who were preparing for the Queen's return. Harry passed the information to Dumbledore, who began his own quiet investigation. The roots run deep, the headmaster reported during one of their private meetings. Families I've known for decades, people I would have sworn were loyal to the ministry, some of them have been listening to Morgan's whispers for generations. Can we trust anyone? That's the question, isn't it? Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. Morgan has had 1,000 years to build her network. We've had 2. The mathematics are not in our favor. Then we need to change the mathematics. Find allies she doesn't know about, build power bases she can't reach. I'm working on it. But it takes time, Harry. More time than we might have. Time. It always came back to time, not enough of it, never enough of it. Harry was racing against a clock he couldn't stop, trying to build an army before the war he knew was coming. And Morgan was racing too, building her own forces, preparing her own assault. The question was who would be ready first. The end of second year approached with the inevitability of summer storms. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds as twilight painted the sky in shades of purple and gold. Behind him, the castle hummed with the quiet energy of students preparing for exams, for holidays, for the ordinary concerns of ordinary lives. He envied them sometimes. The simplicity of their problems, the clarity of their goals. Pass the test. Win the match. Impress the girl. Problems with solutions, challenges that could be met and overcome. His challenges had no clear solutions. His enemies were ancient, patient, and cunning beyond mortal understanding. And the stakes were everything, not just his life, but the lives of everyone he bound to his cause, the fate of a world that didn't even know it was in danger. Heavy thoughts for a beautiful evening. Hermione's mental voice was warm with affection. He felt her approaching before he heard her footsteps on the tower stairs. Brooding again, she asked, coming to stand beside him. Thinking. Same thing, with you. She leaned against the parapet, her shoulder brushing his. What's weighing on you? Everything. Nothing specific. Just. He gestured at the horizon. The future. What's coming? Weather will be ready. We will be. How can you be so certain? Hermione turned to look at him, her brown eyes serious in the fading light. Because I know you. I know what you're capable of, what you've already accomplished. You've defeated Voldemort twice, destroyed most of his soul anchors, strengthened an ancient seal, and built a network of allies who would die for you. All in 2 years. All as a child. I'm not really a child. No. You're not. She reached out, her hand finding his. But that's my point. Whatever you are, whatever you're becoming, you're extraordinary, Harry. And you're not alone. You have us. You have the bond. You have everything you didn't have before. And you think that'll be enough? I think it has to be. Because the alternative is giving up, and I refuse to do that. We refuse. Harry looked at their joined hands, her fingers slender and warm against his, the bond humming between them with emotion that was deeper than words. When did you become so wise? He asked. I've always been wise. You just didn't notice because you were too busy being ancient and mysterious. She smiled, that fierce, determined smile that he'd come to love. But I've been watching, Harry. Learning. Growing. And I'll keep growing, keep learning, until I'm strong enough to stand beside you against anything. You already are. Then stop worrying and start believing. In yourself. In us. In the future we're building. She squeezed his hand once, then released it and stepped back. Coming to dinner. Neville's saved us seats, and Daphne says she has news from her father's contacts. Harry took one last look at the darkening sky, at the stars beginning to emerge, at the moon rising silver over the distant mountains. The future was uncertain, the challenges immense, the enemies ancient and terrible. But he wasn't alone. Would never be alone again. Yeah, he said, turning away from the view. I'm coming. They walked back into the castle together, toward food and friendship and the small human moments that made the struggle worthwhile. Behind them, the night deepened over Hogwarts, over Britain, over a world that slept unaware of the war being fought in its defense. Somewhere in the depths beneath the castle, Morgan Le Fay waited in her prison, patient and eternal. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort's shattered soul clung to existence, waiting for its chance to return. And somewhere in a young wizard's heart, hope burned steady against the encroaching dark. The second year was ending. The third would bring new challenges, new allies, new battles. But for now, for this one moment, there was peace. Harry held on to it for as long as he could. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Aftermath Kingdom. The summer after second year was supposed to be a time of rest and preparation. It became something else entirely. Harry returned to Privet Drive for exactly 3 days, long enough to maintain the fiction of residence, long enough to remind the Dursleys that he existed and they should leave him alone. Then he vanished into the network of safe houses and hidden locations that had become his real home. Grimmauld Place was his primary base. Kreacher had transformed the old black mansion over the past year, cleaning away decades of neglect and corruption, making it habitable for someone who wasn't steeped in dark magic. The house elf had become something like a friend, or at least a trusted ally, someone Harry could rely on for information, logistics, and the 1,000 small tasks that his larger mission required. The Ministry is in chaos, Kreacher reported on Harry's first morning back. The whispers say Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Harry went still. Sirius Black. His godfather. The man the wizarding world believed had betrayed his parents to Voldemort, had murdered Peter Pettigrew and a dozen muggles, had been the Dark Lord's most trusted lieutenant. The man Harry knew was innocent. Not from research or investigation, but from memory, fragments of his parents' life that had surfaced during his awakening, moments when James Potter had spoken of his best friend with absolute trust and love. The real traitor was Peter Pettigrew, the rat animagus who had faked his death and framed Sirius for his crimes. When did he escape? Harry asked. 3 days ago. The Dementors are searching everywhere. The Ministry has authorized them to perform the kiss on site. The kiss. The Dementor's ultimate punishment, sucking out the soul, leaving behind an empty shell that breathed but didn't live. If they caught Sirius before Harry could reach him. "I need to find him," Harry said. "Before the Ministry does." Finding an escaped convict who didn't want to be found should have been impossible. Harry managed it in 4 days. The key was understanding Sirius's psychology. He'd spent 12 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, reliving his worst memories over and over. The guilt of failing to protect James and Lily. The rage of being betrayed by someone he'd trusted. The desperate, burning need for revenge against Peter Pettigrew. If Harry were Sirius, where would he go? The answer was obvious: wherever Peter was hiding. And Peter, Harry knew from his research, had spent the last 12 years as a rat named Scabbers, living in the Weasley household. Harry intercepted Sirius on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole, 3 miles from the burrow. The escaped prisoner was gaunt, feral, barely recognizable as human, but his eyes were sharp, and the wand he'd somehow acquired was steady in his hand. "Who are you?" Sirius demanded. "How did you find me?" "My name is Harry Potter. And I found you because I know where you're going." Sirius went absolutely still. "Harry?" His voice cracked. But you're just a child. You should be, at Hogwarts. At the Dursleys. Safe and ignorant while the man who betrayed my parents lives free. Harry kept his voice calm, his posture unthreatening. "I know you're innocent, Sirius. I know Peter Pettigrew is the real traitor. And I know you're planning to kill him." "How?" Sirius's wand was shaking now. "How could you possibly know? Because I remember things I shouldn't. Because I've seen the truth in memories that don't belong to my current life." Harry met his godfather's haunted eyes. "I don't have time to explain everything. But I need you to trust me, Sirius. Come with me, and I'll help you clear your name. Stay on this path, and the Dementors will find you before you reach Peter." For a long moment, Sirius didn't move. Harry could see the war happening behind his eyes, the animal need for revenge fighting against something more human, something that remembered what it meant to trust. "James used to say you had Lily's eyes," Sirius whispered finally. "But looking at you now, I see something else. Something older. I'll explain later. Please, Sirius. Come with me." Another pause. Then Sirius lowered his wand. "Lead the way." They went to Grimmauld Place. Sirius's reaction to his childhood home was complicated, layers of trauma and memory warring across his gaunt features. But Harry didn't have time to address old wounds. He needed to move fast, before the Ministry's search closed in. "Peter Pettigrew is alive," Harry told him, once they were safely behind the house's ancient wards. "He's been hiding as a rat in the Weasley family for 12 years. Ron's pet, Scabbers. I know. I saw the picture in the Prophet, the family in Egypt, with the rat on the boy's shoulder." Sirius's voice was rough with hatred. "I recognized him immediately. The same beady eyes, the same cowering posture. He aged, even as a rat. I can capture him. Bring him to justice legally, force the Ministry to admit your innocence." Harry leaned forward. "But I need to understand something first. What happened that night? Not the official story, the truth." Sirius was silent for a long moment. "We switched secret keepers," he said finally. "At the last minute. I was the obvious choice, too obvious. We thought Peter would be safer, less likely to be targeted." His laugh was bitter. "We were so stupid. Peter had been passing information to Voldemort for months. He betrayed James and Lily the same night we made him keeper. And afterward? I went after him. I was going to kill him. I didn't care about consequences, didn't care about anything except making him pay. But he was ready for me. He blew up the street, cut off his own finger, and disappeared into the sewers before I could stop him." Sirius's hands were shaking. I stood there laughing while the Aurors arrested me. Laughing because it was all so absurd, my best friend dead, his wife dead, their son orphaned, and the real murderer escaping as a rat. What else could I do but laugh? Harry felt something twist in his chest. This man had lost everything, his friends, his freedom, his sanity, all because of a traitor's cowardice and a society too eager for simple answers. I'm going to fix this, Harry said quietly. Peter will face justice. You'll be cleared. And then. He hesitated. Then we need to talk about what comes next. What do you mean? I mean you're my godfather. My legal guardian, if your name is cleared. And I need allies, Sirius. People I can trust absolutely, who understand what's coming. What is coming? Harry met his eyes. War. The kind that's been building for 1,000 years. Voldemort is only the beginning. Capturing Peter Pettigrew was almost anticlimactic. Harry sent an owl to the burrow, addressed to Ron, asking to meet at Diagon Alley to discuss something important about Scabbers. The curiosity in his message was enough to ensure Ron would bring the rat. They met in the Leaky Cauldron, in a private room Harry had reserved. Ron arrived looking confused but pleased, the fat grey rat sleeping in his pocket. Harry. What's this about? Your owl was really mysterious, I'm sorry, Ron. But this is necessary. Harry's wand moved before Ron could react. The rat flew from his pocket, twisted in midair, and transformed, not into a rat, but into a balding, pathetic man with watery eyes and a terrified expression. Harry. Peter squeaked. Harry, my boy, you don't understand. I understand perfectly, Peter. Harry's voice was ice. I understand that you betrayed my parents to Voldemort. I understand that you framed Sirius Black for your crimes. And I understand that you've been hiding as a rat for 12 years while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. No, you've got it all wrong, stupefy. Peter collapsed, unconscious. Ron was staring at Harry with an expression of total incomprehension. Harry, what? That was Scabbers. That was a person. An animagus. An unregistered animagus who's been spying on your family for over a decade. Harry bound Peter with magical ropes, then turned to face his friend. I'm sorry I didn't warn you. But I couldn't risk him escaping before I could catch him. But why was he hiding with us? What did he do? He murdered my parents. Ron went pale. What? It's a long story, and I'll explain everything. But right now, I need to get him to the ministry before he wakes up. Can you trust me, Ron? Even though I've just turned your world upside down. Ron looked at the bound, unconscious man who had been his pet for years. His face was a complicated mixture of horror, betrayal, and dawning understanding. He was always weird, he said finally. Scabbers, I mean. He lived too long for a normal rat, and he was always nervous around cats. Especially Hermione's new cat. He met Harry's eyes. Yeah. I trust you, mate. Whatever's going on, I trust you. Thank you. Harry operated away, leaving Ron to process what had happened. There would be time for explanations later. Right now, he had a trial to arrange. The ministry was chaos when Harry arrived with Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore had been warned, had smoothed the way as much as possible, but nothing could fully prepare the bureaucracy for what Harry was about to reveal. He strode into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, his unconscious prisoner floating behind him, and demanded to see the head of the department. I need to report a crime, he told Amelia Bones, once he'd been escorted to her office. 12 years ago, Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial for murders he didn't commit. This man, he gestured to Peter, is the real culprit. Bones was a formidable witch, square-jawed and sharp-eyed, known for her uncompromising commitment to justice. She looked at Peter, then at Harry, then back at Peter. Pettigrew is dead. Pettigrew is an animagus who faked his own death. Harry drew his wand and cast a spell that forced Peter into his rat form, then back to human. He's been hiding for 12 years. And he's been doing more than hiding, he's been waiting. Waiting for his master to return. His master. Voldemort. The name made everyone in the room flinch. But Bones recovered quickly. That's a serious accusation, Mr. Potter. I have evidence. Testimony under Veritaserum will confirm everything. And once you've heard the truth, you'll have to release Sirius Black. Bones studied him for a long moment. You're not an ordinary child, are you, Mr. Potter? No, ma'am. I'm not. I didn't think so. She stood, her expression hardening with purpose. Very well. We'll do this properly. Veritaserum interrogation, full Wizengamot trial, everything by the book. She met his eyes. If you're right about this, if an innocent man has spent 12 years in Azkaban because of our failure, heads will roll. I'm right. Then let's find out. The trial was held 2 weeks later. Peter Pettigrew, under Veritaserum, confessed everything. The betrayal. The murders. The years of hiding. And more, information about Voldemort's plans, the locations of Death Eaters who'd escaped justice, secrets that the Ministry had never known. Sirius Black was exonerated. The Wizengamot issued a formal apology, compensation for wrongful imprisonment, and restoration of all rights and properties. He walked out of the Ministry a free man for the first time in 12 years. Harry was waiting for him. Thank you, Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion. I don't. I can't. You don't have to say anything. Harry took his godfather's arm and guided him toward the exit. Let's go home. They apparat to Grimmauld Place together. Sirius stood in the entrance hall of his childhood home, looking around at the cleaned and restored space that had once been a monument to dark magic. You did this? Creature did most of the work. I just provided direction. Creature. Sirius's expression twisted with old hatred. That miserable little, he's changed. Or rather, he was always more than he seemed, and I gave him a reason to show it. Harry met Sirius's eyes steadily. I know you have history with this house, with the elf, with everything it represents. But I need this place as a base of operations, and I need Creature as an ally. Can you work with that? Sirius was silent for a long moment. You're not what I expected, he said finally. When I imagined meeting you, I thought. I don't know. A child who needed protecting, maybe. Someone I could help, guide, be a godfather to. I still need those things. Just, differently than you imagined. Yeah. I'm getting that. Sirius laughed, a genuine sound, surprised and almost joyful. James would be so confused by you. He'd also be incredibly proud. Tell me about him. About both of them. I have memories, fragments, but nothing complete. I want to know who they really were. Sirius's eyes glistened. Come on, he said, his voice rough. I'll tell you everything. We have a lot of years to catch up on. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of activity and revelation. Sirius told Harry everything about his parents, stories of Hogwarts adventures, of the war against Voldemort, of love and loss and sacrifice. Harry, in turn, explained his true nature to his godfather, the awakening, the memories, the ancient war that was coming. Sirius took it better than expected. So you're telling me, he said, after Harry finished, that you're the reincarnation of Merlin, you're fighting an ancient witch who's been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and Voldemort is actually the lesser threat. More or less. And you need my help. Desperately. Sirius grinned, a flash of the mischief maker he'd been before Azkaban, before betrayal, before everything went wrong. Well, you've got it. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. I spent 12 years unable to do anything for you. I'm not wasting another second. Thank you, Sirius. Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen me in action. His grin widened. I may be rusty, but I'm still a black. And blacks don't go down easy. Harry also used the summer to deal with the Horcrux in his scar. The research had been ongoing for months, Hermione's contributions invaluable, as always, and Harry had finally found a method that might work. Not destruction, exactly, but purification. Using the bond's combined power to cleanse the foreign soul stuff from his mind without damaging his own spirit. It was risky. It was painful. It was absolutely necessary. They gathered at Grimmauld Place on the summer solstice, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and now Sirius. The five of them formed a circle in the ritual chamber that Harry had prepared, their hands joined, their minds linked through the bond that connected them. This is going to hurt, Harry warned them. The Horcrux will fight back. It will try to corrupt you, turn you against each other. You need to hold steady, no matter what. We understand, Hermione said. Her hand squeezed his tightly. We're ready, Neville added. Daphne and Sirius nodded. Harry closed his eyes and reached into himself, toward the dark splinter that had been lodged in his soul since infancy. The Horcrux woke. It was like touching a live wire, agony lancing through his mind, darkness flooding his senses. He felt Voldemort's rage, his hatred, his desperate will to survive. The fragment fought back with everything it had, clawing at Harry's consciousness, trying to find purchase, trying to escape. But Harry wasn't alone. Through the bond, he felt his circle responding. Hermione's brilliant light, cutting through darkness. Neville's steady strength, anchoring him to reality. Daphne's sharp will, slicing through the Horcrux's defenses. And Sirius, new to the bond, untrained, but burning with protective fury, adding his power to theirs. Together, Harry thought. We do this together. They pulled. The Horcrux screamed. Not a sound, but a sensation, pure anguish echoing through dimensions as the corrupted soul fragment was torn from its anchor. It fought every inch, but against five united wills, it had no chance. With a final, reality-shaking crack, the Horcrux came free. Harry opened his eyes to see it floating before him, a dark, writhing mass of corrupted energy, barely coherent, already beginning to dissolve without an anchor to sustain it. He reached out with his magic and unmade it. The darkness screamed one final time and vanished. Gone. Destroyed. As if it had never existed. In the silence that followed, Harry raised a hand to his forehead. The scar was still there, faint, silvered, a reminder of what had been. But the presence behind it, the whisper of Voldemort that had haunted him his entire life. Gone. Did it work? Hermione asked, her voice trembling. It worked. Harry felt tears streaming down his face, tears of relief, of joy, of liberation from a burden he'd carried since birth. It's gone. He's gone. The circle broke as everyone collapsed, exhausted from the ritual's demands. But they were laughing, crying, holding each other in the wake of victory. One more anchor destroyed. Only Voldemort's main spirit remained, contained in its prison, waiting for a final end. Soon, Harry thought. Very soon. The summer ended with a gathering at Grimmauld Place. Harry stood before his circle, larger now, with Sirius added to its ranks, and felt something he'd rarely experienced in any of his lives. Completeness. This year will be different, he told them. We've cleared Sirius's name, destroyed the Horcrux in my scar, and strengthened our alliance. But Morgan is still out there, still building her forces, still waiting for her chance. What's the plan? Sirius asked. We continue building. More allies, more resources, more power. We investigate the pureblood families who've been listening to Morgan's whispers. We prepare for the war that's coming. And Voldemort? Neville asked. Voldemort is contained, but not destroyed. His spirit is still in its prison, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Eventually, we'll need to deal with him permanently. But that can wait until we've addressed the larger threat. Morgan Le Fay, Hermione said. The Sealed Queen. The enemy I've been fighting for 1,000 years. Harry's voice hardened. She's patient, she's cunning, and she's been preparing for this moment since before any of us were born. But so have I. And this time, I'm not fighting alone. He looked around the room, at Hermione's fierce determination, Neville's quiet courage, Daphne's sharp intelligence, Sirius's reckless loyalty. His family. His circle. His hope. Together, he said. Always together. Together, they echoed. Outside, the summer sun was setting over London, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. A new school year was approaching. New challenges. New battles. New opportunities to build the future they were fighting for. Harry watched the light fade and felt, for the first time in a very long time, that the future might actually be worth reaching. Third year would bring its own trials. But whatever came, they would face it as one. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, Summer of Shadows. The train to Hogwarts felt different this year. Harry sat in a compartment with his circle, watching the countryside blur past the window while conversations flowed around him. Hermione was explaining some obscure magical theory to Neville, who listened with genuine interest rather than the glazed confusion he would have shown 2 years ago. Daphne had joined them openly now, a small scandal in the house-divided world of Hogwarts, but she'd stopped caring about appearances months ago. And Sirius. Sirius was supposed to be at Grimmauld Place, coordinating intelligence efforts, but Harry could feel his godfather's presence through the bond, a constant warm pressure at the edge of his awareness. The bond had grown stronger over the summer. What had started as a magical connection had become something more, a true melding of purpose and will, 5 souls working in harmony toward a common goal. Harry could sense his circle's emotions now without trying, could share thoughts with a focus of intention, could draw on their strength when his own faltered. It was everything Merlin had never had. Everything that might make the difference this time. You're brooding again, Hermione said, breaking into his thoughts. Thinking. Same thing. She moved to sit beside him, her shoulder pressing against his. What's worrying you? Everything. Nothing specific. Harry sighed. The Dementors. The Ministry had stationed Dementors around Hogwarts as protection against Sirius Black, an absurd precaution, given that Sirius was now free and cleared, but the bureaucratic wheels turned slowly. The creatures would remain at the school until the paperwork caught up with reality. They won't affect you, Hermione said. Not like they affect others. Your soul is too old, I suppose. Too settled in itself. It's not me I'm worried about. It's everyone else. Harry looked out the window at the darkening sky. Dementors feed on happiness, on hope. A school full of children is a feast for them. And the longer they're here, the more damage they'll do. Can you do something about it? I'm considering options. The train began to slow, much earlier than it should have. Harry felt a chill creeping through the carriage, unnatural cold that had nothing to do with the weather. They're here, Neville said quietly, his wand already in his hand. The lights flickered and died. Frost crept across the windows. And somewhere in the distance, Harry heard screaming. Stay here, he told his circle. Protect the younger students. Harry, but he was already moving, out of the compartment and down the corridor, toward the source of the disturbance. The cold intensified with each step, the air growing thick with despair, with memories of loss and failure and a woman's scream. Green light. A crib, and a monster's face. Harry pushed through the memories, acknowledging them without letting them control him. These were old wounds, long since processed. The Dementors couldn't hurt him with pain he'd already accepted. He found them in the next carriage. 3 Dementors, their hooded forms gliding through the corridor, their rattling breath drawing the warmth from everything they passed. Students cowered in their compartments, faces pale, some already unconscious from the creature's aura. And in the center of the carriage, collapsed on the floor, was a familiar face. Ron Weasley. Eyes rolled back, body convulsing, foam flecking his lips as the Dementors fed on his deepest fears. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The spell wasn't just light, it was meaning, the concentrated essence of everything Harry had to live for. His friends. His circle. The future he was building, the world he was trying to protect. A silver stag erupted from his wand, massive and majestic, antlers blazing with pure light. It charged the Dementors with impossible speed, and they fled, scattering like shadows before dawn, their rattling screams echoing through the train as they sought escape. Harry let the Patronus fade and knelt beside Ron. Ron! Can you hear me? The red-haired boy's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and confused. Harry? What happened? Dementors. You're safe now. I saw. Ron's voice cracked. I saw Fred and George. Dead. And Percy, and Ginny, and... Tears were streaming down his face. My whole family, Harry. They were all dead, and I couldn't do anything, it wasn't real. It was just the Dementors, making you see your worst fears. Harry helped him sit up, keeping his voice calm and steady. Your family is fine. Everyone is fine. But it felt so real. I know. That's what Dementors do. Harry looked around the carriage at the other affected students, some still unconscious, others crying quietly. We need to get chocolate. It helps with the after-effects. Hermione appeared at his side. She must have ignored his instructions to stay behind, which was completely in character. I've sent Neville and Daphne to check the other carriages. There's a professor in the next car who had some chocolate. Good. Make sure everyone who was affected gets some. She nodded and hurried off. Harry stayed with Ron, watching his friend's color slowly return as the Dementor's influence faded. That Patronus, Ron said finally. That was. I've never seen anything like it. We haven't even learned that spell yet. I've had practice. Yeah, but... Ron shook his head. Harry, I know I'm not the best student, and I know you're different. But that spell, the way you just took command of everything, you're not just a good wizard, are you? You're something else. Harry considered his answer carefully. Ron was a friend, not part of the inner circle, but a friend nonetheless. He deserved some version of the truth. I'm what I need to be, Harry said finally. What the situation requires. Right now, that meant dealing with Dementors. In the future. He shrugged. We'll see. Ron studied him for a long moment. Whatever you are, he said, I'm glad you're on our side. Me too, Ron. Me too. Hogwarts was unchanged, eternal in the way that ancient places often were. The castle welcomed Harry back with the familiar weight of stone and magic, the corridors echoing with the footsteps of 1,000 years of students. But something was different this year. Harry could feel it in the walls, in the foundations, in the very bedrock beneath the school. Morgan's seal was still holding, the summer's bonding ritual had strengthened it significantly, but there was a new tension in the magical fabric of the castle. As if something was testing the defenses, probing for weaknesses. The pureblood families, Daphne reported during their first circle meeting of the term. My father's contacts say they're getting more organized. Secret meetings, coded messages, references to the Queen's return. Whatever Morgan's been whispering to them, they're starting to act on it. Any specific plans? Nothing concrete yet. But there's been talk about removing obstacles and preparing the way. My father thinks they're building towards something, a coordinated action of some kind. Harry nodded slowly. This matched what Sirius had been reporting from the other end, increased activity among the old families, money moving through channels that were hard to trace, alliances being formed in shadows. We need to infiltrate their network, he said. Find out what they're planning before they can act. That's risky. If they catch us, then we'll deal with it. But we can't fight an enemy we can't see. Daphne's expression was troubled. There's something else. My father, he's been getting pressure to join them. To bring the Greengrass family into their coalition. The room went quiet. Harry felt the bond pulse with tension, Hermione's suspicion, Neville's loyalty, Daphne's fear. What's his answer? Harry asked carefully. He's been putting them off. Claiming neutrality, citing old treaties. But they're getting more insistent. Daphne met Harry's eyes. He wants to know if there's another option. An alliance that doesn't involve bowing to Morgan. The Greengrasses aren't as neutral as they like to pretend, Morgan's voice echoed in Harry's memory. Some of them have been listening to my voice since before Hogwarts was built. But looking at Daphne now, seeing the fear and hope and desperate loyalty in her eyes, Harry made a choice. Tell him there is, he said. Tell him I'll meet with him. Discuss terms. Harry, Hermione's mental voice was sharp with warning, are you sure this is wise? No. But it's necessary. He spoke aloud for Daphne's benefit. The Greengrasses are one of the oldest pureblood families. If we can bring them openly to our side, others might follow. We need allies, and we can't afford to turn them away out of paranoia. Daphne's relief was palpable through the bond. Thank you, she said. I know you have reasons to doubt my family. But my father isn't like the Malfoys. He genuinely wants what's best for our people. Then let's hope what's best includes standing against an ancient evil that wants to enslave humanity. I think it does. But he needs to hear it from you. The meeting with Lord Greengrass took place 2 weeks later, during a Hogsmeade weekend. Harry slipped away from the village using the invisibility cloak and apparat to a location Daphne had provided, a small cottage in the Scottish Highlands, warded against detection, owned by the Greengrass family for generations. Cyrus Greengrass was waiting inside. He was a tall man, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, with the bearing of someone accustomed to power and the caution of someone who'd learned how easily power could be lost. He studied Harry with open curiosity as the young wizard entered. Mr. Potter. Or should I say, something else? Harry is fine, Lord Greengrass. Cyrus, then. If we're to be allies, we should dispense with formality. He gestured to a chair. Please, sit. I believe we have much to discuss. Harry sat, keeping his posture relaxed but his senses alert. The cottage's wards were impressive, but he could break through them if necessary. Your daughter has told you about me, he said. She's told me many things. Some of them quite remarkable. Cyrus's eyes narrowed slightly. She believes you're the key to surviving what's coming. That you're not just the boy who lived, but something far older and more significant. What do you believe? I believe my daughter has good instincts. And I believe that the whispers I've been hearing from certain quarters are troubling. Morgan Le Fay. Cyrus went still. You know the name, Harry continued. You've heard the old families speak of the sealed queen, the ancient power that will return to restore wizards to their rightful place. They think she'll make them powerful, give them dominion over the Muggle world. And you're telling me she won't? I'm telling you she'll destroy them. All of them. Every wizard who thinks they can bargain with Morgan will find themselves enslaved or dead. She doesn't share power, she never has. The Malfoys, the Knots, the Lestranges, they're tools to her. Means to an end. And when that end is achieved, she'll discard them without a second thought. You speak with great certainty about someone who's supposedly been sealed away for a millennium. I sealed her. Harry let some of his power show through, just a glimpse, just enough to make the air tremble and the wards shudder. I've fought her before, in another life. I know what she is, what she wants, what she'll do to get it. And I know that the only way to stop her is to stand together, not divided into factions and blood status, but united against a common enemy. Cyrus was silent for a long moment. Daphne said you were different. I didn't quite believe her until now. He leaned forward. What are you offering, exactly? What does alliance with you mean? Protection, when Morgan breaks free. A place in the new order we're building, not supremacy, but equality. A chance to be on the right side of history instead of buried beneath it. And in return, information. Resources. The influence your family carries among the neutrals. And when the time comes, your wand's at our side. Cyrus considered this. The other families won't like it. The Malfoys especially. Lucius has been trying to bring us into his coalition for years. The Malfoys are already lost. Lucius has been corresponding with Morgan directly, preparing for her return. When she breaks free, he'll be among the first to kneel. And you think you can stop her? A boy, against an ancient power that's been planning this for 1,000 years? Harry smiled, a cold expression that had nothing to do with humor. I've stopped her before. And this time, I have something I didn't have then. People who stand with me, who share my power, who won't let me fight alone. He extended his hand. What do you say, Cyrus? Will you stand with us? Or will you wait and see, and hope that neutrality saves you when the world burns? Cyrus looked at the offered hand. Harry could see the calculation in his eyes, the weighing of risks and rewards, the assessment of power and purpose. Then, slowly, he reached out and clasped Harry's hand. The Greengrass family stands with you, Mr. Potter. May we both survive to see the wisdom of this choice. We will, Harry said. I promise. The alliance with the Greengrasses was the first domino. Within weeks, other neutral families began reaching out, the Abbotts, the Bones, the Macmillans. Word spread through channels Harry couldn't always trace, carried by people he never met. The boy who lived was building something. A coalition. A resistance. An alternative. They're scared, Daphne reported during one of their evening sessions. The old families can feel something changing in the magical world. The whispers about Morgan, the increased Dementor activity, the strange things happening at the edges of society, they know something's coming, and they're looking for someone to follow. They're not following me, Harry corrected. They're joining a cause. That's different. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're building a kingdom. Harry paused, considering her words. Maybe I am, he admitted. Camelot was a kingdom, in its way. A place where people could gather, unite, work towards something greater than themselves. And you want to build another Camelot? I want to build something that lasts. Something that can survive what's coming and keep surviving after I'm gone. He looked at his circle, Hermione absorbed in research, Neville practicing wand movements, Daphne watching him with those sharp, calculating eyes. The first Camelot fell because it depended on Arthur. When he died, everything fell with him. I won't make that mistake again. So you're building something that doesn't depend on you. I'm building something that depends on us. All of us. The bond, the alliances, the network we're creating, it's not a hierarchy with me at the top. It's a web, with connections in every direction. Daphne smiled, one of her rare, genuine smiles. That's very Slytherin of you. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. The winter brought new challenges. The Dementors remained around the school, their presence a constant drain on morale and happiness. Harry taught Patronus lessons in secret, not just to his circle, but to anyone who showed the aptitude and the willingness to learn. The results were mixed, but gradually, a network of students emerged who could drive off the creatures when necessary. You're building an army, Hermione observed one evening, after a particularly successful training session. I'm building a defense force. There's a difference. Is there? Harry thought about it. An army fights on command. A defense force protects what matters. He watched a third year successfully produce a Patronus for the first time, a small, bright fox that danced around the room before fading. These students aren't soldiers. They're guardians. When Morgan comes, they'll defend their homes, their families, their friends. That's not the same as marching to war. But you are preparing them for war. I'm preparing them to survive. What they do with that survival is their choice. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You've changed, she said finally. Since first year. You're less certain. More willing to let others make their own decisions. I've learned that certainty can be a weakness. When you're sure you're right, you stop listening to other perspectives. Harry smiled slightly. Merlin was certain. He knew exactly what needed to be done, and he did it without consultation or compromise. And it cost him everything. So Harry is less certain. Harry is learning that wisdom comes from doubt as much as knowledge. From questions as much as answers. He met her eyes. I'm still the same person, Hermione. But I'm trying to be a better version of that person. Someone who leads by listening instead of commanding. She stepped closer, her hand finding his. I like this version, she said softly. The one who's willing to trust. To share. Even when I'm wrong. Especially then. Because that's when you need us most. Harry felt the bond pulse between them, not just magic, but something deeper. Something that had been building since their first conversation on the Hogwarts Express, since the night she'd taken his hand and told him she'd stand with him. Thank you, he said. For everything. Don't thank me yet. Her smile was fierce and fond. We're just getting started. Spring brought the first real test of their new alliance. Harry received word through Sirius that the Death Eater families were planning something, a strike against a target that would demonstrate their power and commitment to the Queen. Details were scarce, but the timing was specific, the spring equinox, when magical power was at its most balanced. They're going to attack the Ministry, Harry realized, studying the intelligence report spread across the table in the room of requirement. Specifically, the Department of Mysteries. Why there? Neville asked. Because that's where the prophecy is. The one Daphne heard about, the prophecy that mentions me by name. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. They think it contains information about Morgan's return. About how to accelerate it. Does it? I don't know. I've never heard the full prophecy. He looked around at his circle. But we can't let them get their hands on it. Whatever it says, it's probably better kept secret. So we defend the Ministry, Hermione said. Stop them from reaching the prophecy. We defend the Ministry and use the attack as an opportunity. Harry's strategic mind was already working through the angles. The Death Eater families have been hiding in shadows, deniable, untouchable. If we catch them in open rebellion against the Ministry, we can expose them. Destroy their cover. Force them into the light where they can be fought. You want to spring a trap. I want to end this phase of the war. The skulking, the whispering, the slow build-up of forces, it's time to force a confrontation. On our terms, in our time. What do you need from us? Daphne asked. Everything you can give. Hermione, I need you coordinating with Dumbledore, he has contacts in the Ministry who can position Aurors where we need them. Neville, you're with me for the actual defense, your combat skills have come far enough. Daphne, I need you to get word to your father's allies, anyone who can be trusted needs to know this is coming. And Sirius? Sirius will handle the extraction if things go wrong. He knows the Ministry's layout better than anyone. Harry stood, feeling the familiar weight of command settling over him. We have 3 weeks to prepare. Let's not waste them. The equinox arrived with clear skies and a sense of gathering tension. Harry arrived into the Ministry atrium just before midnight, invisible beneath his cloak, his senses extended to their limit. He could feel his circle around him, Hermione in the communications center Dumbledore had established, Neville hidden in the Department of Mysteries itself, Daphne monitoring the situation from a safe location. The building was quiet. Too quiet. "They're here," Harry sent through the bond. "I can feel them. At least a dozen, maybe more." "Aurors are in position," Hermione responded. "Dumbledore says to wait for them to reveal themselves." "Understood." Harry moved through the empty corridors, tracking the dark signatures that marked the intruders. They were good, professionally trained, their magic carefully concealed, but not good enough. Not against someone who'd been detecting enemies for longer than recorded history. He found the main group in the Hall of Prophecies. 23 figures in dark robes, their faces hidden behind masks, their wands drawn and ready. They were searching the endless rows of shelves, looking for a specific prophecy among thousands. Harry watched them from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. "It's here," one of them said finally, reaching for a glowing orb. "SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Now." The ambush was devastating. Aurors apparat into the hall from 3 directions, spells blazing. Harry dropped his concealment and joined the fight, his magic cutting through the Death Eater's defenses with surgical precision. Neville emerged from his hiding place, his wand work precise and deadly. The battle was brief but brutal. Within minutes, most of the attackers were down, stunned, bound, their masks torn away to reveal faces that Harry recognized from Daphne's intelligence reports. Malfoys, Knots, Averies. The old families, caught in open rebellion. But 3 of them managed to escape, apparating away before the anti-disapparition wards could be raised. And one of them had grabbed the prophecy. "They got it," Neville reported. "One of them took the orb before I could stop them. Track them if you can. We need to know where they're going." "Already on it." Harry surveyed the aftermath of the battle. 11 Death Eaters captured, their political cover destroyed, their crimes exposed for all to see. It was a victory, a significant one. But the prophecy was gone. And whatever it revealed about Morgan's return was now in enemy hands. The fallout from the Ministry battle was immediate and dramatic. The Daily Prophet's headlines screamed about Death Eater conspiracy and attack on the heart of government. The Malfoys, the Knots, and a dozen other prominent families found themselves at the center of investigations they couldn't buy their way out of. Lucius Malfoy was arrested, questioned, and while he managed to avoid Azkaban, his influence was shattered. "We've crippled them," Sirius reported, his voice satisfied. "The Death Eater network is in chaos. They're turning on each other, trying to make deals, pointing fingers everywhere." "Good. But it's not enough." Harry stared at the intelligence report spread across his desk. "They got the prophecy. We need to find out what it says. Can't you just ask Dumbledore? He was there when it was made. He's being careful. Says the prophecy was meant to unfold in its own time. Translation, he doesn't want to tell you. Something like that." Harry sighed. "But it doesn't matter. Whatever the prophecy says, it won't change what we need to do. Morgan is coming. We have to be ready. And the Death Eaters? The ones who escaped are probably with Morgan's other followers by now. Hiding in whatever shadows she's provided for them." Harry's voice hardened. "Let them hide. When the time comes, we'll dig them out." Sirius nodded, but his expression was troubled. "This is bigger than I realized," he said. "When you first explained it to me, I thought. I don't know. Ancient evil, sealed away, needs to be stopped. Simple enough, right? But seeing it in action, seeing how deep Morgan's roots go. Are you having second thoughts?" "No. Never." Sirius's jaw set with determination. "I just understand now why you're so focused on building alliances instead of just training for combat. This isn't a fight you can win with magic alone. No. It's a fight for the soul of the wizarding world. For what magic will become in the centuries ahead? Harry looked out the window at the London skyline. Morgan wants to remake everything in her image. I want to give people a choice about what their future looks like. And if they choose wrong, then we'll deal with it. But they deserve the chance to choose. The school year ended with a sense of unfinished business. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching the summer sun set over the Scottish Highlands. His circle had gathered around him, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and through the bond, Sirius's distant presence. "Third year is done," he said. "We've accomplished a lot. Freed Sirius. Destroyed the Horcrux in my scar. Exposed the Death Eaters. Built alliances across the wizarding world. But Morgan is still out there," Hermione said. "Still planning. Still waiting." "Yes. And the seal is still weakening, despite everything we've done." Harry turned to face them. "The next few years are going to be crucial. We need to continue building, continue preparing. And we need to find a way to deal with Morgan permanently, not just contain her, but end her threat once and for all." "Is that even possible?" Neville asked. "I don't know. She's been alive for thousands of years, survived things that should have destroyed her 100 times over. But nothing is truly immortal. There has to be a way. And if there isn't?" Harry smiled, not with humor, but with iron determination. "Then we'll invent one. We've already done impossible things, the four of us. What's one more?" The bond pulsed with shared resolve, shared purpose, shared hope. Together, they watched the sun disappear below the horizon. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New battles. New opportunities to build the future they were fighting for. But tonight, they had each other. And that, Harry was learning, was worth more than all the power in the world. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Heir's Shadow. Fourth year began with fire in the sky. The Quidditch World Cup was supposed to be a celebration, the greatest gathering of wizards in decades, a showcase of magical sport and international cooperation. Harry attended with Sirius and the Weasleys, his circle scattered through the crowd but connected through the bond, all of them watching for trouble. The trouble came after midnight. Harry woke to screaming. Not the excited screams of celebration, but the raw terror of people fleeing for their lives. He was out of his tent in seconds, wand in hand, taking in the chaos with eyes that had seen 1,000 battlefields. The campsite was burning. Dark figures moved through the flames, their masks gleaming in the firelight, their wands casting curses at anyone who crossed their path. And above it all, floating in the smoke-stained sky, was a symbol Harry recognized from his darkest memories. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's sign, blazing green against the stars. "They're making a statement," Harry realized. "Showing the world that the Death Eaters are still a force to be reckoned with." But there was something else. Something beneath the surface panic, a thread of power that didn't belong to Voldemort or his followers. Something older. Darker. Morgan's influence, reaching through her followers, testing her reach in the physical world. Harry moved through the chaos with deadly purpose. The Death Eaters were amateurs compared to what he'd faced, bullies playing at war, their cruelty untempered by skill. He disabled 3 of them before they even knew he was there, his spells precise and non-lethal but utterly devastating. "Harry!" Hermione's mental voice cut through the noise. "There's a group near the woods, they've got hostages. On my way." He found them at the tree line, 5 masked figures, a Muggle family floating helplessly above them, the children crying in terror. The Death Eaters were laughing, taking turns spinning their victims through the air, enjoying their power over the defenseless. Harry didn't give them time to enjoy it further. The first Death Eater went down to a stunner that hit like a thunderbolt. The second turned to face the threat and met a binding curse that wrapped him in chains of pure light. The third actually managed to raise his wand before Harry's disarming spell tore it from his grip with enough force to break 3 fingers. The fourth and fifth ran. Harry let them go. There were more important things to deal with. He lowered the Muggle family gently to the ground, obliterating their memories of the worst of it with a precision that left them dazed but unharmed. By the time the Aurors arrived, he'd melted back into the crowd, just another face among thousands. But the image of the Dark Mark stayed with him. Not because of Voldemort, the contained spirit couldn't have orchestrated this. Someone else had cast that spell. Someone who wanted the world to remember what the Dark Lord had represented. Someone preparing the way for Morgan's return. Hogwarts that year was different. The Triwizard Tournament had come to the school, bringing with it delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, ancient traditions of magical competition, and a level of excitement that bordered on hysteria. Harry watched the preparations with mixed feelings. On one hand, the tournament was a distraction, something to keep the wizarding world focused on games while darker forces moved in the shadows. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity. Representatives from across Europe, gathered in one place, accessible to someone who knew how to make the right connections. Harry had no intention of entering the tournament himself. At 14, he was below the age limit, and besides, he had more important things to do than compete for glory he didn't need. The Goblet of Fire had other ideas. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice rang through the great hall, cutting through the shocked silence that followed. Harry sat frozen at the Gryffindor table, feeling hundreds of eyes turned toward him, feeling the accusation in those stares. He hadn't put his name in the goblet. He knew that with absolute certainty. Which meant someone else had. It's a trap, Hermione's mental voice was tight with fear. Someone's trying to get you killed. I know. Harry rose slowly, his mind racing through possibilities. But I can't refuse. The goblet creates a binding magical contract. If I don't compete, I lose my magic. That's barbaric. It's old magic. The kind Morgan would understand perfectly. He walked toward the head table, past the glares of students who thought he cheated, past the confused faces of the foreign delegations, past the troubled expression on Dumbledore's face. In the antechamber beyond the Great Hall, he found the other champions waiting. Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts' legitimate champion, looking confused and slightly betrayed. Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, beautiful and disdainful. Victor Crumb, the famous Quidditch player, his expression unreadable. And now Harry. The fourth champion. The unexpected variable. Did you put your name in the goblet? Cedric asked directly. No. Then how? Someone else did it. Someone who wants me in this tournament badly enough to circumvent the age line and fool an ancient magical artifact. Harry met Cedric's eyes. I don't know who, or why. But I intend to find out. The door burst open and a flood of adults poured in, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, the heads of the other schools, ministry officials. The argument that followed was loud, contentious, and ultimately pointless. The goblet's contract was binding. Harry would compete. Or he would lose everything that made him what he was. It has to be connected to Morgan, Harry said, pacing the room of requirement while his circle watched. The timing is too convenient. The World Cup attack, the tournament, my name in the goblet, someone is orchestrating events, pushing toward a specific outcome. But what outcome? Neville asked. If they wanted you dead, there are easier ways. Maybe they don't want me dead. Maybe they want me. Harry paused, a terrible thought forming. Maybe they want me to win. Why would Morgan's followers want you to win a tournament? Because the tournament ends with the champion touching a cup. A prize. Harry's voice went cold. And cups can be portkeys. The Triwizard Cup could be designed to transport the winner anywhere, even into a trap. You think someone's going to sabotage the final task? I think someone already has a plan in place. The whole tournament might be a setup, a way to get me somewhere specific without raising suspicion. Harry turned to face them. We need to investigate. Find out who put my name in the goblet, who they're working with, what they're planning. I'll dig into the ministry officials, Daphne said. Some of them have been acting strange lately, jumpy, secretive. If there's a conspiracy, someone in the government is probably involved. I'll research the tournament itself, Hermione added. The rules, the history, any precedent for this kind of manipulation. If there's a weakness in the magical contract, I'll find it. And I'll watch Karkaroff, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. The Durmstrang headmaster. He was a Death Eater, I saw the records in my grandmother's files. He turned informant to stay out of Azkaban, but that doesn't mean he's reformed. Harry nodded, impressed by Neville's initiative. Good thinking. Anyone else we should watch? Mad-Eye Moody, Hermione said slowly. The new defense teacher. He's been watching you since term started. I thought it was just professional interest, but now I'm not sure. Moody is paranoid by nature. But you're right, we should keep an eye on him. Harry took a breath, centering himself. We have until the first task to gather information. Let's not waste it. The first task was dragons. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the roars that shook the canvas, and felt a complicated mixture of emotions. Fear, yes, dragons were dangerous even to experienced wizards. But also something else. Something that felt almost like anticipation. He'd faced dragons before. In another life, another body, he'd commanded them, ridden them, bent their will to his with the authority of the greatest wizard who ever lived. The question was whether he could do it again without revealing too much. Potter. Cedric approached, his face pale but determined. Whatever's between us about the goblet, we're both Hogwarts champions now. I wanted to say, good luck. You too, Cedric. Harry meant it. The older boy had been nothing but decent to him, despite the circumstances. There's dragons out there. Real, fire-breathing dragons. Cedric laughed nervously. Any idea how to handle them? Harry thought about what he could safely share. Dragons are proud, he said. They don't like being caged, being forced to perform. Whatever you do, don't try to overpower it, work with its nature, not against it. Cedric nodded slowly. Thanks. That's, actually helpful. The champions were called one by one. Cedric went first, then Fleur, then Crumb. Harry listened to the crowd reactions, gauging how each was doing, waiting for his turn. Finally, his name was called. The arena was a pit of rock and fire, the stands packed with spectators, the dragon waiting at its center. A Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed, all spikes and flame and murderous intent. It was chained to the ground, but the chains looked far too flimsy for the beast's strength. And in the center of its nest, glinting golden in the firelight, was the prize Harry needed to claim. He walked into the arena and felt 1,000 eyes on him. The crowd was silent, waiting, expecting either triumph or disaster. Harry looked at the dragon. The dragon looked back. And then Harry did something that no one expected. He spoke. Not Parseltongue, that was for snakes, not dragons. But there were older languages, languages that predated the division of magical creatures into categories and species. Languages that spoke directly to the magical core of any being that heard them. Sister of Fire, Harry said in the old tongue, his voice carrying across the arena despite its softness. I am not here to steal your children. I am not your enemy. I ask only for the false egg, the golden thing that is not of your blood. The dragon went still. In the stands, Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes wide with recognition. A few other wizards, old ones, scholars of ancient magic, showed similar reactions. But most of the crowd simply stared, confused by the strange syllables, uncertain what was happening. You are chained, Harry continued, walking slowly forward. Caged. Forced to perform for the amusement of those who do not understand your majesty. I see you, sister. I honor what you are. The Horntail's head lowered slightly. Not submission, dragons never submitted, but acknowledgement. Recognition of something in Harry that resonated with her ancient nature. "Allow me to take the false egg," Harry said, "and I will remember your dignity. When the time comes for dragons to be freed from chains, I will speak for you." A long moment passed. Then the horntail shifted, moving her bulk just enough to create a path to the golden egg. Harry walked forward, calm and steady, and picked up the prize. The dragon watched him go, her eyes following his movement, but she didn't attack. Didn't even flame. He walked out of the arena to absolute silence. Then the crowd erupted. "That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen," Hermione breathed, meeting him outside the medical tent. "You talked to a dragon. And it listened. Dragons are intelligent. More intelligent than most wizards give them credit for." Harry examined the golden egg, feeling the magic thrumming within it. "She understood what I was offering: respect, recognition. Things she doesn't get from handlers who see her as a beast to be controlled. But the language you used, I've never heard anything like it. It's old. Older than Latin, older than the Founders, older than most recorded history." Harry glanced around to make sure they weren't overheard. "It's the same language I used on the troll in first year. The language of magic itself. Can you teach it to us?" "Maybe. Parts of it. The full language requires being what I am." He met her eyes. "Some things can't be taught, Hermione. Only inherited." She nodded slowly, accepting the limitation. "What's in the egg? Let's find out." He opened it, and immediately closed it again as an ear-splitting shriek filled the air. "Well," he said, once his ears stopped ringing. "That's going to require some investigation." The investigation took weeks. Harry eventually discovered that the egg's shriek was Mermish, the language of mere people when heard above water. Underwater, it became a song, a riddle pointing to the second task: 1 hour to recover something precious, taken and hidden in the depths of the Black Lake. "They're going to take someone you care about," Hermione said, her face pale. "Use them as bait to make sure you participate." "Yes." Harry's voice was flat. "The question is who?" The answer came the night before the second task. Harry woke to find Hermione's presence in the bond muted, distant, still there, but somehow, asleep. Too deeply asleep. He reached out to the others. "Neville. Daphne. Report." "I'm fine," Neville responded. "What's wrong?" "Hermione's been taken. They're using her for the second task." "Taken?" Daphne's mental voice was sharp with alarm. "How?" "The castle's wards, the tournament overrides normal protections. The judges have authority to arrange the tasks however they want." Harry was already moving, dressing in the dark, preparing for what was coming. "She's not in danger, not yet. But I won't leave her in that lake any longer than I have to." The second task was scheduled for morning. Harry spent the night preparing, researching, planning. By the time dawn came, he knew exactly what he was going to do. The Black Lake was cold and dark and full of things that wanted to kill him. Harry moved through the water with a grace that surprised even himself, not the bubblehead charm that the other champions used, but something older. A transformation that let him breathe water as easily as air, that made the crushing pressure irrelevant, that allowed him to see in the murky depths as clearly as in sunlight. He found the merpeople's village quickly. Their songs guided him, even though they tried to hide. And there, in the center of the village, tied to ancient statues, were the hostages. Hermione. Ron's younger sister Ginny. A young girl who must have been Fleur's sister. Cho Chang, for Cedric. All of them were deeply asleep, suspended in the water, surrounded by merpeople guards who watched Harry's approach with wary eyes. "I come for what was taken," Harry said in the old tongue, a language the merpeople recognized, if their startled expressions were any indication. "Return them." "Only one," the lead mare woman replied, her own words carrying through the water. One hostage for one champion. These are the rules. Your rules. Not mine. Harry raised his hand, and light gathered around it, not a spell, but raw magical force, shaped by will alone. The Mere-people scattered as the water around him began to glow, reacting to power that predated their civilization. He freed Hermione first, cutting her bonds with a blade of pure energy. Then Fleur's sister, the Beauxbatons champion, hadn't arrived yet, and Harry wasn't going to let a child suffer because of tournament politics. The Mere-people didn't try to stop him. They recognized what he was, even if they didn't understand it, and they knew better than to challenge something that ancient. Harry carried both hostages to the surface, arriving well before the other champions. The judges were confused, rules had been broken, protocols violated, but the hostages were safe, and that was what mattered. You can't just, Bagman sputtered, his face red with indignation. The rules clearly state, that hostages will be recovered within 1 hour. Harry's voice was ice. I recovered my hostage in 15 minutes. Everything else is irrelevant. But you took another champion's hostage. That's interference, that's basic decency. She's a child, Bagman. 8 years old. Were you really going to leave her underwater for an hour while we played your game? The argument continued, but Harry had stopped listening. Hermione was awake now, coughing up lake water, her eyes finding his with relief and something deeper. You came for me, she said through the bond. I knew you would. Always. No matter what. The weeks between the second and third tasks passed in a blur of investigation and preparation. Harry's circle worked tirelessly, tracking leads, making connections, building a picture of who had orchestrated the tournament manipulation. The evidence pointed in a disturbing direction. Barty Crouch Jr., Daphne reported during one of their evening sessions. He's supposed to be dead, died in Azkaban years ago. But I've found records suggesting his death was faked. And there are reports of someone matching his description meeting with known Death Eaters. Where? Malfoy Manor. Before the World Cup attack. Harry nodded slowly. And Moody? I've been watching him like you asked, Neville said. There's something wrong with him. He twitches sometimes, like he's fighting himself. And I've seen him taking sips from a flask obsessively, not fire whiskey. Something else. Polyjuice, Hermione breathed. Someone's impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. Barty Crouch Jr., Harry's mind was racing, pieces falling into place. His father was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Crouch Sr. would have had access to ministry resources, could have helped his son escape Azkaban. And now Junior is at Hogwarts, disguised as a defense professor, making sure you stay in the tournament. Daphne's voice was grim. But why? What's the endgame? The Triwizard Cup. It has to be. Harry stood, pacing to the window. They want me to reach it first. It's a port key, I was right about that. The question is where it goes. Can we stop it? Expose him before the third task. If we move too early, we'll tip off whoever he's working with. They'll abort the plan, go underground, and we'll lose our best chance to catch them in the act. Harry turned to face his circle. I'm going to let it play out. What? The third task is a maze. Whatever they're planning, it happens when someone touches the cup. I'll reach it first, let the port key take me wherever it goes, and be ready for whatever's waiting. That's insane. Hermione was on her feet, her face pale. You'd be walking into a trap. A trap I know about. A trap I'm prepared for. Harry met her eyes. This is our chance, Hermione. To catch Morgan's followers in the open, to learn what they're really planning. I can't pass that up. But alone, not alone. He touched the bond between them. Never alone. You'll know where I am, what's happening. And if things go wrong, you can raise the alarm. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she crossed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around him, holding tight. "You'd better come back," she whispered. "I mean it, Harry. Whatever happens, you'd better come back." "I will." He held her, feeling her heartbeat against his chest, drawing strength from her presence. "I promise." The night of the third task arrived. The maze was a living thing, its hedges shifting and growing, its paths changing even as champions walked them. Harry moved through it with steady purpose, his senses extended, his mind focused on the prize at its center. He encountered obstacles, creatures and curses and magical puzzles, but nothing that seriously challenged him. The maze seemed almost too easy, as if it was designed to let him through, to ensure he reached the cup first. Which, of course, it was. He found Cedric near the maze's heart, fighting off an acromantula that had cornered him against a dead end. Harry intervened, driving off the spider with a burst of silver light, and helped the older boy to his feet. "Thanks," Cedric gasped. "That thing came out of nowhere, the maze is cheating. Someone wants specific outcomes." "What do you mean?" Harry hesitated. Cedric wasn't part of his circle, wasn't bound by the same loyalties and trusts. But he was a good person, an innocent caught in someone else's game. "The cup is a trap," Harry said. "A portkey designed to take whoever touches it, somewhere. I'm going to let it take me, because I need to know where and why. But you should stay back." "Stay back?" "Harry, if it's a trap, we should warn someone. I've already warned the people who need to know." "This is planned, Cedric. I'm walking into this with my eyes open." Cedric stared at him. "You're insane." "Probably. But I'm also the only one who can handle what's waiting." Harry met his eyes. "Go back. Tell Dumbledore what happened. Whatever you hear in the next hour, don't believe I'm dead unless you see my body." "Harry, please, Cedric. Trust me." A long moment passed. Then Cedric nodded, his expression troubled but accepting. "Good luck. Whatever this is, good luck." He turned and headed back the way they'd come. Harry watched him go, then turned toward the cup that gleamed at the maze's heart. "Here we go," he sent through the bond. "Stay ready. Whatever happens, don't lose me." "We've got you," Hermione responded. "All of us. Always." Harry reached out and touched the cup. The world dissolved into spinning color, and when it reformed, he was somewhere else entirely. A graveyard. Dark headstones. Ancient yew trees. A sky that was darker than it should be, heavy with clouds that seemed to press down on reality itself. And waiting for him, surrounded by figures in dark robes, was someone Harry had thought was contained. Voldemort. Not a spirit. Not a shade. A body, twisted and terrible, barely human, but solid and real. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord hissed, his red eyes blazing in the darkness. "Welcome to my resurrection." Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, The Chamber's Heart. The graveyard was silent except for the wind. Harry stood motionless, his wand in his hand, taking in the scene with eyes that had seen 1,000 ambushes. Voldemort stood before him, his serpentine face twisted with triumph, his newly formed body radiating dark power. Around them, a circle of Death Eaters watched with hungry anticipation. But something was wrong. Voldemort shouldn't have a body. His spirit was contained, Harry had checked just weeks ago, had felt the prison holding firm. And yet here he stood, flesh and blood, as real as any wizard Harry had ever faced. "Unless. You're not him," Harry said quietly. "Not the real Voldemort." The Dark Lord's smile faltered slightly. "What nonsense is this? I am Lord Voldemort, risen from death itself. You're a Horcrux." Another fragment, like the diary. Harry's mind raced through the implications. The one I destroyed wasn't the only backup. There was a third piece hidden somewhere, and your followers used it to create a new body. Silence. Then Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound that echoed through the graveyard. Clever child. Yes, my most faithful servant discovered the truth about my insurance policies. And when the primary soul proved unreachable, she found another way. Harry felt ice form in his chest. Morgan. The sealed queen has been most generous with her knowledge. Voldemort's eyes glittered with something that might have been gratitude, or might have been greed. She taught my followers how to extract a fragment from one of my anchors, how to grow a new body around it. In exchange for my service when she returns. You're her puppet. I am her ally. Voldemort's voice turned cold. And together, we will reshape this world. Starting with you. He raised his wand. Harry raised his. And the battle began. Harry. Hermione's mental voice cut through the chaos of combat. We've lost your location, the port key went somewhere we can't trace, graveyard, Harry sent back, dodging a killing curse by inches. Little Hangleton, I think. Voldemort, new body, Morgan's involved, we're coming. Hold on. No. Harry threw up a shield that absorbed 3 curses in rapid succession. Stay back. This is bigger than we thought. I need you to. A Cruciatus curse slipped through his defenses, and for a moment there was nothing but pain. White-hot agony that burned through every nerve, that made his bones feel like they were being ground to powder. Harry had experienced torture before, in other lives, but this was different. This was magical torture, designed to break the soul as well as the body. He fought through it. With a surge of will that drew on 1,000 years of discipline, Harry pushed the pain aside and moved. His counter-curse caught Voldemort off guard, forcing the Dark Lord to break his spell and defend himself. Impressive, Voldemort hissed. You resist the Cruciatus. Few can claim that. I've had practice. They circled each other, spells flying, the Death Eaters watching from a safe distance. Harry could feel his power building, the ancient magic that was his birthright awakening in response to the threat. But he held back. He couldn't reveal his full nature here, not with Morgan's influence watching through Voldemort's eyes. If she learned exactly what he was capable of, she'd find ways to counter him before the final confrontation. So he fought as Harry Potter would fight, skilled, determined, but ultimately limited. A powerful young wizard, not an ancient archmage wearing a child's form. You cannot win, Voldemort said, pressing his advantage. Even if you defeat me, I will return. I am immortal, boy. Beyond death, beyond destruction. Are you? Harry deflected another curse. I've destroyed 4 of your Horcruxes already. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup. The piece in my scar. All gone. You're not as immortal as you think. Voldemort's eyes widened. You lie. Do I? Harry smiled grimly. The diary burned in fiendfire. The ring melted like wax. The locket screamed when I destroyed it, and the cup I fed to the flames myself. Your anchors are breaking, Tom. Soon there'll be nothing left. Impossible. Voldemort's composure shattered. His attacks became wild, unfocused, driven by rage rather than strategy. Harry weathered the storm, letting the Dark Lord exhaust himself, waiting for the right moment. It came when Voldemort overextended, his killing curse going wide as Harry sidestepped at the last instant. Harry's counter-curse hit him square in the chest. The Dark Lord went down. Not dead, Harry hadn't used lethal force, but stunned, his newly formed body crumpling to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The Death Eaters around them stirred, uncertain, their leader suddenly fallen. Harry turned to face them. Your master is defeated, he said, his voice carrying across the graveyard. You can fight me and die, or you can run. Choose. They chose to run. Harry watched them disappear into the darkness, operating away to whatever shadows would hide them. He didn't try to stop them, there were more important things to deal with. He looked down at Voldemort's unconscious form and felt nothing. No triumph, no satisfaction. Just weariness, and the weight of knowing this wasn't the real victory. The real enemy was still waiting, deep beneath Hogwarts, patient and eternal. Harry. Hermione's voice was frantic with relief. We found you. Dumbledore's coming with orders. Are you? I'm fine. Voldemort's down. But we have bigger problems. What do you mean? Morgan. She's the one behind all of this. The resurrection, the tournament, everything. She's been orchestrating events from her prison, using followers we didn't know about. Harry looked up at the dark sky, feeling the distant pulse of the seal that held his greatest enemy. The seal is weakening faster than we thought. We're running out of time. The aftermath of the graveyard was chaos. The Ministry wanted answers. Dumbledore wanted explanations. The press wanted stories. Harry gave them all just enough truth to satisfy their immediate demands while hiding the deeper reality. Voldemort had returned, briefly, using dark magic and loyal followers. Harry had defeated him, destroyed his new body, captured his spirit in a containment that would hold until permanent solutions could be found. The real story, Morgan's involvement, the ancient war that was building toward its climax, remained hidden. For now. You handled yourself well, Dumbledore said, during a private meeting after the public furor had died down. Better than I expected. I've had practice. Yes. I suppose you have. The old wizard studied Harry with eyes that saw more than most. The seal on Morgan's prison. It felt different, after tonight. Weaker. She's been channeling power through her followers. Using Voldemort's resurrection as a conduit to extend her influence. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. We accelerated our timeline. We have years, not decades. How many years? I don't know. 3. 5. It depends on how much power she's able to gather, how many followers she can recruit. Harry's voice hardened. We need to start preparing in earnest. Not just my circle, everyone. The whole wizarding world, if possible. That will require revealing the truth. About Morgan, about you, about everything. I know. And I'm not ready for that yet. But we need to lay groundwork. Harry stood, pacing to the window. The pureblood families who aren't already corrupted, we need to bring them fully into our alliance. The Ministry, we need people in key positions who can be trusted when the time comes. The schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, they all need to be prepared for what's coming. That's an ambitious program. It's a necessary one. Harry turned to face Dumbledore. I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made before. I'm not going to fight this war alone, rely on my own power, assume I can carry every burden myself. That's what Merlin did, and it got everyone killed. And what will Harry Potter do differently? Build something that can survive without me. A network, an alliance, a movement. Something that will keep fighting even if I fall. Harry's voice softened. I've been thinking about it all year. What went wrong last time, why Camelot fell, why the seal was only a temporary solution. And I keep coming back to the same answer. Which is? I built Camelot around one man. Arthur. Everything depended on him, and when he died, it all collapsed. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I won't make that mistake again. Whatever we build this time, it has to be bigger than any one person. Even me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You truly are remarkable, Harry. Or should I say, Merlin. Harry is fine. Merlin is who I was. Harry is who I'm becoming. He smiled slightly. And Harry is determined to get it right this time. The summer after fourth year was the most intensive period of preparation Harry had yet undertaken. He divided his time between multiple fronts, political maneuvering with the alliance of pureblood families, strategic planning with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, which had been quietly reactivated, and intensive training with his circle. The bond between them had deepened even further since the graveyard. Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and Sirius were now so closely linked to Harry that they could share thoughts and feelings almost without effort. It was both a strength and a vulnerability. If one of them was compromised, they all could be. "We need contingencies," Harry told them during one of their planning sessions. "Ways to shield the bond if necessary, to cut off compromised members without destroying the whole network." "That sounds cold," Neville said quietly. "It's practical. Morgan will look for weaknesses. The bond is incredibly powerful, but it's also a potential point of attack. If she could corrupt one of us, turn us against each other." "She won't," Hermione said firmly. "We're too strong for that." "I hope you're right. But hope isn't strategy." Harry spread a diagram across the table, a complex web of interconnected nodes and defensive layers. "This is what I'm proposing. A way to compartmentalize the bond, so that even if one section is compromised, the rest remains intact." They spent hours working through the details. It was painstaking, delicate work, magical engineering at a level that most wizards couldn't even conceptualize. But by the end of the summer, they had something that might actually work. A bond that was both unified and resilient. Connected but protected. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed, studying the final design. "Like a spider's web. Strong because it's flexible. That's the idea. Nothing rigid survives against a force like Morgan. We need to be able to bend without breaking. And if bending isn't enough, then we break." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "And we rebuild. As many times as necessary." Fifth year brought new challenges. The Ministry, despite the evidence of Voldemort's return, had chosen denial over action. Cornelius Fudge was more interested in protecting his political position than preparing for threats, and he begun a campaign to discredit both Harry and Dumbledore. The result was Dolores Umbridge. The pink-clad toad of a woman was installed as defense against the dark arts professor, and later as High Inquisitor, with authority to override virtually any school decision. Her mission was clear: silence Harry Potter, undermine Dumbledore, and maintain the fiction that everything was fine. Harry let her think she was succeeding. "You want me to just take it?" Hermione demanded, after Harry served his first detention with Umbridge, a detention that involved a blood quill carving words into his hand. "She's torturing students, Harry. We can't afford to make her a martyr. If we fight her openly, Fudge will use it as proof that we're the dangerous ones." Harry examined his scarred hand with clinical detachment. "This is politics, Hermione. Sometimes you have to lose battles to win wars. But nothing. I've survived worse than a bureaucrat with a sadistic streak." He met her eyes. "What matters is what we do in the shadows. The training sessions, the alliance building, the preparations. Umbridge can think she's winning. While she's focused on me, she's not looking at what's happening behind her back." The training sessions had evolved into something remarkable. What had started as Harry teaching his circle had become a genuine defense organization, students from all four houses, learning real magic, preparing for a conflict that most of them didn't fully understand. They called themselves Dumbledore's Army, a name that was both a tribute and a misdirection. Expecto Patronum. Neville's voice rang through the room of requirement, and a massive lion burst from his wand, blazing with silver light. Harry watched with pride as students across the room produced their own patron uses, some corporeal, some misty, but all of them real and growing stronger. In 6 months, he'd taken a group of frightened teenagers and turned them into something approaching a fighting force. Not soldiers. He'd told Hermione that, and he'd meant it. Guardians. Defenders. People who could protect themselves and their loved ones when the darkness came. "You've done something remarkable here," Luna Lovegood said dreamily, drifting past Harry during one session. "They're almost ready." "Ready for what?" For whatever's coming. Luna's eyes, usually unfocused, sharpened for just a moment. The Nargles have been very agitated lately. They sense something building. Something big. Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's observations. The Ravenclaw girl perceived things that others missed, even if her explanations were unconventional. How big? World-changing. Reality-shifting. The kind of big that makes everything afterward different from everything before. Luna smiled vaguely. But you already knew that, didn't you? You've been preparing for it since first year. How do you know that? I pay attention. Most people don't, but I do. She wandered off, leaving Harry to ponder the implications of being observed by someone far more perceptive than she appeared. The year progressed. Umbridge tightened her grip. The Ministry denied increasingly obvious evidence. And beneath it all, Morgan's influence continued to spread. Harry felt it most strongly in his dreams. She came to him almost every night now, her presence pressing against the barriers of his mind, her voice whispering temptations and threats in equal measure. The seal is failing, she told him one night, her face beautiful and terrible in the darkness of his dreamscape. A year, perhaps 2. Then I'll be free, and everything you've built will crumble. Maybe. Maybe not. You can't win, Merlin. You couldn't win 1,000 years ago, with a kingdom at your back and the greatest warriors of an age beside you. What chance do you have now? A handful of children and an old fool in a castle? I have something I didn't have then. What? Harry smiled, a cold expression that had nothing to do with humor. Hope. Morgan's laugh was like breaking glass. Hope. That's your weapon. That's what you think will save you. Hope, and love, and the willingness to trust. You never understood those things, Morgan. That's why you lost. That's why you'll lose again. Pretty words. But words don't win wars. No. But they build armies. They inspire people to fight for something greater than themselves. They create bonds that can't be broken by force alone. Harry's dreamscape shifted, and suddenly Morgan wasn't facing him alone. Hermione stood at his side, and Neville, and Daphne, and Sirius, and behind them, rank upon rank of allies, visible and invisible, living and yet to be born. This is what I've built. This is what will stop you. Morgan's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or the beginning of fear. We'll see, she whispered. When the seal breaks, when I stand before you in the flesh. We'll see if your precious hope survives. She faded, and Harry woke to dawn light streaming through his dormitory window. You're awake, Hermione's mental voice was warm with relief. I felt the dream. She's getting stronger. I know. Are you okay? Harry looked around at his sleeping dorm mates, at the familiar stone walls of Hogwarts, at the world he was fighting to protect. I'm ready, he said. Whatever comes next, I'm ready. The crisis came in spring. Voldemort, the contained spirit, the original soul, broke free. Harry didn't know how, the containment that had held him for years simply shattered one night, releasing a darkness that swept through Hogwarts like a plague wind. Harry felt it happen. The bond screamed with alarm as Morgan's power surged through the castle's foundations, cracking the seal just enough to let Voldemort's spirit escape. She sacrificed something, Harry realized, even as he ran toward the source of the disturbance. Used her own energy to free him. Why? The answer waited in the Department of Mysteries. The DA members who had accompanied Harry on his midnight flight to the Ministry were scattered through the Hall of Prophecies, fighting Death Eaters who had been waiting for exactly this moment. But Harry barely noticed them. At the hall's center, floating in a column of dark light, was Voldemort's spirit, not the fragment that had been resurrected in the graveyard, but the original, the main soul, the core of everything Tom Riddle had ever been. And beside him, barely visible through the veil of power, was another figure. Morgan Le Fay. Not free, not yet, but projecting, her consciousness extending through the cracks in her prison, her power given form by the ritual Voldemort's followers had prepared. At last, she breathed, her voice carrying through dimensions. After 1,000 years, we meet again, my love. I'm not your love. I never was. No. Then what were those centuries of shared study, shared power, shared dreams? What was all of that, if not love? It was hope. Hope that you could be something other than what you became. Harry raised his wand, feeling his circle arraying behind him, their power flowing through the bond. I was wrong about you, Morgan. I admit that. But being wrong about the past doesn't mean I'll be wrong about the future. Such faith. Such naive faith. Morgan's projection solidified, becoming more real, more present. The seal is breaking, Merlin. Every minute that passes, I grow stronger. Soon I'll be free, and then we'll finish what we started 1,000 years ago. Harry's voice was ice. One way or another. Morgan smiled, and in that smile, Harry saw everything she had been and everything she had become. The brilliant student. The betrayed lover. The tyrant queen. The sealed prisoner. The eternal enemy. I look forward to it, she said. Then she reached out, and the world shattered. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries would be remembered as a turning point. Not because of the fighting, though the fighting was fierce, Death Eaters and DA members clashing through the Ministry's most secret chambers. Not because of the prophecy, which was destroyed in the chaos, its contents lost forever. But because of what happened at the end. When Morgan's projection faded, when Voldemort's spirit was driven back into containment, stronger this time, reinforced by Harry's full power, when the Aurors arrived to find the aftermath of a battle they barely understood. The wizarding world finally accepted the truth. Voldemort was back. Something worse was coming. And Harry Potter was the only one who could stop it. The Ministry has fallen, Daphne reported, in the days that followed. Not to Death Eaters, to reality. Fudge is out, replaced by someone more competent. The pureblood families are choosing sides. The war has begun. It was always going to, Harry said. We just accelerated the timeline. Are you worried? Worried? Harry looked out at the castle grounds, at the students and teachers going about their days, at the world he'd spent 5 years trying to prepare. I'm terrified. But I'm also ready. He turned to face his circle, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and through the bond, Sirius. His family. His army. His hope. The seal won't hold much longer. A year, maybe 2. When Morgan breaks free, she'll come for everything, not just me, but the whole world. He met each of their eyes in turn. I need to know you're ready. All of you. We're ready, Hermione said, speaking for all of them. Whatever comes, we face it together. Together, the others echoed. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the moment, the significance of what they were committing to. Then let's finish preparing. We have a war to win. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Bonds of Power. The summer after 5th year was war. Not the open kind, with armies clashing and territories changing hands. This was shadow war, assassinations and disappearances, families turning on each other, ancient alliances shattering while new ones formed in blood and desperation. The wizarding world had finally accepted that Voldemort was back, but most still didn't understand what was really coming. Harry used every moment. The Horcrux hunt is complete, he told his circle during their first full gathering of the summer. They'd assembled at Grimmauld Place, the old black mansion now fortified beyond anything the original family would have recognized. Nagini was the last. I tracked her to Albania, destroyed her while Voldemort was distracted by a ministry raid. All of them. Hermione's voice was hushed. Every anchor. Every one. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the piece in my scar, and now the snake. Harry allowed himself a grim smile. Tom Riddle is finally, truly mortal. When we destroy his contained spirit, it will be permanent. Then why don't we? Neville asked. If he's mortal now, because destroying Voldemort will create a massive magical disturbance. The kind of disturbance that might crack Morgan's seal wide open. Harry's smile faded. We need to time this carefully. Take out Voldemort at exactly the right moment, after we're ready for Morgan, but before she can use him as a weapon against us. When will that be? Soon. The seal is failing faster than I predicted. I can feel it every day, the cracks widening, Morgan's presence growing stronger. Harry stood, moving to the window. We have months, not years. By Christmas at the latest, she'll be free. Silence fell over the room. Then we have months to prepare, Sirius said finally. What do you need from us? Harry turned to face them, his circle, his family, the people who had chosen to stand with him against an enemy that had haunted him for 1,000 years. Everything, he said. I need everything you have. The preparations were exhaustive. Hermione took charge of research, diving into every text she could find about ancient sealing magic, about the nature of immortal beings, about the specific weaknesses that might exist in Morgan's power. She didn't sleep for days at a time, sustained by potions and determination and the knowledge that failure meant the end of everything. Neville became a combat leader, training the DA members who had proven themselves in the Department of Mysteries. They practiced in secret locations across Britain, learning battle magic that would have gotten them expelled if the Ministry had known. By summer's end, they were a genuine fighting force, not soldiers, as Harry insisted, but guardians capable of defending their loved ones when the darkness came. Daphne worked the political angles. The alliance of neutral pureblood families had grown to include nearly a third of the old aristocracy, united by fear of Morgan and trust in Harry's leadership. She coordinated their resources, managed their intelligence networks, and kept them focused on the common enemy when old rivalries threatened to tear them apart. And Sirius. Sirius became Harry's right hand in ways that surprised them both. You remind me of James sometimes, Sirius said one evening, watching Harry review battle plans. The way you think, the way you lead. He had that same intensity. I'm not James. No. You're not. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're something else entirely. Something I don't fully understand, even after all this time. Does that bother you? It used to. When I first learned the truth, about Merlin, about Morgan, about what you really are, I didn't know how to reconcile it with the boy I'd promised to protect. Sirius smiled slightly. But I've watched you for 2 years now. Watched you train and plan and prepare. Watched you carry burdens that would break most people without ever losing sight of why you're carrying them. And I realized something. You're not Merlin pretending to be Harry Potter. You're Harry Potter who happens to remember being Merlin. The boy is still there, the one who grew up in a cupboard, who didn't know he was loved, who learned to hope despite everything. Sirius met his eyes. That boy is worth fighting for. That boy is worth dying for, if it comes to that. Harry felt something shift in his chest, an old wound, finally beginning to heal. Thank you, he said quietly. For seeing that. Thank you for letting me be part of this. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Now, what do you need me to do? 6th year at Hogwarts was a strange kind of normalcy. Classes continued. Quidditch was played. Students worried about exams and relationships and all the ordinary concerns of adolescence. But beneath the surface, everyone could feel the tension building, a pressure in the air, a sense that something massive was approaching. Harry divided his time between maintaining appearances and making final preparations. The bond between his circle had grown so strong that they could coordinate without speaking, share information across distances, even lend each other power when needed. It was during one of these power-sharing sessions that Harry made a discovery. The seal isn't just weakening, he told them, after a particularly intense meditation. It's transforming. The original enchantments I created are being rewritten from the inside. Rewritten how? Hermione asked. Morgan's not just trying to break free. She's trying to invert the seal, turn the power that's been containing her into a weapon she can use against us. Harry's voice was grim. If she succeeds, all the energy that's been holding her for 1,000 years will be released at once. It would be catastrophic. Can you stop it? I can slow it down. But the only permanent solution is to face her directly, to be there when the seal finally fails and contain the energy release before it can spread. You mean be there when she breaks free? Neville's face was pale. Face her at the moment she's strongest. It's the only way. If we let her escape on her own terms, she'll have time to gather her power, call her followers, prepare her assault. But if we're waiting for her... Harry smiled coldly. Then the first thing she sees when she emerges is us. Ready. Unified. Fighting. It's insane, Daphne said. It's necessary. It's both. Hermione took his hand, her grip fierce. But we're with you. All of us. The final months passed in a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than he ever had, pushing his magic to limits that would have seemed impossible a year ago. The memories of Merlin's full power were accessible to him now, not just fragments, but complete knowledge of techniques and abilities that had been lost for centuries. He practiced battle magic that could level mountains. He refined wards that could seal dimensions. He remembered rituals that could bind gods, if gods still walked the earth. And through it all, Morgan watched. She came to him in dreams almost every night, her presence stronger each time, her voice more present. You're preparing, she observed during one such visitation. I can feel your power growing. It's almost nostalgic, you always were a dedicated student. I had a good teacher. Before she went mad. Mad? Morgan's laugh was bitter. I'm not mad, Merlin. I'm awake. I see the world as it truly is, a place where power is the only thing that matters, where the strong rule and the weak serve. You taught me that, whether you meant to or not. I taught you to understand magic. You twisted that understanding into an excuse for tyranny. I evolved it. Magic grants power, power demands use, use creates change. That's not tyranny, it's natural law. Natural law doesn't require torture and enslavement. Doesn't it? Morgan's expression shifted, becoming almost wistful. Look at the world you've tried to protect, Merlin. Look at the wars, the cruelty, the endless cycle of violence that humans inflict on each other without any help from me. Is my vision really worse than what they do to themselves? Yes. Because your vision has no room for growth, for change, for the possibility of becoming better. You want to freeze humanity in a moment of subjugation and call it order. And you want to let them stumble forward blindly, calling it freedom. Morgan shook her head. We've had this argument before. We'll have it again, I suppose, when I'm finally free. But know this, old friend, I've had 1,000 years to plan, to prepare, to perfect my approach. Whatever you think you're ready for, you're not. We'll see. Yes. We will. She faded, and Harry woke to find Hermione sitting beside his bed, her face tight with worry. You were talking in your sleep, she said. To her. She's getting stronger. The dreams are more real every time. Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. How much did you hear? Enough. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Do you ever wonder if she's right? About humanity, I mean. About whether we're worth saving. No. Just like that? No doubt at all. Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse between them. I've lived a long time, Hermione. Through many lives, many centuries. I've seen humanity at its worst, wars, genocides, cruelties that would make Morgan seem merciful by comparison. He met her eyes. But I've also seen the other side. Acts of love and courage that defy explanation. People choosing kindness when hatred would be easier. The slow, painful, beautiful work of building something better. And that's enough. That outweighs all the darkness. It doesn't outweigh it. It exists alongside it. Both are true, the capacity for evil and the capacity for good. Morgan wants to eliminate the uncertainty, force humanity onto a single path. I want to preserve the choice. Harry smiled slightly. Even if people sometimes choose wrong, the ability to choose is what makes us human. Take that away, and we're just puppets. Hermione was silent for a long moment. I love you, she said finally. I don't know if I've ever said that directly, but I do. Not just because of the bond, not just because of what we're fighting for. You, Harry. The person you are, the person you're becoming. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest, a feeling so different from the cold clarity of combat planning, from the weight of ancient memories. I love you too, he said. And when this is over, when Morgan is defeated and the world is safe, I want to build a life with you. A real life, not just preparation for war. Is that possible? For someone who remembers being Merlin? I don't know. But I want to find out. He squeezed her hand. Together. Together, she agreed. Outside, the first light of dawn was breaking over Hogwarts. A new day, one of the last before everything changed. They watched it together, holding hands, drawing strength from each other's presence. The final battle was coming. But for this one moment, there was peace. December brought the end. Harry felt the seal's final collapse 3 days before Christmas. He was in the middle of a defense against the dark arts class when the sensation hit him, a tearing, a breaking, 1,000 years of magical engineering coming apart at the seams. It's happening, he sent through the bond. Everyone to the chamber. Now. The walk from the classroom to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was the longest of his life. Students stared as he passed, sensing something in his demeanor that made them press against the walls. Teachers called after him, but he didn't respond. His circle was waiting when he arrived. The seal? Hermione asked. Failing. We have hours, maybe less. Harry spoke the password, and the entrance to the chamber opened. Everyone knows the plan. Stick to it, no matter what happens. They descended together, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and through the bond, Sirius and Dumbledore, who were approaching from other directions. The DA members were taking up defensive positions throughout the castle, ready to protect the students if things went wrong. The Chamber of Secrets was unchanged from Harry's previous visits, but beyond it, in the depths beneath the castle, something was very different. Morgan's prison was visible now, not just as a pulse of power, but as a physical manifestation. A sphere of crackling energy, shot through with cracks that bled darkness, containing a figure that was becoming more solid with each passing moment. She's almost through, Harry said, stopping at the edge of the cavern. Minutes now. What do we do? Neville's voice was steady, but Harry could feel his fear through the bond. We wait. We watch. And when she emerges, we fight. They took up positions around the cavern, a circle of their own, their power flowing together through the bond, building and building as the seal continued to fail. The final crack came with a sound like the world breaking. Light exploded from the prison, not the silver light of the seal, but something darker, something that hurt to look at directly. The sphere collapsed inward, consuming itself, and from its center. Morgan Le Fay stepped into the world. She was exactly as Harry remembered. Dark hair cascading over pale shoulders. Eyes that held centuries of patience and hatred. Power radiating from her form like heat from a sun. Merlin, she said, her voice filling the cavern. You came to greet me. How touching. I came to stop you. Did you? She looked around at his circle, at the young people who had positioned themselves to face her. With children? You think children can challenge me? They're not just children. They're my family. Harry raised his wand, feeling his circle's power flowing into him, amplifying his own. And we've been preparing for this for a long time. Morgan's smile faded slightly. Interesting. You've bound yourselves together, I can feel it. A crude version of what we could have had, if you'd chosen differently. Her eyes narrowed. But bonds can be broken. Shall I demonstrate? She raised her hand, and darkness erupted toward them. Harry caught it on a shield of pure light, not his light alone, but the combined radiance of everyone bound to him. The darkness broke against it like waves against a cliff, and for the first time, Morgan's expression showed something like surprise. Impossible. That much power, channeled through a mortal vessel, I'm not a mortal vessel. Harry stepped forward, and with each step, more of his true nature revealed itself. The ancient wisdom. The accumulated power. The will that had once guided Camelot and now guided something greater. I'm Merlin Ambrosius, returned to finish what I started. And I'm not alone. Neither am I. Morgan gestured, and from the shadows of the cavern, figures emerged. Death Eaters, yes, but also others, wizards and witches from families that had served her for generations, dark creatures that had slumbered beneath the earth waiting for their queen's return. An army, assembled in secret, ready to fight. You've built something impressive, Morgan admitted. But I've had 1,000 years to prepare. Did you really think you could match that in a decade? I didn't try to match it. I tried to surpass it. Harry's circle moved to surround him, their wands raised, their power unified. You built an army of servants, Morgan. I built a family of equals. Let's see which one is stronger. The battle began. The fighting in the depths beneath Hogwarts was unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in centuries. Spells flew in patterns that defied normal magical combat, not the orderly exchange of curses, but something more primal, more fundamental. Harry and Morgan dueled with powers that predated the very concept of wand magic, their conflict reshaping the cavern around them. And through it all, the circles fought. Harry's allies moved as one, their bond allowing perfect coordination. When Hermione's shield faltered, Neville was there to reinforce it. When Daphne was pressed by 3 attackers, Sirius apparat to her side with devastating precision. They covered each other, protected each other, fought as the unified force that Harry had spent years building. Morgan's followers fought differently, each for themselves, united only by fear of their mistress. They were individually powerful, but they couldn't match the synchronized assault of people who literally shared each other's thoughts. One by one, they fell. Impressive, Morgan admitted, as the last of her frontline fighters collapsed. But you're exhausting your forces against pawns. The real battle is between us. She raised both hands, and the shadows of the cavern moved, not natural darkness, but something alive, something hungry. They wrapped around Harry's allies, pinning them, separating them from their leader. Now, Morgan said, stepping forward. Let's finish what we started 1,000 years ago. Their duel resumed, but this time Harry was alone. His circle was still with him through the bond, he could feel their strength, their love, their desperate determination, but they couldn't physically reach him. Morgan pressed her advantage, her magic hammering against his defenses with the accumulated power of a millennium. You could have ruled beside me, she said, between attacks. We could have built a world without suffering, without chaos, without the endless grinding stupidity of mortal existence. A world without freedom isn't a world at all. Harry countered with a spell that would have killed a lesser being. It's a prison. Freedom is an illusion. The strong have always ruled the weak. I'm simply honest about it. You're wrong. Harry dug deep, drawing on reserves he hadn't known he had. Freedom is the ability to choose. Even bad choices. Even choices that lead to suffering. The alternative is slavery with a different name. Philosophy. Morgan's voice dripped with contempt. You were always more interested in ideas than realities. She struck, a blow that broke through his shields, sent him staggering backward. For a moment, victory gleamed in her eyes. Then Harry smiled. I was distracting you, he said. Morgan's eyes widened as she felt it, the bond, reaching past her shadows, connecting Harry's circle once again. They'd been working in the darkness, not struggling against their bonds but transforming them, turning Morgan's own magic into a conduit for their unified power. The shadows shattered. Harry's circle reformed around him, their combined strength flowing through the bond like light through a prism. Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, and beyond them, through connections they'd built over years, Dumbledore and the Order, the DA, the alliance of pure-blood families, everyone who had chosen to stand against the darkness. 1,000 points of light, unified in purpose and power. This is what you never understood, Harry said, rising to his feet. Magic isn't about domination. It's about connection. The bonds between people are stronger than any individual power. Sentiment, Morgan spat. Weakness dressed up as virtue. Is it? Harry raised his hand, and the combined power of his network gathered around him. Let's find out. He unleashed everything. The spell wasn't destruction, that would have made him no better than Morgan. It was containment, but not like the seal that had held her before. This was a prison built from love, from trust, from the freely given strength of everyone who had chosen to stand against tyranny. Morgan screamed as it wrapped around her, a sound that held 1,000 years of rage and frustration. You can't do this again. I won't go back into the dark. You're not going into the dark. Harry's voice was almost gentle. You're going somewhere else. Somewhere you might actually have a chance to change. Change? I don't want to change. Maybe not. But you'll have eternity to reconsider. The prison completed itself, and Morgan Le Fay, the sealed queen, the ancient enemy, the woman who had haunted Harry's lives for 1,000 years, vanished into a dimension between dimensions, a place where she could exist without threatening anyone. The cavern went silent. Harry stood alone in the center, surrounded by his exhausted but triumphant circle, feeling the weight of what he'd just accomplished settle over him. It was over. After 1,000 years, the war was finally over. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, The Hunt Begins. The world didn't know how to celebrate. In the weeks following Morgan's defeat, the wizarding community struggled to process what had happened. Most people didn't even understand the true nature of the threat they'd faced. The ministry's official story spoke of dark forces and ancient magic, without mentioning the sealed queen or the 1,000-year war that had finally ended beneath Hogwarts. Harry preferred it that way. Let them believe what they want, he told Dumbledore, during one of their debriefing sessions. The truth would only frighten them. And frankly, they don't need to know about Morgan. They need to focus on rebuilding. And what about Voldemort? Harry's expression hardened. Voldemort is still contained. Still waiting. But without Morgan's support, without his Horcruxes, he's just a spirit trapped in a prison of my design. We'll deal with him when the time is right. When will that be? Soon. But not yet. Harry stood, moving to the window of the headmaster's office. The grounds below were peaceful, students enjoying the first warm days of spring, unaware of how close they'd come to oblivion. There are still loose ends. Death Eaters who escaped the final battle. Morgan's followers who went to ground when they felt her fall. The political structures she corrupted over centuries. You intend to hunt them down. I intend to ensure this never happens again. Morgan was the immediate threat, but she was also a symptom of a larger problem. The pure-blood supremacy, the corruption, the willingness to sacrifice others for power. Harry turned to face Dumbledore. We have an opportunity now. A chance to reshape the wizarding world, to build something better than what came before. That sounds dangerously close to what Morgan wanted. No. Morgan wanted to impose her vision by force. I want to create conditions where people can choose something better for themselves. Harry smiled slightly. There's a difference. A crucial one. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown, Harry. In ways I didn't expect. I've had good teachers. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. Including you. I've made many mistakes, everyone makes mistakes. What matters is whether you learn from them. Harry extended his hand. Thank you, Professor. For everything. For believing in me when it would have been easier to doubt. For standing beside me when it would have been safer to stand aside. Dumbledore took his hand, his grip surprisingly strong. It has been my honor, Harry. Whatever comes next. I believe the world is in good hands. The hunt for Morgan's remaining followers consumed the summer after 6th year. Harry led a small team, his core circle, supplemented by Order members and trusted Aurors. They tracked leads across Britain and beyond, following trails of dark magic and corrupted gold to hidden strongholds and secret meeting places. The work was dangerous, but Harry approached it with methodical precision. Each raid was planned carefully, executed with overwhelming force, designed to capture rather than kill whenever possible. The prisoners were interrogated, their knowledge extracted, their connections mapped. A picture began to emerge. Morgan's network was even larger than we thought, Hermione reported, during one of their strategy sessions at Grimmauld Place. She had contacts in every major magical government. Families in Europe, Asia, the Americas, all of them waiting for her return. And now that she's gone, most of them are panicking. Without Morgan to unite them, they're turning on each other, fighting over the scraps of her power. Hermione's expression was grim. But some of them are regrouping. Finding new leaders, new purposes. Who? Lucius Malfoy, 4-1. He escaped Azkaban during the chaos of the final battle, and he's been gathering supporters ever since. Not Morgan's followers exactly, but people who share her ideology. Pure-blood supremacists who see the current upheaval as an opportunity. Harry nodded slowly. And Voldemort? Still contained. But Malfoy's people have been researching ways to free him. They think they can use Voldemort as a figurehead, a symbol to rally behind. They're fools. Voldemort doesn't share power. If they free him, he'll consume them. They don't believe that. They think they can control him. Then we need to deal with them before they get the chance. Harry stood, his expression hardening. Where is Malfoy now? Our intelligence suggests he's hiding in Albania. The same region where Voldemort spent years as a spirit. Fitting. He always was drawn to his master's shadow. Harry turned to face his circle. We move tomorrow. Full team. This ends now. Albania was beautiful in a savage way, mountains and forests, ancient villages and older ruins. The kind of place where magic ran close to the surface, where the boundary between worlds felt thin. Harry led his team through the wilderness, following traces of dark magic that most wizards wouldn't have been able to detect. They moved in silence, communicating through the bond, every sense alert for danger. They found Malfoy's stronghold at sunset. It was an old fortress, perched on a cliff overlooking a deep valley. The wards surrounding it were formidable, layers of protection that would have stopped most magical assaults. Harry studied them with ancient eyes, seeing patterns that modern wizards had forgotten how to recognize. 3 layers, he murmured. The outer one is a distraction, makes you think you've broken through when you've only scratched the surface. The middle layer is reactive, attacks anyone who breaches the first. The inner layer. What about it? Neville asked. The inner layer is blood magic. Keyed to Malfoy's bloodline specifically. Anyone not related to him who crosses it will die instantly. Can you break it? I can do better than that. Harry smiled coldly. I can turn it against them. The assault began at midnight. Harry dismantled the outer ward with surgical precision, making it look like a clumsy attack that had barely succeeded. The fortress's defenders scrambled to respond, pouring out to deal with what they thought was a weakened enemy. They walked straight into the trap. Harry's team struck from 3 directions simultaneously, cutting off escape routes and overwhelming the scattered defenders before they could regroup. The fighting was brief but intense, Death Eaters and Dark Wizards falling to stunners and binding curses, their resistance crumbling as they realized they were outmatched. Lucius Malfoy they found in the fortress's central chamber, standing before an altar where dark rituals had clearly been performed. "Potter." His voice was calm, but Harry could see the fear in his eyes. "I should have known you'd come. You should have known a lot of things, Lucius. Like not to bet on ancient evils who can't deliver on their promises. Morgan would have given us everything. Morgan is gone. Sealed away forever, in a prison she'll never escape." Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. "And you're going to tell me everything you know about her remaining followers? Every name, every location, every plan." "Why would I do that?" "Because the alternative is spending the rest of your life in Azkaban, knowing that your son is growing up without a father, that your family name is ruined, that everything you sacrificed for was for nothing." Harry's voice hardened. "Or you can cooperate. Help us clean up the mess Morgan left behind. Maybe, earn a chance at redemption." Lucius was silent for a long moment. "And if I refuse? Then I'll extract the information anyway. I have methods you can't imagine, Lucius. Methods that would leave your mind intact but open every secret you've ever kept to my examination." Harry met his eyes. "I'd rather not use them. I'd rather you chose to help willingly. But make no mistake, I'll do what's necessary to protect the people I care about." The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Lucius's shoulders slumped. "What do you want to know?" The information Lucius provided was comprehensive. Names of Morgan's agents throughout Europe. Locations of hidden strongholds and secret repositories. Plans that had been in motion for centuries, now orphaned by their mistress's defeat. Harry spent weeks following up on every lead, systematically dismantling the network that Morgan had spent a millennium building. Some of her followers surrendered peacefully, grateful for the chance at amnesty. Others fought, and were subdued. A few escaped, vanishing into corners of the world where even Harry's reach couldn't follow. But the threat was contained. The organization was broken. And the wizarding world began, slowly, to heal. "It's strange," Hermione said one evening, as they sat together in the garden at Grimmauld Place. "After everything we've been through, all the preparation and planning and fear, it's over. Actually over. Not completely." Harry watched the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and red. "There's still Voldemort to deal with. Still the political work of rebuilding. Still a lifetime of challenges ahead. But the big thing. The ancient enemy. The 1,000-Year War." Hermione took his hand. "That's done." "Yes. That's done. How do you feel?" Harry considered the question. "Relieved. Exhausted. A little bit lost, actually." He laughed softly. "For so long, everything I did was oriented toward this moment. Every decision, every plan, every sacrifice, all of it pointed at defeating Morgan. And now that she's gone, you don't know what comes next. I know what comes next in terms of tasks. Voldemort, the cleanup, the rebuilding. But beyond that?" Harry shook his head. "Merlin spent his whole existence fighting. First building Camelot, then defending it, then sealing Morgan away. He never really had a chance to just live. And Harry? Harry wants to find out what that's like." He squeezed her hand. "With you. With our friends. Building something that isn't about war. That sounds nice." Hermione leaned against his shoulder. "Terrifying, but nice." "Terrifying. Change always is. Even good change. She was quiet for a moment. I've been thinking about what happens after Hogwarts. After all of this. What we're going to do with our lives. Any conclusions? Some. I want to reform magical education. Make it more inclusive, more comprehensive. There's so much knowledge that's been lost or suppressed, the things you've taught us, the real history of magic. People deserve to learn that. You'd be good at that. I hope so. She looked up at him. What about you? What does Harry Potter want to do with the rest of his life? Harry thought about it, really thought, letting himself imagine a future that wasn't defined by enemies and battles. I want to build something, he said finally. Not a kingdom, not an empire. Something more, organic. A network of people committed to making the world better. Not through force, but through connection. Through understanding. That sounds like what we already have. It is. But I want to expand it. Make it resilient. Something that can last beyond any single person, that can adapt and grow and survive whatever challenges come next. Harry smiled slightly. Merlin built Camelot around Arthur. When Arthur fell, Camelot fell with him. I want to build something different. Something that doesn't depend on one person to survive. A movement instead of a monarchy. Something like that. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. I like it, she said finally. And I think maybe that's the lesson of everything we've been through. That the connections between people matter more than individual power. That love and trust are stronger than fear and domination. Morgan would say that's naive. Morgan is sealed in a prison dimension for eternity. I think her opinion is less relevant than it used to be. Harry laughed, a genuine sound, surprised and joyful. I love you, he said. Have I mentioned that recently? Not in the last hour or so. I love you, Hermione Granger. I love your brilliance and your determination and your absolutely terrible sense of humor. My sense of humor is fine. You laughed at a pun about goblin rebellions yesterday. It was historically accurate. They bickered cheerfully as the sun set, two young people in love, the weight of the world temporarily lifted from their shoulders. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New responsibilities. New steps in the long process of building a better world. But tonight, there was peace. And that was enough. Seventh year began with something unprecedented. For the first time in Hogwarts history, a student was invited to teach a class. Defense against the dark arts, Professor McGonagall announced at the start of term feast, her voice carrying across the Great Hall. Will be taught this year by a rotating series of guest instructors, coordinated by Mr. Harry Potter. The whispers that followed were deafening. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, watching the reactions with carefully concealed amusement. You knew about this, Hermione accused. I suggested it. The traditional defense curriculum is inadequate. We've proven that over the last 6 years. If we're going to prepare students for the real world, they need better instruction. And you're going to provide it? I'm going to coordinate it. Bring in experts, design practical exercises, create a program that actually teaches useful skills. Harry's expression sobered. What we learned in the DA, what we used to survive Morgan, that should be available to everyone. Not just our friends. That's actually brilliant. I have my moments. The defense program became Harry's primary focus for the year. He brought in aurors and cursebreakers, healers and historians, anyone who could contribute practical knowledge to the curriculum. The classes transformed from dry theory into immersive experiences, with students learning not just spells but the context in which those spells might be used. You're changing everything, Neville observed, during one of their planning sessions. Not just the defense curriculum, the whole culture of how magic is taught. That's the idea. Education shapes the next generation. If we want a different kind of wizarding world, we need to start with how we teach people to think about magic. And after Hogwarts? After Hogwarts, we scale up. Other schools, other countries. The network we've built can become a framework for educational reform across the magical world. That's ambitious. It's necessary. Harry met his friend's eyes. The old ways failed, Neville. Pure-blood supremacy, magical stagnation, fear of change, that's what let Morgan build her network, what made Voldemort possible. If we don't address the root causes, someone else will come along eventually. Someone else will try what they tried. So we change the roots. We help people see that there's another way. That magic doesn't have to be about power and domination. That it can be about connection, about growth, about making things better instead of worse. Neville nodded slowly. You sound like a teacher yourself. Maybe I'm becoming one. Harry smiled slightly. Merlin was a teacher, before he was anything else. Maybe that's the part of him that matters most. Spring brought the final confrontation with Voldemort. Harry had delayed it as long as possible, wanting to ensure that every contingency was addressed, every escape route blocked. But the time had come. The contained spirit couldn't be left indefinitely, the magical energy required to maintain the prison was too great, and there was always a risk that someone would find a way to free it. Better to end things cleanly. The ritual was held beneath Hogwarts, in the same chamber where Morgan had broken free. Harry's circle gathered around him, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Dumbledore, their combined power flowing through the bond like light through crystal. The containment sphere floated at the chamber's center, pulsing with dark energy. Inside, barely visible, Voldemort's spirit raged against its prison. Are you sure about this? Dumbledore asked. I'm sure. Harry stepped forward, raising his wand. Tom Riddle has terrorized this world long enough. It's time to end it. He spoke words in the old tongue, words of unbinding, of release, of final judgment. The containment sphere dissolved, and Voldemort's spirit emerged, formless and furious. Potter. The voice was a psychic scream, rage and hatred compressed into pure malevolence. You think you can destroy me? I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You were immortal. Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom. Every anchor, every backup, every fragment of your shattered soul. Harry's voice was calm. You're just a ghost now. A memory of something that should have ended long ago. I will find a way. I always find a way. Not this time. Harry raised his hand, and light gathered around it, not spell light, but something pure. The combined essence of everyone bound to him, the love and trust and determination that had defeated Morgan, focused into a single point of absolute radiance. Goodbye, Tom. I hope, wherever you're going, you find some kind of peace. The light expanded. Voldemort screamed, one final, terrible sound that echoed through the chamber and then was gone, cut off as completely as if it had never existed. The spirit dissolved. The darkness dissipated. And Tom Marvolo Riddle, the self-styled Dark Lord who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades, was finally, truly dead. Silence fell. Harry stood motionless, feeling the weight of the moment. Not triumph, he'd never taken pleasure in killing, even killing monsters. But relief. Completion. The sense of a chapter finally closed. It's done, he said quietly. It's done, his circle echoed. They gathered around him, hands reaching out, touching shoulders and clasping fingers. The bond pulsed between them, grief and joy and exhaustion and hope, all mingled together. The war was truly over. The future could finally begin. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Gathering Storm. The years after Voldemort's destruction were ones of rebuilding. Harry graduated from Hogwarts at the top of his class, though he'd have been the first to admit that his grades were almost irrelevant compared to everything else he'd accomplished. The ceremony was strange, sitting among students who had worried about exams while he'd been hunting ancient evils, but also meaningful. A marker of transition, of moving from one phase of life to another. What now? Ron asked, after the ceremony. They'd grown closer again in the final year, the tensions of earlier times smoothed over by shared experiences and matured perspectives. Ministry? Horrors? Taking over the world? Something smaller, actually. Harry smiled. I'm going to teach. Teach? You? Why not? I've spent years learning things that most people don't know. Seems a shame not to pass them on. The position had been offered by McGonagall, who had taken over as headmistress after Dumbledore's retirement. Defense against the dark arts, naturally, the curse on the position had lifted with Voldemort's death, and Harry was the obvious choice to establish a new tradition. But his plans went beyond just one classroom. The Institute of Magical Studies, he explained to his circle, during their first planning session after graduation. An independent research and teaching organization, not tied to any government or traditional school. Somewhere people can learn real magic, not just the sanitized version, but the full depth of what's possible. You want to bring back the old knowledge, Hermione said. The things that were suppressed after Camelot fell. Some of them. The parts that aren't dangerous, that can help people instead of hurting them. Harry spread diagrams across the table. Language magic, healing techniques, ways of connecting with magical creatures that don't involve domination. There's so much that's been lost, Hermione. So much that we could recover. And you want to be the one to recover it? I want to help recover it. The Institute won't be about me, it'll be about the work. Research, education, preservation of knowledge. Something that can continue long after I'm gone. Are you planning on going somewhere? Neville asked, his tone light but his eyes serious. Not anytime soon. But I've lived long enough to know that nothing lasts forever. Whatever we build needs to be able to survive without any single person. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. Including me. The Institute took 3 years to establish. Harry taught at Hogwarts during the day, worked on the Institute in the evenings, and spent weekends meeting with potential supporters and donors. The alliance of pureblood families that had stood against Morgan provided the initial funding, their gold-bought property, hired staff, equipped laboratories. By the time Harry was 21, the Institute of Magical Studies opened its doors. The first class of students was small, only 30, carefully selected from applicants across Europe. They came from all backgrounds, purebloods and muggleborns, graduates of traditional schools and self-taught practitioners, old and young, experienced and novice. What united them was a hunger to learn. Magic, Harry told them on their first day, standing before them in a lecture hall that combined ancient architecture with modern functionality, is not what you've been taught. Not entirely. The curriculum you learned in school was designed to produce competent practitioners, wizards and witches who could cast standard spells, follow established procedures, fit into the existing magical society. He paused, letting them absorb this. But magic is so much more than that. It's a language, a living system of meaning and connection that runs through everything. The spells you know are just the most superficial expression of that system, words in a language you've barely begun to learn. Here, at the Institute, we're going to go deeper. We're going to explore the fundamentals, the principles that underlie all magical practice. Some of what you learn will be challenging. Some of it will contradict what you think you know. But if you stay with us, if you commit to the work, you'll emerge with an understanding of magic that most wizards never achieve. A hand went up. A young witch, barely out of Hogwarts, her expression skeptical. Yes. With respect, Professor Potter, what makes you qualified to teach deeper magic? You're only a few years older than some of us. Harry smiled. It was a fair question, and he'd been expecting it. That's true. In this body, I'm 21 years old. But understanding magic isn't just about time spent, it's about depth of experience, of practice, of perspective. He raised his hand, and light gathered around it, not a spell, but raw magical energy, shaped by will alone. I've spent years studying traditions that most wizards have forgotten existed. I've learned from teachers who died before your great-grandparents were born. And I've faced challenges that tested my understanding of magic in ways that classroom study never could. The light expanded, taking forms: a bird, a dragon, a castle in the clouds, images from memory and imagination blending together. What I'm offering isn't just knowledge. It's a way of seeing. A framework for understanding magic that opens doors you didn't know existed. He let the light fade. But I don't expect you to take my word for it. What I expect is that you'll work, and learn, and judge for yourselves whether what I'm teaching is valuable. Fair enough. The skeptical witch nodded slowly. Fair enough. Good. Then let's begin. The institute grew. Within 5 years, it had expanded from 30 students to 300, with campuses in Britain, France, and Germany. The research programs had produced genuine breakthroughs, new healing techniques, improved methods of magical education, deeper understanding of magical creatures and their relationships with wizards. But more important than any specific achievement was the culture that Harry had helped create. Students at the institute learned to question assumptions, to think critically about magical traditions, to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual power. They formed connections with each other that lasted long after graduation, a network of practitioners committed to using magic for good. You've built something remarkable, Dumbledore told Harry, during one of the old wizard's visits to the institute. The former headmaster was showing his age now, but his eyes were still bright with intelligence. Something that will last. That was always the goal. Harry poured tea for his mentor, his hands steady. Not power, not influence, just something that could survive and grow on its own. You've achieved it. The Institute, the alliance of families, the reforms at the ministry, you've reshaped the magical world, Harry. In just a few years, you've done more than most achieve in lifetimes. I had help. Harry glanced out the window, where students were practicing in the Institute's gardens. None of this would have been possible without my circle. Without you. Perhaps. But the vision was yours. The determination to build rather than conquer, to teach rather than rule. Dumbledore sipped his tea. I must admit, I was uncertain when you first told me about Merlin. I wondered if the ancient memories would overwhelm the boy I'd watched grow up, if you'd become something different. And I was wrong to worry. You've taken the best of both, Merlin's wisdom and Harry's heart, and become something neither of them was alone. The old wizard smiled. Something better. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Thank you, Professor. That means more than you know. I think I have some idea. Dumbledore set down his cup. I'm old, Harry. Older than I ever expected to be. My time is drawing to a close. Albus, don't. We both know it's true. But I'm not afraid. His eyes met Harry's. I'm not afraid, because I know what I'm leaving behind. A world that's better than the one I was born into. A generation of wizards who see magic as a gift rather than a weapon. And a young man who proved that even the oldest enemies can be defeated by love and hope. I couldn't have done any of it without you. You would have found a way. You always do. Dumbledore stood, his movements slow but steady. But I'm glad I was here to see it. Goodbye, Harry. And thank you, for everything. Harry walked him to the door, feeling the weight of the moment. Some things didn't need to be said aloud. The respect, the affection, the gratitude that flowed between them was understood without words. Dumbledore died peacefully 3 months later. The magical world mourned, and Harry spoke at the funeral, but in his heart, he felt mostly peace. The old wizard had earned his rest. And the work they'd begun together would continue long after both of them were gone. The years that followed were good ones. Harry and Hermione married on a spring afternoon, surrounded by friends and family, the bond between them formalized in a ceremony that was both traditional and deeply personal. They had children, 3 of them, each with their mother's brilliance and their father's determination. Neville became head of Hogwarts Herbology Department, revolutionizing magical botany with discoveries that built on the ancient knowledge Harry had shared. He married Hannah Abbott, and their home became a gathering place for the extended circle that had formed around Harry's original allies. Daphne took over her family's business interests, transforming them into a force for positive change in the pureblood community. She remained unmarried, preferring her independence, but her connections to the circle never wavered. Sirius, finally free of the shadows that had haunted him, spent his later years traveling the world and sending back stories that delighted Harry's children. He died peacefully at 72, having lived more fully in his final decades than in all the years before. And through it all, the work continued. The Institute expanded, its influence spreading across continents. The reforms Harry had championed took root, becoming the new normal of magical society. A generation grew up that didn't remember Voldemort's terror or Morgan's shadow, that saw magic as a tool for connection rather than domination. Harry watched it all with a mixture of pride and wonder. "You did it," Hermione told him one evening, as they sat together on the porch of their home, watching their grandchildren play in the garden. "Everything you set out to do. You changed the world." "We did it," Harry corrected. "I just pointed the way. You, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, everyone who believed when it seemed impossible, you're the ones who made it real. Still trying to share credit after all these years. Still trying to be honest." Harry took her hand. "I couldn't have done any of it alone. That was the whole point, remember? Not building around one person, but building something stronger than any individual. Merlin's mistake. Merlin's lesson." Harry smiled. "Learned the hard way, but learned." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sunset paint the sky in familiar colors. The world wasn't perfect, it never would be, but it was better than it had been. More just, more connected, more open to possibility. And somewhere, in a dimension between dimensions, Morgan Le Fay sat in her eternal prison, aware of everything that had happened, everything that had changed. Perhaps, Harry sometimes thought, she was even learning something. Probably not. But hope was a habit he'd never quite managed to break. The end came quietly. Harry was 127 years old, ancient by normal standards, though his magic had kept him vital far longer than anyone expected. He'd seen his children grow and flourish, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren carry on the work he'd started. The world he'd helped build was stable, thriving, ready for challenges he couldn't foresee. It was time. "You're sure about this?" Hermione asked. She was old too, now, white-haired and wrinkled, but still beautiful to his eyes, still the brilliant witch who had stood beside him against impossible odds. "I'm sure." Harry squeezed her hand. "I've done what I needed to do. The world doesn't need me anymore. I need you. You have me. You'll always have me, through the bond, through our children, through everything we built together." Harry smiled gently. "But it's time to rest, love. Time to let go." They gathered at his bedside, his circle, what remained of it. Hermione, steady as ever. Neville, gray-haired and distinguished. Daphne, still sharp-eyed despite her years. Their children and grandchildren, the next generation of the network Harry had spent a lifetime building. "Thank you," Harry told them all. "For everything. For believing in me when I was just a strange boy who remembered too much. For standing beside me when the darkness seemed overwhelming. For being my family, in every way that matters." "We should be thanking you," Neville said, his voice rough with emotion. "You already have. Every day, for 80 years. Every time you taught a student, or healed a wound, or stood up for what was right." Harry looked around at the faces of everyone he loved. "This is what I wanted. Not power, not glory, this. A family. A legacy. A world that's better because we lived in it. He closed his eyes, feeling the bond pulse one last time, all the love, all the connection, all the hope they'd shared flowing through him like light through a prism. "Goodbye," he whispered. "And thank you." Harry Potter, once Merlin Ambrosius, once the boy who lived, once the greatest wizard of his age, died peacefully, surrounded by everyone who mattered. But the story wasn't over. Because stories never really end. They just transform, evolving into new shapes, new meanings, new possibilities. The institute Harry founded continued, expanding its mission, training new generations of practitioners who saw magic as Harry had taught them to see it. His children and grandchildren carried on his work, building on what he'd started, adapting it to challenges he'd never imagined. And somewhere, in the space between death and whatever comes after, Harry found himself standing in a place he recognized. Camelot. Not the ruined kingdom of his memories, but something new, rebuilt, transformed, filled with light and life. Arthur was there, and Merlin's old companions, and everyone he'd loved across 2 lifetimes. "You took your time," Arthur said, grinning the same boyish grin Harry remembered from 1,000 years ago. "I had work to do. I noticed. Building quite the legacy down there. Trying to fix my mistakes. Our mistakes." Arthur clapped him on the shoulder. "But you did it, old friend. You finally did it." Harry looked around at the shining towers, the gathered faces, the kingdom that had existed in his heart for longer than he could remember. "What is this place? What you made it? What you imagined it could be?" Arthur's expression softened. "Camelot isn't a place, Merlin. It never was. It's an idea, the belief that people can come together, build something better, create a world worth living in. And this? This is what happens when enough people believe." Arthur gestured at the surrounding glory. "You planted seeds down there. They grew. And somewhere along the way, the dream became real." Harry felt tears on his cheeks, the first he'd shed in longer than he could remember. "It's beautiful. It is. And you've earned your place in it." Arthur took his hand, leading him toward the shining city. "Welcome home, old friend. Welcome home. But that's a story for another time. For now, in the world Harry left behind, life continued. Seasons changed, generations passed, and the magic he'd helped preserve flowed on, carrying the lessons of a 1,000-year-old wizard into futures he'd never see. His portrait hung in the Institute's great hall, and in Hogwarts' gallery of headmasters, and in the homes of everyone who'd loved him. In those portraits, he smiled, a quiet, knowing smile, and sometimes, when the light was right, visitors swore they saw him wink. The bond he'd created remained, passing from generation to generation, connecting all who had been touched by his work. A web of light in a world that still had its share of darkness, a reminder that connection was stronger than isolation, that hope could triumph over despair. And in the dreams of those who carried his legacy, sometimes, Merlin walked. Teaching. Guiding. Reminding them that the work was never truly done, that each generation had to choose, again and again, what kind of world they wanted to live in. "Build something that lasts," his voice whispered in those dreams. "Build something that grows. Build something together." They did. They always did. And Camelot, the real Camelot, the one that existed in hearts and minds and choices, shone on. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The Return of Camelot. The Triwizard Tournament had reached its final night. Harry stood at the maze's entrance, feeling the weight of everything that had led to this moment. The months of preparation, the alliances forged, the enemies identified, the trap that waited at the maze's heart, all of it coming together in the next few hours. Around him, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Students from 3 schools, families who had traveled from across Europe, ministry officials and journalists and curiosity seekers, all of them gathered to witness the tournament's conclusion, oblivious to the real drama unfolding beneath the spectacle. "Everyone's in position," Hermione's mental voice confirmed through the bond. "Dumbledore has Aurors stationed at every exit. Neville's team is ready to move on your signal. Daphne's monitoring the wards. And Sirius? Standing by with the extraction team. If anything goes wrong, he'll get you out. Nothing's going to go wrong. Harry's certainty was absolute. Tonight we end this. All of it. The cannon fired, and Harry entered the maze. The hedges closed behind him like curtains falling on a stage. Harry moved through the twisting paths with purpose, his senses extended to their limit. The maze was alive with magic, shifting walls, hidden creatures, traps designed to challenge and confuse. But none of it could touch him. He'd trained for moments like this across 2 lifetimes, and the obstacles that would have stopped ordinary champions barely slowed his stride. He encountered Fleur first, unconscious near a dead end, victim of some creature or curse. Harry paused long enough to send up red sparks, the signal for rescue, then continued on. She wasn't his enemy, and leaving her to suffer served no purpose. Victor Krum was next, but something was wrong with the Durmstrang champion. His eyes were glassy, unfocused, his movements mechanical. When he raised his wand against Harry, there was no recognition in his face. Imperious, Harry murmured, dodging the curse Krum sent his way. Someone's controlling you. He could have fought back, could have disabled Krum with brutal efficiency. Instead, he reached out with his magic, not to attack, but to break. The Imperious curse was powerful, but Harry had been fighting mental domination since before modern wizardry existed. The compulsion shattered like glass. Krum staggered, confusion replacing the blankness in his eyes. Potter? What, where am I? The maze. Someone cursed you. Harry helped him stand. Go back. Send up sparks. This isn't your fight anymore. But the tournament isn't worth dying for. Harry met his eyes. Trust me. Something in his expression must have convinced the Bulgarian, because Krum nodded slowly, then turned and headed back the way he'd come. Harry watched him go, then resumed his course toward the maze's center. Cedric found him near the final junction. Harry. The Hogwarts champion looked battered but determined. I've been looking for you. The cup's just ahead, but something feels wrong. It is wrong. The cup's a port key, someone's rigged it to transport whoever touches it into a trap. Cedric's face went pale. How do you know? Because I've been investigating since my name came out of the goblet. Harry's voice was calm, steady. This whole tournament has been a setup, Cedric. A way to get me to a specific place at a specific time. Then we should go back. Tell someone, I've already told the people who need to know. What I need to do now is spring the trap on my terms. Harry met the older boy's eyes. Go back, Cedric. Tell Dumbledore it's starting. And no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, don't let anyone else touch that cup. What about you? I'll be fine. Harry smiled, a cold expression that held no humor. I've been preparing for this moment for a very long time. Cedric hesitated, clearly torn between duty and concern. But something in Harry's manner, the certainty, the ancient weight behind his eyes, seemed to decide him. Good luck, he said finally. Whatever this is, good luck. He turned and disappeared into the maze. Harry watched him go, then faced the path ahead. The cup waited, gleaming in the darkness. Harry walked toward it, his hand outstretched. And touched. The graveyard materialized around him in a swirl of displaced magic. Harry landed on his feet, his wand already raised, his senses cataloging every detail of his surroundings. Headstones in orderly rows. Ancient yew trees, their branches reaching toward a sky that was darker than it should be. A cauldron bubbling at the cemetery's center, surrounded by hooded figures. And watching it all, her form barely visible through dimensional barriers that were thinner here than anywhere else in the world, was Morgan Le Fay. You came, she said, her voice carrying across realities. I wondered if you would. You knew I would. That's why you arranged all of this, the tournament, the trap, the resurrection ritual. Harry's voice was ice. You've been planning this for months. Years, actually. Ever since my followers first sensed you awakening. Morgan's smile was beautiful and terrible. Did you really think I'd let you grow to full strength without interference? Every moment you've spent preparing, I've been preparing too. The hooded figures moved, revealing their burden, a grotesque, barely human form that Harry recognized from his memories. Voldemort's new body, grown from dark ritual and darker sacrifice, waiting for the spirit that would animate it. The resurrection requires blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, Morgan continued. Your blood, Merlin. The blood of the one who sealed me away. With it, my servant will rise more powerful than ever, and I will finally have a vessel in the physical world. A puppet, you mean? A partner. Tom and I have an understanding, he gets his revenge, and I get my freedom. Morgan's eyes gleamed. Once the ritual is complete, once my consciousness can anchor itself in the living world through him, the seal will shatter. And then I'll stop you. The same way I stopped you before. Will you? Morgan gestured, and the hooded figures raised their wands. You're alone, Merlin. Surrounded by enemies in a place of my choosing. The boy's body you wear is skilled, yes, but can it stand against a dozen of my most faithful followers? Harry smiled. Let's find out. The battle erupted in a storm of light and shadow. Harry moved through the Death Eaters like a force of nature, his magic cutting through their defenses with precision that should have been impossible. He'd spent years preparing for this moment, training his body and mind to operate at levels that ordinary wizards couldn't match. But Morgan's followers weren't ordinary. They'd been enhanced by her power, strengthened by rituals she'd whispered through the cracks in her prison. Their curses hit harder, their shields held longer, their coordination was perfect. And there were 12 of them. Harry disabled 3 before they could react, but the others closed ranks, their combined assault forcing him onto the defensive. He dodged, blocked, countered, but for every spell he neutralized, 2 more took its place. You're outnumbered, Morgan observed, her tone almost sympathetic. Outmaneuvered. Your allies are too far away to help. This is where it ends, old friend. You're wrong, Harry gasped, deflecting a curse that would have taken his head off. I'm not alone. The bond pulsed. Across hundreds of miles, in locations scattered throughout Britain, Harry's circle responded to his call. Not physical presence, that was impossible, but something deeper. Their power, their strength, their love flowing through the connections that bound them together. Hermione's brilliant light, cutting through darkness. Neville's steady courage, anchoring him to reality. Daphne's sharp will, strengthening his defenses. Sirius's fierce loyalty, adding fire to his attacks. And behind them, through bonds that extended further than any of them had realized, the entire network Harry had spent years building. The DA members, trained and ready. The alliance of pureblood families, their magic pledged to his cause. The Order of the Phoenix, standing watch. Dumbledore himself, his ancient power joining the chorus. Hundreds of souls, united in purpose, their combined strength flooding through Harry like light through a prism. He rose to his feet, power crackling around him, and faced Morgan's followers with eyes that blazed with something beyond mortal magic. I am never alone, he said, and his voice carried harmonics that made the air itself tremble. I carry everyone I love with me. Every friend, every ally, every person who chose to stand against the darkness. He raised his hand, and the combined power of his network gathered around him, not just magic, but meaning. Purpose. Hope. That's what you never understood, Morgan. Power isn't about domination. It's about connection. The bonds between people are stronger than any individual strength. Pretty words, Morgan snarled. But words don't win battles. No. But love does. He released everything. The light that erupted from Harry wasn't a spell, it was a statement. It swept through the graveyard like a tidal wave, shattering the Death Eater's defenses, disrupting the resurrection ritual, washing away the darkness that had gathered. Morgan's followers fell, overwhelmed by power they couldn't comprehend, their connection to their mistress severed by the sheer intensity of what Harry had unleashed. The grotesque body meant for Voldemort dissolved, its barely formed flesh unable to withstand the purifying radiance. The cauldron cracked, spilling its dark contents across the ground where they hissed and evaporated into nothing. And Morgan's projection, the anchor she'd established in the physical world, flickered and faded, driven back by forces she couldn't overcome. "This isn't over," she screamed, her voice growing distant as the dimensional barriers reasserted themselves. "I will break free. I will," but Harry was already speaking in the old tongue, words of binding and sealing and reinforcement. Not just his power now, but the power of everyone connected to him, all of it flowing into the seal that held Morgan prisoner. The cracks she'd worked so hard to create began to close. The weaknesses she'd exploited began to heal. And the seal that had held her for 1,000 years grew stronger than ever before, not because of one wizard's sacrifice, but because of the freely given strength of hundreds of souls who had chosen to stand together. "No!" Morgan's scream echoed across dimensions as she felt the prison tightening around her. "You can't do this." "I was so close." "You were never close," Harry said, his voice carrying to her even as she faded. "You were always going to lose, Morgan. Because you never understood what you were fighting against." "What? What was I fighting against?" Harry smiled, not with triumph, but with something almost like pity. "Hope." The seal closed. Morgan's presence vanished. And in the silence that followed, Harry stood alone in a graveyard full of defeated enemies, feeling the weight of what he'd accomplished settle over him like a cloak. It was over. After 1,000 years, countless battles, 2 lifetimes of struggle, it was finally, truly over. The Aurors arrived 20 minutes later. They found Harry sitting on a fallen headstone, surrounded by unconscious Death Eaters, looking more tired than anyone had ever seen him. Dumbledore was first through the wards, his expression a complicated mixture of relief and wonder. "Harry. Are you?" "I'm fine." Harry's voice was hoarse. "They're not. Might want to get them into custody before they wake up." "The ritual?" Morgan's plan stopped. "The seal is stronger than ever, I used the bond to reinforce it." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "She's not getting out, Professor. Not in my lifetime, not in anyone's lifetime." "You're certain?" "As certain as I can be about anything." Harry stood slowly, feeling the exhaustion in every muscle. "The seal isn't just mine anymore. It's held by everyone who chose to stand with me tonight. Hundreds of people, all of them anchoring it, all of them keeping Morgan in her prison." "A distributed seal," Dumbledore murmured. "Brilliant. If any one anchor fails, the others compensate. It's self-healing, self-reinforcing. The more people who join the network, the stronger it becomes." Harry smiled wearily. "I finally figured out how to build something that lasts." "You always were a remarkable student." "I had good teachers." They stood together as the Auror secured the prisoners and processed the scene. The night was fading into dawn, the first light of morning breaking over the graveyard's ancient stones. "What now?" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought about the question. "Now we go home," he said. "We rest, we heal, we spend time with the people we love. And tomorrow, we start building the future." "What kind of future?" Harry looked at the rising sun, at the light spreading across a world that was finally, truly safe from the darkness that had haunted him for so long. "The kind worth living in." The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, carrying students home for the summer. Harry sat in a compartment with his circle, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, watching the Scottish countryside blur past the window. The atmosphere was different from any end-of-year journey he'd experienced before. Lighter, somehow. Freer. It's strange, Hermione said, breaking the comfortable silence. After everything we've been through, everything we've fought for, it's just over. We're going home. Not over, Harry corrected gently. Transformed. The work continues, building the institute, reforming education, creating the world we want to live in. But the war is done. How does it feel? Neville asked. Finally being free of it? Harry considered the question. Like waking up from a dream I didn't know I was having. Like being able to breathe fully for the first time. He looked at his friends, his family. Like having a future instead of just a purpose. That sounds nice, Daphne said dryly. What are you going to do with this future? Live it. Love the people who matter to me. Build things that help instead of hurt. Harry smiled. Maybe even relax once in a while. You. Relax? Hermione laughed. I'll believe that when I see it. I'm full of surprises. The train carried them south, toward London, toward summer, toward lives that stretched ahead with possibility instead of threat. Behind them, Hogwarts grew smaller in the distance, the castle that had been Harry's home, his fortress, his responsibility. Ahead lay something new. Something built on connection instead of isolation, on hope instead of fear, on love instead of power. Camelot, reborn. Not a kingdom of stone and banners, but a network of hearts and minds, all of them choosing, every day, to build something better than what came before. The epilogue takes place 19 years later. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching his children board the Hogwarts Express. James, his eldest, was already hanging out a window, waving enthusiastically. Albus, the middle child, looked nervous but determined. Lily, the youngest, was bouncing with excitement, still a year away from her own sorting. Beside him, Hermione squeezed his hand. They'll be fine, she said. I know. Harry watched his children with eyes that held 1,000 years of memory and a heart that had finally learned how to hope. They're stronger than we were at their age. Kinder, too. They had good parents. They had a good world. Harry looked around the platform, at the families saying goodbye, the students reuniting with friends, the ordinary magic of a new school year beginning. That's what we built, Hermione. Not just an institute or an alliance. A world where children can grow up without fear. Where they can be kids instead of soldiers. Was it worth it? Everything we sacrificed? Harry thought about the question. Thought about the battles fought, the enemies defeated, the friends lost along the way. Thought about Sirius, who had died peacefully in his sleep 5 years ago. About Dumbledore, who had passed even earlier. About all the people who had given everything so that this moment could exist. Yes, he said. Every moment of it. The train whistle blew. Last-minute goodbyes were shouted, tears were shed, and then the Hogwarts Express was pulling away, carrying a new generation toward futures their parents could only imagine. Harry and Hermione stood together, watching until the train disappeared around the bend. What now? She asked. Harry turned to her, this woman who had stood beside him through everything, who had believed in him when belief seemed foolish, who had loved him across decades and challenges and changes. Now we go home, he said. We have lunch with Neville and Hannah. We review the Institute's quarterly reports. We do ordinary things, in an ordinary way, in a world we helped make ordinary. That sounds nice. It is nice. Harry took her hand. It's exactly what I always wanted. They walked out of the station together, two people who had saved the world and then chosen to live in it. Behind them, the barrier to platform 9 3/4 shimmered with ancient magic. Ahead lay a future full of possibility. And in his heart, where Merlin's memories lived alongside Harry's hopes, there was finally, after 1,000 years, peace. Deep beneath Hogwarts, in the chamber where Morgan's seal pulsed with renewed strength, something stirred. Not escape, the seal was stronger than ever, held by hundreds of souls who had chosen to stand against the darkness. But awareness, yes. Morgan Le Fay, ancient and patient and eternally clever, observed the world through cracks too small for escape but large enough for sight. She watched the children boarding their train. Watched the parents who had defeated her, growing old now, their power waning. Watched the world they'd built, kinder than the one she remembered, more connected, more resistant to the shadows she represented. And for the first time in 1,000 years, she wondered. Was he right? The thought was strange, uncomfortable, like a muscle she'd forgotten how to use. Is this better than what I would have made? She didn't know. Couldn't know, perhaps. She'd spent so long seeking power that she'd forgotten there might be other things worth seeking. But she had time. Eternity, in fact. And maybe, just maybe, she could learn. The seal pulsed on, steady and strong, held by bonds that grew stronger with each passing year. And in the darkness of her prison, Morgan Le Fay settled in to wait. Not for escape. For understanding. It was, she supposed, a beginning. And somewhere, in whatever comes after death, Merlin smiled. Not because he'd won, that had never been the point. But because he'd finally learned the lesson that had eluded him for so long. That power without love was empty. That victory without connection was hollow. That the only things worth building were the ones that could survive without you. He watched Harry's children laugh and grow. Watched Hermione's reforms reshape magical education. Watched Neville's garden flourish, Daphne's network expand, the world they'd built together carry on without them. And he knew, with certainty that transcended faith, that it would continue. Not forever, nothing lasted forever. But long enough. Strong enough. Good enough. Camelot had fallen, once. But it had risen again, in a form that couldn't fall, because it didn't depend on any single person to stand. That was the lesson. That was the legacy. That was the return of Camelot. The END author's note: Harry stood on that hillside, the one Morgan had shown him in so many dreams, and this time he wasn't facing her alone. Behind him stood everyone who had ever believed in him, visible and invisible, living and dead, all of them united in purpose and hope. And in front of him, not Morgan at all, but the future, vast and uncertain and beautiful. He stepped forward to meet it.